This is Audible.
Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Fumbled Hearts by Megan Brandy. Narrated by C.J. Bloom and Alexander Sendies. Chapter 1. Kalani. "Come out with me tonight," she said. "It'll be fun," she promised. Yeah, not so much. I dragged myself out of the corner I took cover in, eyeing the American Pie-like movie scene playing out in front of me. Only, in this version, it's ridiculously handsome males and far too sexy females parading around in a hormone-driven buzz, letting loose at the hands of alcohol. I mean, I get it. People can never be who or what they want. They can never be honest and upfront. Alcohol does one of two things for you in high school. Gives you the courage to tell the truth, or the freedom to forget it. So they party, get drunk, hook up, and do and say stupid shit. And in the end, they take a page from Jamie Foxx and blame it on the alcohol. Take, for instance, the pretty woman Julia Roberts look-alike, pre-makeover that is, who is just hoisted up onto the countertop by some tall, dark-haired beast of a guy whose face I can't see. She's biting down on her bottom lip and rubbing her knees together, clearly trying to excite this guy who, no doubt, only sees a faceless vag. She spreads her legs and pulls him between them. Instantly he dips his lips to her neck, and she wraps her legs around his back. They're 3 sheets to the wind, and he's got something she wants. Yeah. All this is happening mid-party, and no one seems to give 2 shits. Awesome. In order to get to the other side of the room, I have to weave through the bodies crammed onto the makeshift dance floor, brushing body parts against drunk, horny high school seniors. I don't know doesn't sound like a good time, but it appears to be my only way out. So I dodge a grope here and an elbow there and make my way out of the slosh zone, earning only a few dirty looks along the way. Petty asses. When I round the corner into what I'm assuming is the living room, I let my eyes roam. All the furniture's been pushed against the tan-colored walls. A few people are passed out, while others are making out on the sheet-covered couches, and there's a beer pong game going on smack dab in the center. At least there's hardwood floors. I watch as a big burly guy tosses the little white ball, effectively landing it inside the red cup on the opposite end of the table. Cheers erupt around the room. The opposing team grumbles as one of the guys picks up the cup, downing its contents in seconds. I stand there, watching them play for a good 20 minutes, only turning to leave when the girls hanging around start stripping down to help motivate the players. Their words, not mine. I'm about 2 feet from the door when my gaze is pulled to the stairs. A beautiful girl with white blonde hair descends, looking like a model on her runway. A large dark-haired figure over her shoulder catches my attention and my eyes lift. I can't quite make out his face from here, but I can tell he's smirking, and his shirt is hanging from his left hand. My attention turns back to the girl and... imagine that. Suddenly, she looks a lot less beauteous and a lot more bimbo. Her model-esque strut now looks like a runway show for a pro-ho. And I'm pretty sure that's bleach blonde, not beach blonde. With a shake of my head, I look away. I've been here for an hour, and I'm already labeling these people I know nothing about. But honestly, am I labeling or just being observant? I sigh. No matter how I try and spin it, it's shitty all around. Face it, Kalani, you're being a judgmental bitch. Once I make it out the front door and into the fresh air, I inhale deeply, trying to clear my senses. Nothing like leaving a party feeling as if you just stepped out of an Abercrombie & Fitch store. Cologne and spray tan overload. I stand there for a few minutes, looking around, watching as people mill in and out of the house, then pull out my phone and send a quick text to Mia, letting her know I'm out. As usual, she replies almost instantly. Memes. Boo-hoo, bitch. You lasted 5 seconds. Me. Close. Just add 57 minutes to that and you're right on the dot. Congratulations. Memes. Thank you, thank you. I'll prepare my speech soon, but in the meantime, be careful on your way home. Loves. I smile at my screen before stuffing it back into my boot and begin the short walk to my house. It's early November, so there's a nice chill to the air. I've been in Ulrich Falls for 3 weeks to the day. Tonight was the first time I agreed to go out with Mia and her friends. While it wasn't a horrible night, per se, it wasn't much fun either. I mean, I like to party and have a good time. Or at least I used to. But that party felt more like a brothel house. The guys, all too attractive for their own good, with their sexy smirks glued in place, were passing out drinks left and right, no doubt trying to loosen up all the girls. Pretty sure most of them were already loose, while the girls paraded around in barely their clothing, batting their eyelashes as they knocked back every drink thrown their way. Maybe that's how they get what they want, with a little liquid courage. There was a time I liked kicking back with a group of friends, laughing, dancing, and singing. But this is a new place, with new people, and I don't feel much like participating in their charades. I'd rather eat junk food and watch movies. As I'm thinking it, I realize how shitty it sounds. Maybe that's my problem. I'm being bitchy and judgmental because this isn't my home. Spending my senior year in Ulrich was never part of the plan. I guess I can try not to be such a buzzkill, have some fun while I'm here. That way, Mia doesn't have to explain to her friends why her cousin is such a snooty biatch. Then, after I graduate, I'm out. Yep, headed straight for... My train of thought stops abruptly as I take in the sight before me. What the hell? I mutter as I peer at the fancy Jeep-looking thing, stopped in the middle of the dark street. I wait a beat to see if it starts going again. But it doesn't. It appears to be parked in the middle of the road, still running, lights on and everything. Instead of doing the logical thing a girl should do when she's alone in the dark with a creeper car close by, like running, I make a stupid horror film decision and walk toward the vehicle because that's smart. The closer I get, the better I can see. Not a Jeep, but a fancy Hummer. A sexy, sleek black one, with all black rims. Very presidential. As I approach, I hear Sublime's Wrong Way blaring. Looking around, I realize the sound of the music is flowing from the open sunroof. At 5'2", I'm too short to see through the window, so I tap lightly. Hey, you all right in there? No response. With a frown, I make my way to the back of the beauty before I freeze. What the hell am I doing? This is the exact shit your parents warn you about when they give you the "Don't talk to strangers" lecture. Only I'm pretty sure what I'm about to do borders more on the dumbest idea ever. Fuck it. I reach up, grabbing a hold of the spare tire on the back of the vehicle. Gripping it tight, I push up from the bumper, laughing as I hoist myself onto the roof. If the owner catches me doing this, I crawl on my hands and knees until I'm at the open sunroof. Leaning over cautiously, I peek inside. Oh, shit, I whisper, taking in the sight before me. And, oh, what a sight. What a sight. The driver is slouched in the seat, his head dangling away from me so I can't see his face. His right arm is through a black t-shirt while his left is bare, the material bunched around his neck, like he never managed to get the other arm through. I can see half his washboard stomach, and damn, the boy works out. I let my eyes travel over him because, why not? I've already reached a whole new level of cray. His hair is thick, short on the sides and longer on the top, the color of dark chocolate. If the Letterman jacket on the passenger seat is any indication, he's an athlete. Looks like one, too, all broad shoulders and strong arms. Huh. Seems he was in a real hurry. Didn't even have time to button up those designer jeans. Ending my appraisal, I inch my hand in the truck, lightly poke the top of his head. "Hey, you alive?" A gargling sound comes from the dark-haired stranger, and his head falls back. He lets out a breath, causing me to jolt back. Ugh, my nose wrinkles. Someone was drinking the good stuff. Now that I can see his whole face, I realize it's the playboy from the stairs. Maybe even the same guy who was playing with the redhead earlier. He looks like a grown-ass man, but since he was at the party, I'm guessing he's around my age. He's handsome, though. That's a given. Bet he knows it, too. His eyebrows are dark and thick with eyelashes to match, and his face is clean-shaven, with small, perfectly trimmed sideburns. Following the invisible trail from there, I take note of his strong jawline, sculpted to perfection, then lift my eyes slightly to find a bottom lip that puffs out a bit further than the top. Perfect contrast, really. A half-hearted sigh escapes me. Bummer. Perfection brings ego, which translates into one thing. Asshole. "Hey, dumbass, you all right?" I ask, frowning. "Pfft, I'm fine," he slurs, his chin dropping to his chest. I roll my eyes. "Sure you are. I'm coming in." He lets out a drunken chuckle. "Usually it's me who's coming when I'm in." He laughs harder, one knee lifting slightly, clearly amused by his own joke. Hilarious, I deadpan. "Yep, guy's a tool. Look, you're drunk. Switch seats and I'll drive you home." He doesn't move, so I reach in again and give the guy a little shake. Nothing. Lovely. Pursing my lips, I consider my options. He's massive, so moving him won't work. I could call the cops, but that feels like a bitch move, even though it's his own damn fault for being irresponsible. I can't believe I'm doing this. I curse myself under my breath and glance at the houses surrounding me. Not wanting to put my boots on the luxury seats, I use my arms for support and lower myself into the cab until my knees hit the center console. After adjusting the volume on the stereo, I peek at the guy before leaning across the driver's seat. Searching around, I try to find a lever, but my hand barely reaches the side of the seat. Shit. I perch on my knees and lean all the way over him. God, if someone drives by right now, it looks like I'm giving some serious roadhead. I stretch, reaching damn near to the floorboard, finally finding a small lever. Unsure of how it works, I quickly push, slide, and pull. One of them works, because the driver's seat starts to fall back. I quickly let go so I don't end up giving the guy whiplash. Or get puked on. That would suck. The guy laughs and grabs me, pulling me back with him, and a ridiculously girly squeal escapes me. My torso is now lying sideways across his chest, ass still semi in the air. "If you want to play," he slurs, rubbing his nose in my hair. You smell so sweet." He continues to mumble before he's snoring again. His voice is low and rough, and ridiculously sexy. Don't go there, Kalani. Don't do it. Man, I bet this guy gets the pick of the puss. He's got game in his sleep. I gotta get us out of here. I wait a minute, making sure he's out cold, then climb the rest of the way across, sliding my legs between his, squeezing my eyes shut. I move at a snail's pace, lowering myself down so I'm sitting on his lap. I stay completely still for a few seconds, just in case. Well, I don't really know, but it seems like the best idea at the moment. I'm sitting on his thighs, squished against the steering wheel, so I reach down trying to find another lever to move the seat backward. But instead I find a fancy button. The seat reverses, which causes the back to lift. I gasp when my back meets his steeled chest. The second I shift my body to get into a more comfortable position, two large hands fly to my hips, gripping them like a running back does a football. Tight, hard, and close to his body. My body temperature spikes as I put the vehicle in drive and head down the road. Only then do I realize I have no idea where I'm going. The heater, or his heat currently poking my ass, is too much, so I roll down the window and head to the only place I know. I pull into my driveway, which was only a minute drive from where I hopped into the vehicle originally, and turn off the truck. As soon as the vibration of the engine stops, I become hyper-aware of the stranger beneath me. The strong rhythm of his heart beats against my back, as his exposed skin warms me through my clothes. Deep, hot breaths fan across my neck, making me slightly lightheaded, despite my lack of drinking tonight. It seems I'm not the only one who feels the shift in the air, as the guy is now running his nose along my shoulder. I really shouldn't let him do that. He could be a crazy person, or worse, a Broncos fan, but it feels so good. My eyes widen when his dick twitches against my ass, and I scramble into the passenger seat. Apparently his heat wasn't all the way nuked, if you know what I mean, because that was definitely more. I decide I'm going to leave him there, in his seat, to sober up. Then, come morning, when he feels like Woody Woodpecker is paying him a visit, he can be on his merry way. I take the keys out of the ignition and toss them on the passenger side floor, close enough for a sober person to find, but not a drunken fool. I allow another look at the guy. He really is adorable, then hop out, careful not to slam the door. After taking a quick shower, I throw on a thong, my Hailstorm concert t-shirt, which has definitely seen better days, and hop in bed. I fall asleep within minutes, my devil cat, Nani, beside me. I roll myself onto my stomach, squeezing the pillow over my head to drown out the pounding at my door. When it continues for a good minute, I groan and throw myself out of bed, ready to wring Mia's neck. I gave her a key to avoid this exact situation. I love my sleep. I need my sleep. This is something she knows. Scowl in place, I fling the door open. Where the hell is your key? I stop short. It's not Mia. Nope, it's Mr. Perfection, in all his still half-naked glory. At my door. And man is he tall. Ginormous compared to me, but not freakishly so. More like 6 feet of vagina waking, no KY needed temptation. Trouble. My eyes drop to the jeans stretched nicely over what look to be thick, strong thighs. Pants still unbuttoned. I skirt past the no-fly zone and feast my eyes on his yummy tummy. Yep, still rock solid. I continue my appraisal upward until his mouth is in my line of sight, when I snap back to reality. There's that self-satisfied smirk again, the one he was wearing at the party. I want to punch it off his perfect face. My eyes lift to his, and damn it all to hell. They're a deep dark brown, almost black in color, and right now his lids are half closed as he stares at me. I watch his eyes as they roam over my body. I'm fully aware I'm only wearing a very small, very thin t-shirt and thong. The bottom of my freshly waxed prize is surely peeking out, and my ass is exposed. I guarantee my nips are hard as rocks from the breeze sweeping through the door. But I'll be damned if I allow him to think I give two shits what he thinks. Not with that I'm the man look on his face. Smug bastard. As soon as his dark eyes meet mine again, he speaks. You must have really worn me out. His voice is deep and raspy from sleep. Didn't even make it down the drive before I passed out. My eyes shoot wide. At my reaction, he puts his hand up in front of him. Hey, don't go getting all offended. He smirks. Again. That's a compliment, coming from me. This guy. Okay, whoa. I lift my hands this time. Just, whoa. I gape at him. You've lost your damn mind if you think you... Look, he cuts me off, a miffed sigh leaving him. I'm not interested in hashing things out. You should know the drill. He drops his gaze to my hard nipples, and without a doubt, this egotistical asshole assumes it's my body's reaction to him. I don't go in for seconds, so you might want to put those away. He motions lazily toward my chest. You know, so you don't embarrass yourself. I'm pretty sure my jaw hits the floor. Seriously? What the fuck? What the fuck? Hi. First of all, it's cold. I squeeze my boobs. This has nothing to do with you. Second, let me break it down for you, Mr. Hugh Hefner in training. He grins at that. Dumbass. That, I point to his groin, was nowhere near this, I say, giving a little WWE suck-it smack to my crotch, speaking like I'm addressing a kindergarten class. His eyebrows pull into a deep frown, and his hands find his hips in a lazy, thoughtful motion. It's almost comical how confused he looks. I released an annoyed sigh, deciding to get this over with. You, I push my index finger into his chest, were passed out drunk in your truck in the middle of the road. I shrug. Figured I'd do my good deed for the day, though now I'm thinking I should have left your ass there and drove you here since I didn't know where you lived. Thought you would wake up and take off by morning. I motion my hand toward him. Clearly, I'm a dumbass for that, 'cause here you are. He smashes his lips into a tight line, glances at his truck, then back at me. You're saying you brought me to your house, and we didn't have sex? Yep. So... He looks pointedly from my naked legs to his open fly. We didn't have sex? I stare at him blankly. Those dark eyes of his narrow before he shakes his head, unbelieving. With a quick glance over his shoulder, he looks back at me with a dark brow raised. Guessin' my phone's not in your house? A laugh bubbles out of me before I can stop it, because there it is, folks, the reason he had to come to the door. His eyes narrow further. "'Kay, I get it now," I nod. "This isn't part of the play-em to lay-em routine, and clearly you have a serious case of selective hearing. That, or you're way too cocksure for your own good. So let me try this one more time, maybe a little slower, and see how that works," I mock, not letting him respond before continuing. "You were passed out. I drove you here so you didn't get yourself arrested. End of story." He scowls past me as he scratches the back of his neck. Huh. Then his head pulls back as his eyes widen, a look of horror crossing his face. Wait, I think he might hurl. You drove my Hummer? What part of... Ugh! So, the big boy is attached to his joy. Sure did. He looks seriously disturbed, so I add, of course that was after I climbed up the back in my boots, then crawled across the top and dropped in through the sunroof. Heels first. That's not a lie. The small heel of my boots did go in first, with extreme caution, but he doesn't need to know that. Thank goodness the center console was there for me to step on with my knees, or I might have fallen. And bam, he's full-on fuming now. Eyes bulging, jaw tight, chest heaving. He's officially going to lose his shit. I'm not gonna let him. Right. So, bye. I slam the door in his face as fast as I can. I go back to my room and climb into bed, listening as the Hummer's engine roars to life. A few minutes pass before I hear it pull away. Sleep doesn't come so easy after that. Chapter 2. Kalani. Mia and I slide into a worn black booth at Wicker, the small pub downtown. It's cute, has your typical diner setup with a counter and bar stool area blocking the kitchen, black booth seats wrapping all along the walls, and black granite top tables placed sporadically around the room, ketchup and hot sauce bottles in the center of each one. If the sports memorabilia covering the walls is any indication, this place is all about supporting their local athletes. According to Mia, this is the hangout spot for all the high schoolers. Looking around, it appears to be true. There isn't an adult in sight. Even the waiters and waitresses seem to be around our age. "Hey, Mia, how's it going?" a cute blonde-haired guy asks, setting a couple of waters down in front of us. "It's going. I'm here for my cure the hangover meal," she laughs, then touches her temple, wincing. "Ah, yes," he chuckles. "So, water and the grease monkey for you?" "God, yes," she says with a moan, slouching further into her seat. He glances at me. "Holding out on me, huh, Mia?" "Shit. Sorry." She places her hand on my shoulder. "This is my cousin, Lolly. Lols? Ryan. His family owns Wicker." "Hey," I smile. "Nice to meet you, Lolly?" His eyebrows rise just a little, and bless his heart, he tries to hold back a grin. "It's okay, you can laugh. I promise it won't offend me. And to answer your unasked question, no, it's not my real name." He smiles and gestures to Mia. "Her idea, right?" "She definitely makes sure it's a constant." He nods. "So, what'll it be, Lolly? You create your meal, we deliver." "Well, I don't need to recover from a hangover, so how about you surprise me? Just know I'm hella hungry." He rubs his hands together excitedly while looking me over, as if that'll help. "All right, you're a breakfast kind of girl," he declares. I can't help but laugh. "Okay, that's a little creepy, but your food witchery mind-reading thing totally works, because I am indeed a breakfast girl." I sigh wistfully. "I'd eat it for every meal if I could." "I knew it!" he grins triumphantly. "Considering it's well after 3 p.m., that's the answer I was hoping for." He winks before walking away. Once he's out of earshot, I decide to spill the beans. "So, I had quite the interesting night last night." "Yeah, you had a whole Jell-O shot all to yourself." The smartass dazzles me with spirit fingers. "Crazy." Har har, biatch. I was actually talking about after I left the party. I circle the rim of my glass with my finger. Mia flips her long red hair over one shoulder, resting both elbows on the tabletop. Hands clasped together, she lays her chin on her fingers. "Do tell, oh mysterious one." She wiggles in anticipation. I take a deep breath. I jumped in a shiny truck with a total stranger, who was passed out, by the way. Drove him to my house, left him in the driveway, and went to bed. I woke up to a pounding on my door. Thinking it was you, I opened it. Tits and ass on display all day. Guy was smug. Thought he had some fun in my hoo-hoo land. Didn't believe me when I told him he didn't. And had a fit when I told him I drove his truck. The end. I take a drink of my water and glance up at Mia. Bad idea. I choke, laugh, spit all over myself. She stares at me, her mouth wide open, brows drawn in. It only takes a few seconds for her to work through my word vomit. "Are you serious?" she shrieks. "He was so high and mighty he couldn't believe you hadn't slept with him?" "Yep." I laugh at her stunned, stupid expression. It was as if the idea of being alone with a girl and not fucking her was inconceivable. She shakes her head back and forth. Her brows go from lifted to pinched, then back to normal in a clear sign of acceptance. "Yeah. With the top football team in the area, we kind of have a lot of big-headed, sexy shitheads," she laughs. "Yeah," I nod, replaying last night in my mind. "I can feel your brain thinking. What is it?" "I don't know." I swirl the straw through my drink. Now that I think about it, he kind of seemed like... She tilts her head, those green eyes searching. "Like what, lols?" she says in a soft, attentive tone. I don't think I like it. "Like..." I roll my eyes and sit up straight. "Okay, so he couldn't believe we hadn't slept together, but I think it was a little more than that." I look up at her. "I don't know, it was weird. I don't think he's used to girls doing decent things for him." That evokes a laugh from me. Well, non-sexual friendly things, and I honestly think he just had no idea how to take it. I look past Mia's shoulder. She giggles. Well, based on what you said, I would have to agree. She wiggles her eyebrows. So? I know what she wants. What? I tilt my head back, fanning myself. That hot, huh? She grins. Totally. We're both still laughing when Ryan walks up, food in hand. For you, milady, he says, as he places a large plate with 2 slider burgers, a fried burrito, a bowl of homemade mac, and gravy-covered fries in front of her. Damn, Memes! I stare at her food in awe. Can you seriously eat all that? You don't know my life, she snaps as she digs in. And for you, Lolly, tea's French toast with hash browns and scrambled eggs. I even took a chance and brought you strawberry syrup. Ooh-hoo-hoo! Mia wiggles her eyebrows at Ryan. You did good, boy. He grins and looks to me for confirmation, but all he gets is a thumbs up and a not-so-appropriate moan, because the goods are already causing an orgasm in my mouth. He walks away with a smile, so I guess he's satisfied with my response. We sit in silence and inhale our meals. It's a quick and satisfying adventure, before paying the bill and heading to Mia's house. She pulls into her driveway and kills the engine to her red Jeep Wrangler. You coming in? She asks. No, I'm gonna get my crap ready for hell tomorrow and crash out early. It won't be so bad, Lolly. I promise. You've met some of my girls already. You just gotta give it a chance. She gives me a sad smile. I know, I sigh, before shifting my body to face her. I actually wanted to apologize to you. Her head jerks back, and she frowns. For what? For being such a drag the last few weeks? You've been stuck spending most of your time watching movies with me when you should be hanging out or something. Hey, Grease is a classic, she jokes, nudging me in the shoulder. Really, though, thanks for that. But I'm seriously done moping around. She raises a skeptical eyebrow at me. I'm not kidding. Might as well let loose and have some fun while I'm here. Once school's out, I'm leaving and— Okay, stop. She cuts me off laughing. You can't get me all high on a let's party, then knock me down with thoughts of you leaving. Ugh, you're right. I let my head drop back against the headrest. I'm bad at this stuff. She tilts her head to the side and replies, Try to get to know people. Right. As in, yeah, right. Seriously though, Memes? I say, as we step out of the Jeep. I'm just your cousin who moved in next door to you for senior year, okay? They don't need a backstory. I hear you, lols, but remember, this town is all about football, so yeah. I know. We part ways as she calls out, Be ready at 7 sharp, chickadee. I throw a peace sign over my head as I walk to my door. The second I walk in, my bitch of a cat is at my feet. Yes, I know. Pet you, feed you, clean out your box. I'm on it. She follows me into the kitchen and watches as I pour food into her bowl. After taking care of all her crap, I grab a water from the fridge and head to my bedroom. When it was first decided that Ulrich Falls was where I would complete my senior year, I didn't realize that meant living directly next door to my Aunt Kara and Uncle Ben. I guess I was hoping to be at least a couple miles away. Close enough if I felt like stopping by, but not close enough to have to see them. By them, I mean her, on a daily basis. I think she knew that, which is why she was quick to jump on this place the minute it was available, thinking it would be good for me to be close to the family. I can't really fault her for it. Her heart's in the right place. Regardless, right next door is a bit much, and she knows it. I do like the house, though. It's a basic one-level home with a 2-car garage and a hella big backyard. There are 3 bedrooms, a master and 2 average-sized rooms, and a hall bath. The first thing I did when I crossed into Ulrich Falls in my rental car was pull over at the hardware store to purchase paint. The kitchen is now a deep burgundy with mocha-colored countertops and cabinets, while the living room, along with the rest of the house other than my room, is a charcoal gray with white trimmings. The red suede couches and black furniture help bring it to life. But my room is by far my favorite. The walls are a deep teal blue color, matching the pillows that lay on top of my black comforter perfectly. A California king-sized bed is pushed up against the wall with a small black nightstand next to it. My long black dresser along the far wall has a TV perched on top, and that's it. Mia says it's weird not to have a mirror in my room. Apparently, the large closet doors that are actually two huge mirror doors don't count. Gotta love her quirks. She's really the only positive I could come up with for this entire situation. Being only a year apart in age, she and I have always been pretty close, and this time together will be good for us. It makes the whole waiting a year to go back to school thing worth it. Now I can sit idle while she soars through our final year of high school. Yippee. I've been lying on my bed staring at nothing for at least 3 hours, watching as my room grows dark, the light disappearing with the sun. With a sigh, I roll over and reach into my nightstand drawer, feeling around for the Polaroid camera my parents gave me last year. For the first time, I consider walking the few blocks to the meadows, but decide against it just as quickly. I call for Nani, the devil cat. She jumps up, curls herself beside me, and we fall asleep. Chapter 3. Kalani. As soon as the last curl drops from my fingers, I hear the front door slam. Knowing it's Mia, I continue studying my reflection in the mirror. My dark, almost black hair is shiny and reaches the middle of my back, even with the big barrel curls I gave it today. I went light on the makeup, using a nude color shadow, and adding a thin line of black liner to make my blue eyes pop, a little blush, mascara, and voila! I look like I care, but not like a hooker. I decided to wear my stretchy dark blue skinny jeans with a white crew-cut tank top, my black leather jacket that reaches just below my oversized breasts, thank you genetics, paired with my favorite black knee-high boots. I'm fluffing my hair out as Mia comes around the corner. I don't know why you don't take the master. This room is... She trails off. Hell's bell. You look smokin'. She slowly shakes her head back and forth, admiring my outfit. That jacket with those boots? Just... damn. Crossing her arms, she releases a sigh. The boys of Ulrich High are gonna love you. I laugh. So, I have your seal of approval? Nope. She spins on her heels and walks out of the bathroom. I follow her into my room, where she picks out a pair of silver hoops. Once you put these on, you'll have my approval. I loop them through my ears, not because she told me to, but because they're hella cute. She hooks her arm through mine and pulls me toward the door. Okay, chickadee, let's roll. We have a grand entrance to make. I thought the cool kids were supposed to be fashionably late. She squeezes my arm and bounces with fake amusement. Funny, Lolly, you should be a comedian. Nah, I couldn't handle the night shift. Right, the cat lady needs her sleep. Damn straight. However, I think you have to have more than one cat to be considered a cat lady, or at least like the one you do have. Whatever. We hop in her Jeep and are pulling into the school parking lot far too soon. It literally only took 3 minutes to get here. My eyes roam, taking in the dozens of teenagers milling around all different types of vehicles, chatting with friends as they arrive. I glance down when Mia's hand clamps onto my knee. You'll be fine, Lolly. Right. Of course, she takes my hesitation as nervousness or fear or something, 'cause that's what a normal girl my age would be thinking if she was in a new town and a new school. Probably shouldn't tell her the only thought going through my head right now is what a waste of time my being here really is. Not to mention, completely unnecessary. Yeah, that might make her sad, or whatever. I look over at her. I'm good, Memes. Promise. I know. She gives me a sad smile before shaking her head. Gah! Okay, this is going to be fun. Remember? You said yourself you're ready for some fun. This is the first step. Now, she reaches into her purse and hands me a light pink color lipstick. Put this bad boy on. It'll last all day, she says, as she pulls out a hot pink one for herself and carefully applies it to her lips. She's wearing a pair of white skinny jeans, a pink flowy top with a cropped jean jacket, and a pair of her famous wedges. Yes, her toes will freeze, but she doesn't care. Her deep, dark red, like Jean Grey red, hair is pulled back into a high ponytail with man-made curls bouncing all around. The dark color complements her fair skin well, and with her large green eyes covered in a light golden shimmer, she's simply stunning. She notices me studying her and winks. Ready? Let's do this. As we make our way across the parking lot, at least a dozen people greet Mia in some sort of way. I see the curious glances directed at me, but so far, no one has approached. Okay, she hooks her finger over her shoulder. This is where I leave you. If I'm late to first, my teacher will wring my ass, and I still gotta stop at my locker. Text me a pic of your schedule when you get it? Yep. You'll be fine, Lollipop. She nudges me forward. Now, go. I purse my lips and stare into the office. Now, I'm not nervous, but even I gotta admit, this shit's fucked up. I never should have agreed to this. I approach the counter, and a cute older woman with frizzy brown hair and round glasses greets me with a smile. I've been in this high school for 40-something years. I know every face that passes these halls, and Sweet Pea, I don't recognize yours. I'll bet you're my newest addition to Ulrich High, she kindly assumes. That I am, I grin. I was told I needed to pick up my schedule. And right you are, young lady. She beams at me and reaches to her right, picking up a manila folder. She opens it and hands me 2 sheets of paper. This here top one is a school map, just in case you get lost, and the second paper is your schedule. I noticed in your transcripts you've already completed your requirements for physical education, yet it appears you've chosen PE as your elective? She inquires, tipping her head down to peer at me over the rim of her thick glasses. I laugh lightly. Shocker, I know. But I actually enjoy PE. Thanks for looking out for me, though. She sighs before smiling. We're going to get along just fine, you and me. Now hurry yourself up. The bell already rang. My name is Mrs. Evans. You come to me if you need anything. Okay? I nod my agreement and walk out, looking to my schedule. First up, chemistry, room 148. After one wrong turn, I'm standing outside of the room. Taking a deep breath, I turn the handle and walk into the classroom. Thankfully, the students are still milling around, so I approach the teacher's desk. A middle-aged woman with curly blonde hair turns to me, looking a little annoyed. Well, hello. You must be my new student. I'm Ms. Nolan. May I see your schedule? She's already reaching for it as she asks. With a fake smile, I hand it over and force my gaze to stay on hers, since the class went from a loud chatter to crickets in 30 seconds. Probably at the word new. To high school guys, new is code for fresh meat. For high school girls, it translates into one word: competition. I, for one, don't want to be either. Let's get you introduced. She steps up next to me and places her hand on my shoulder. Okay, everyone. It appears I already have your attention. So let's get this meet and greet out of the way so we can begin. She glances back down at my schedule quickly. Class, this is... She's cut off by a squeal I'm all too familiar with. Shut up! You're in this class? Ms. Nolan responds before I can. Nice of you to join us, Ms. Edwards. Now, please, have a seat. I swear she rolls her eyes. Mia ignores her and throws her arm over my shoulder. Everyone, this is my cousin. Sit down, Emiliana, the teacher tells her sternly. Yeah, I'm going, she mumbles as she walks away, and I follow her with my eyes. The second she plants her ass in her seat, I see the large figure sitting a few rows behind her. Drunk guy. No fucking way. His arrogant smirk is already on his lips as his gaze sweeps over my body. This dick seriously thinks he had a piece? Okay, so why don't you take a minute to introduce yourself? I hear from my left, but I'm too busy scowling at the asshole in the back of the class. I watch as he leans over and whispers something into another super hot guy's ear, whose head jerks to me as a sly grin crosses his lips. He then fist bumps drunk guy. I think I hear the teacher grunt in frustration, but my attention is pulled to Mia when she giggles. She wiggles her eyebrows at me before nudging her head toward the teacher. I turn to Ms. Nolan. What? She sighs heavily. Class, this is our new student. Please make her feel welcome. What if she's already been welcomed properly? Drunk Guy's smug voice calls out from the back of the room. Mia's eyes widen and she jumps up to keep me from getting suspended on my first day. Watch your shit, Nate, she snaps. She is not the one. Nathaniel, that will be enough. And Emiliana, watch your mouth in my classroom. Damn, Nathaniel. That's a good name. Mia ignores her and hurries through the introduction. Everyone, this is Lolly. Lolly, this is everyone. There, we're done. Ms. Nelson looks down at my schedule she still holds in her wrinkled hands. Your schedule doesn't say Lolly, therefore that's not the name you will go by in my class. Man, she is a bitch. Why don't you introduce yourself? She smiles, but doesn't even try to make it look genuine. I turn back to the class. All the students are staring at me. I catch Mia's eye and she winks. Just for kicks, I make eye contact with a guy I now know as Nathaniel, or Nate. I'm Kalani Embers. His dickhead smirk never leaves his face, but his eyes tell me he's curious. My gaze turns playful, and I purposely look from him to an attractive guy with kind, familiar eyes, sitting a seat up and to the left of his. There's something soft and welcoming about him. But most people call me Lolly. The guy smiles at me, and out of the corner of my eye, I notice Nate sit taller. Right, Kalani. Why don't you grab a seat? Ms. Nolan grits out. I don't know about you, Ms. N, but I want to know one thing. Nate's super hot friend begins as he gives me his best smirk, his voice shooting for sexy. How'd you get the nickname Lolly? Enough, Austin, Ms. Nolan demands. At the same time, Nate smacks the back of his head. Kalani, please have a seat so we can get started. With a quick glance around the room, I find 3 open chairs, one toward the front. A smart person would grab that one to the right of Austin, and the last right in front of Nate and conveniently next to the guy with friendly eyes. I lock my stare with Nate's as I make my way toward him and his buddy, choosing the seat right in front of him. Hi, I whisper to the cute guy next to me as Ms. Nolan begins her lecture. Hey, I'm Parker. He extends his hand to me, an easy smile on his lips. Hi, Parker. I hear an irritated sigh come from behind me, but refuse to turn around. His smile grows larger, and he starts to say something, but Ms. Nolan demands all our attention. Okay, everyone, the semester is closing in on us, and since a new student has joined us, today is the perfect day for a review. For the next 45 minutes, we get lost in the world of protons and neutrons. Before I know it, the bell rings, and students jump out of their seats, hurrying to the door. So, where are you headed next? Parker asks. I pull out my schedule and groan. Ugh, shoot me. I look up at him, pouting. Statistics. He laughs lightly. I take it you're not a fan? Hell no, I'm not a fan. Numbers hate me. What room? I'll walk you, he offers, just as Mia bounces up to me. Hey, she acknowledges Parker before turning to me. Ms. Nolan's a real sweetheart, right? Her voice drips with sarcasm. I think she just needs to get laid or something. Mia nods in agreement, while Parker chokes on his gum at my response. I suggest, Ms. Nolan's voice booms over us, You all get your belongings and get a move on. Mia snatches my schedule out of my hands and looks it over as we walk out of the classroom. Looks like you're on your own the rest of the day, as far as classes go. Parker's head peeks over Mia's. I got her in phys ed. He turns to me then, his brows shooting up. Why you taking PE? Mia rolls her eyes and slams my schedule into his chest. Because she's a freak like that, even purposely takes the stairs and shit. She actually shudders at the thought. I'll see you at lunch. Meet me by the doors and we'll walk in together. Not waiting for a response, she struts down the hall. Parker walks me to my next class, then heads off to his own. So far, each period has dragged, becoming more and more boring than the last, and government is proving to be even worse. Sure, I'm in a read my dirty thoughts staring contest with a good-looking guy across the room, but even Mr. Hazel Eyes isn't enough to drown out the nonsense coming from the cutesy girl next to me. Every time. This guy smirks or shifts in his seat. His attempt to spark my fire, I'm guessing? She giggles and sighs, then proceeds to tell me his life story, as if I care. I should probably be grateful that she's being friendly instead of catty, but damn, how long is this class? Unable to listen to any more of her babbling and unwilling to suffer through the whispered conversation of the classmates surrounding me, I excuse myself and head for the restrooms. I swear to God, if I hear one more person talk about the great and glorious Nathaniel Monroe and his performance, be it by mouth or other appendages, I may rage out like an athlete weaning off roids. Oh, look. Speak of the douche, and he shall appear. I smirk and lean against the locker, watching him and a pretty brunette adjust themselves as they shuffle out of the girls' bathroom. As soon as they look up, they spot me, both freezing. It only takes a second for them to realize they aren't necessarily busted, and I watch as their panicked expressions transform. Nate, still a bit tense, meets my gaze and holds it, one brow raised a fraction of an inch, almost daring me to care. The girl holds her head up high, looking all too proud of herself for their little bathroom hoorah. When she looks to Nate, finding him looking at me, she frowns, then reaches up to pet. Yeah, pet his chest with her hand. She opens her mouth to speak, but without looking her way, he jerks his head just a teeny bit, and her hand halts, then drops. Realizing she's being dismissed, she takes it in stride, a saucy grin forming on her lips. See you later. He doesn't acknowledge her, and she acts like she doesn't care, sashaying down the hall. Good for her. I watch her for a moment, grinning, then turn back to Nate, who is yet to move an inch. Fun times? He takes a single step toward me and keeps his voice low. You're the one out here listening. Tell me. He tilts his head slightly, taking another step, a vapid smirk on his lips. Did she sound like she was having fun? I bite the inside of my cheek to keep from laughing at his failed attempt at seduction. I mean, come on. He just walked out of a nasty-ass bathroom with some chick, and I'm supposed to, what, bat my lashes, giggle, full-on girly sigh? Seriously? My face must depict my thoughts, as usual, because his smirk falters slightly. I'd even go as far as to say he looks a bit ashamed. Embarrassed, maybe? But he catches himself and quickly reverts to the cool kid persona. His posture is strong and tall, his shoulders wide, and his feet planted a fair space apart. He's the picture of confidence and carelessness. But those eyes tell me he's not sure about what. I don't know. Sorry to break it to you, but I was a little bit late to the show to catch the credits. I'm sure your memory can help you out. And I'm sure yours will bite you in the ass when the drunken fog you're clearly in wears off, and you remember what garage you parked your car in this weekend, if you catch my drift. I kick off the locker and step past him, before spinning around, sticking my hands in my back pockets. I lock my eyes on his, and push through the door with my elbows. Girls only, I grin, as the door swings shut, erasing him from my view. Once lunch rolls around, Mia meets me outside the cafeteria doors as planned. She throws her hands up in a praising motion. You survived! Hardly. I check my back pocket to make sure I remembered my cash. My teachers are assholes, the females are bitches, and the guys all look like they stepped out of Sports Illustrated magazine. Like a Sexiest Men of the Year edition. I shake my head, not at all understanding. This shit ain't normal. She giggles and links her arm through mine, dragging me into the lunch common area. I almost came on the spot when this sexy blonde-haired gem of a guy squeezed by me in government, rubbed me in all the right places, if you know what I mean. She busts out laughing, and I hear a familiar choke behind me. I turn to find Parker standing there, staring at me with raised eyebrows. Hi. Hey, he says, clearly not sure if he should laugh or run. Let's get this out of the way, okay? His eyebrows pull together slightly as he waits for me to continue. I'm hella loud and tend to blurt out whatever I'm thinking, overly sexual or not, and I can be completely inappropriate. Basically, I'm like a guy. With a tight body, Mia adds, shaking her head in agreement. I continue. So, what do you think about that? He smiles wide and throws his arms around Mia and me. I think you're my new best friend, Lolly. I can handle that, I reply with a smile. He laughs and pulls us further through the doors. The cafeteria is large. To my right is a smaller corner, with about 12 circular tables scattered around and long tables lining the walls. Those are filled with students working away on their laptops, while the circular tables seem to occupy several different study groups. The left side is a wide-open space filled with dozens of long tables and chairs. These tables are filled with students eating, chatting, and all the other shenanigans you'd expect to see during a high school lunch hour. The concessions run along the entire back wall. Damn. There are at least a dozen different options. Mia rolls her eyes next to me. Right? It's way too much. But the town loves its athletes. Gotta keep 'em fed good. Yes, they do. We wouldn't be two-time champs without good meals, Parker teases. I should have known you played, I tell him, looking at him closer. Your shoulders are massive, and I'm betting your thighs are rock solid. Parker's cute. Okay, he's crazy fine. The top of his dirty blonde hair is wavy and sticking up in no particular direction, while the sides are shaved a little shorter. His eyes are a light icy blue and go well with his summer tan that's just starting to fade. The gray Henley he's wearing fits him like a glove, drawing attention to the aforementioned shoulders, and conforms slightly to the tops of his ribs, giving away a torrid physique. He's kind of got a Paul Walker thing going on. Earth to Lolly! Mia snaps her fingers in my face, effectively pulling me out of my daze. What? He knows he's fine. How could he not? Parker laughs, a huge smile on his lips. I look him over again. I was right about the thighs, wasn't I? I'm starting to think you're the one who needs to get laid, Mia mutters as she walks off to her line of choice. I look at Parker expectantly, making him chuckle. Man, he says, shaking his head. You're something else. He leans in and whispers in my ear playfully. They're gigantic. When I wiggle my eyebrows in response, he laughs loudly. Go eat, he says, shaking his head as he walks off. Once we get our food, Mia leads us to her usual spot in the cafeteria. She and her friends take up the 3 tables in the farthest back corner, next to the doors that lead outside to the picnic area. What up? She says, as she sets her tray down. Hey, Mia. Hey, Lolly. Her friends Ashley and Alyssa greet us. These girls have been Mia's best friends all through junior high and high school, so I've met them several times over the years. Bet they star in a lot of these guys' fantasies with their exotic looks. Tan skin, long, sleek, dark hair with eyes to match. But polar opposites in personalities. While Ashley is quiet and reserved, Alyssa is loud and crude. I like Alyssa more. Why are you looking at them like that? A grating voice questions me from my left. I look over to find the leggy blonde from Saturday night sitting on Austin's lap. Because they're hot and worth a second look? I answer. Duh. Austin laughs his ass off. Ashley blushes, and Alyssa blows me a kiss. Are you a lesbian or something? She asks, scrunching up her makeup-caked face in disgust. Of course, she asks as if it's a disease. Rigid bitch. Nope. I don't elaborate. Fuck her. You sure about that? She snaps, clearly trying to get a rise out of me. I'm 2 seconds from ripping into her, but stop short when a hard chest presses against my back. Not sure how, but I know exactly who it belongs to. Oh, trust me. His deep voice drips with confidence. He waits until I glance over my shoulder and make eye contact with him to continue. She's no lesbian. I want to smack that smirk right off his handsome face. The bimbo, who's no longer sitting on Austin's lap, shocker, purses her lips and crosses her arms over her chest. And you know this how, Nate? There's a bite in her voice. She's jealous. Come on, Liv, Austin teases, reaching out to flip her hair. You know Nate's always the first to get acquainted with the women in this town. Liv is fuming. Nate's still smirking. Dick. And Mia is simply waiting for it, a knowing grin on her lips. But how to play this? If I don't argue it, I look like a hoe. If I do, the bitch gets satisfaction. Good thing I don't give a shit what other people think about me. I turn around, extremely slow, bringing Nate and I chest to chest, giving him my best, pretty please with a naked me on top face. It works. I get exactly what I'm waiting for. You're wasting your time, gorgeous, he says, shaking his head. His words say one thing, but those eyes scream another. I already told you. I don't double dip. I hear Liv scoff behind me. Perfect. She just told me exactly what I needed to know. This guy thinks he slept with me that night when really, he slept with her, just as I assumed. But little Miss Perfect Legs just confirmed it wasn't her first time around, and dude doesn't remember the second. This is gonna be so much fun. I have to fight extremely hard not to laugh. I smile coyly, placing my hands on the edges of Nate's Letterman jacket, running my fingers over the buttons. I play the part, biting my lip as I look up at him through my lashes. With a tight grip on the collar, I lift myself onto the tips of my toes, bringing my mouth a few inches shy of his. I turn my head, tilting it up just a bit so I can speak into his ear. Think about it, handsome, I tell him, loud enough for everyone to hear, purposely choosing those words so everyone thinks I'm begging him for more. Ignoring the gasps, giggles, and whispers around me, I lean in even further, so now we're flush against each other. Think real hard, asshole. My voice is a sultry whisper for only him to hear, because I can promise you this. If I fucked you, I swear I hear him groan. You can bet your ass you'd remember it. I let my lips brush his cheek as I lower my feet to the ground. Nate's eyes are wild and lust-filled as he stares at me, searching for a sign of lie. He won't find one, so I decide to throw him a bone by quickly flicking my gaze toward Liv, then wait for confirmation of something I've already figured out. It's only a few seconds before his eyes shoot wide in realization. Bingo. I pat his chest patronizingly. So much for no double dippin', huh? His chin drops to his chest with a curse. I start to turn around, but he catches me by the wrist before I can, pulling me back in. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Liv stomp off. You realize what this means, don't you? He whispers in my ear, his voice oozing sex. Now you can come home with me after school. I smile wide, and when he grins in triumph, I can't help but bust out laughing. His smile goes limp as he studies me, eyes narrowed, curious and confused. I do my best to compose myself quickly, but it's easier said than done. Damn, I say through a laugh as I dab at my eyes. You're making me mess up my makeup. I point a finger at him playfully. That's a serious offense for a girl wearing black eyeliner. His brows are still pulled together, but I see the grin he's trying to hide. We stare at each other for a second before it gets awkward. Anyway, good luck with the clinger, I say as I motion toward the direction Liv stormed off in. I start to walk away, but he stops me. Again. This time he grabs a hold of my elbow. I look from my elbow to his face, raising an eyebrow. Nate scratches the back of his neck, his face pinched in confusion. So, that's it? Now my brows pull in. What do you mean? I mean, you're not going to throw shit at me? Or scream and yell in my face or something? No. Why would I do that? Okay, he says, his tone skeptical. And just so we're clear, you're not coming home with me? The poor guy looks so thrown off. I mean, sure, I shrug. I'll go home with you. He starts to perk up, but it's short-lived. If you want to hang out, watch bad TV, and eat hella junk food, then I'm totally game. I smirk. But something tells me that's not what you had in mind. No, definitely not. I'm guessing you don't get told no very often? I raise an eyebrow in question. Never. His hands find his trim hips. I laugh, walking backwards so he can't reach out and grab me. Later, Nathaniel. Everyone calls me Nate. I smile. Everyone calls me Lolly. This time his grin does slip, and he nods slowly. Later, Kalani. I laugh. Touché. At the table I sit down next to Mia, who is openly gaping at me. What? Don't what me? What the hell was that? She says, a gossipy fire in her voice. I know that little show just now wasn't about the fun from first period. So spill. Remember the guy I was telling you about at Wicker yesterday? Her eyes widen. No. Yes. I open my Dr. Pepper and take a drink. She squeals and grabs onto my arm. Oh my God, that's Nate Monroe. And that's supposed to mean something to me because... She rolls her eyes. He's Ulrich Falls, baby. Seriously? His ass can do no wrong here. He's our star quarterback. Been on varsity since freshman year. He's actually halfway decent. Just a slut. Cool, I respond flatly, because I super don't care. He's got major scholarship offers rolling in. I'm surprised you, of all people, haven't heard of him or came across his name. He and I are just friends, known him since elementary school, but pretty much all the other girls around here fall at his feet. Figures. I take a bite of my croissant sandwich. So good. Did he just ask you to go home with him? Yep, and you turned him down. Her smile couldn't possibly get any bigger. Uh-huh. I look around. Where did my chips go? Ow! I whine through a mouthful of bread when she pinches me. What the hell was that for? I narrow my eyes at her. For giving me one-word answers, she snaps. That shit gets on my nerves. I laugh at her and she scowls in return. You do realize you're probably the first girl to tell him no, right? And I mean first ever. As in, ever. She's looking at me with wide eyes. So what? I shrug. He's a big boy. He'll be all right. I don't think for a second my rejection has any effect on him. Besides, there are dozens of girls around here who, I'm sure, are willing. Wow, she says, a teasing edge to her voice. What? Are you a lesbian? The last word doesn't leave her mouth completely before I'm throwing pieces of bread at her, and she's laughing hysterically at herself. Once we catch our breath, we turn back to finish our food. During conversation, I glance behind me to find Nate staring at me from his seat. Raising an eyebrow, I hold his gaze and shake my head back and forth. Not a chance, buddy. He holds steady for a few more seconds, but as soon as his lips twitch, he He turns his attention to the dark-haired girl so desperate to gain it. She's perched at the end of his table, leaning toward him, her arm slightly touching his. Curious about his vagina voodoo, I prop my arm on the back of my seat and watch the Nathaniel Monroe Rope-a-Hoe show. Picture this. First, he gazes at her. She, of course, responds with fake shyness. He knows it's an act, but she doesn't know he knows it, and dips her chin down just a bit, peeking at him through her lashes. I watch one side of his mouth turn up as he runs the pad of his finger down her left arm. This draws her in a little more. Nate leans into her now, whispering something, no doubt something dirty sexy, in her ear, causing her to giggle. He pulls back a little, enough to look her in the eyes, giving her no choice but to notice when he drops his gaze to her lips. As soon as she licks them in response, he pulls back more and goes in for the kill, giving her his game-winning smile. Let's hear the applause, because there it is, ladies and gentlemen, the infamous blush. And just like that, she's ready to strip down and do the dirty. It would almost be impressive if it wasn't so damn typical. With a smile and a shake of my head, I turn around and rejoin the debate of matte versus gloss. Chapter 4. Kalani. I walk to my next class, ready to rock this shit out and get the day moving. That is, until I enter English and see Liv perched on a desk near the front of the class, legs crossed, palms face down on the desk. The second she notices me, her face shifts from flirty to fuck you, quicker than the D-line at the recognition of a trick play. Then the funniest shit I've ever seen happens. She stands, juts her jean skirt-clad hip out, and crosses her arms over her chest as two other blondes flank her, mocking her position. It's quite comical, to be honest. They're cute. Not nearly as attractive as Liv is, but that's usually how it goes. The Countess never wants her followers to stand out over her. When I grin, she stands taller, her eyes narrowing. She gets all up in my personal space. You're new here. I'm not sure if she wanted a response or not, but when I don't give her one, she opens her mouth again. Mia may be your cousin, but don't think that brings you to my level. Her eyes narrow even further, her body shifting to a more aggressive stature. Stay away from him. I laugh. Loudly. This girl's hilarious. As I catch my bearings, I look up at her and I freeze, mid-fun. Surely she's not serious. Wait. I put my hand out in front of me, my head drawing back a notch. Are you for real right now? Do I look like I'm joking to you? She sneers. Oh, hell to the no. I take a step forward, forcing her to step back. What's the matter, Liv? I goad her, knowing damn well who the him is she's referring to. Afraid you won't get round 3? Her eyes widen just the slightest, but I was waiting, so I caught it. Yeah, bitch. I know you've only had him twice. You little... She's cut off as the teacher enters. She looks back at me briefly before taking her seat at the front. Once everyone is seated, I go through the whole new student ordeal for the 5th time today and walk to the back of the class, where there are several open desks, and take a seat. Just as the teacher is about to start, she stops, a frown forming on her round face. Crossing her arms, she leans back against the white board and waits. Nothing happens for a good 3 minutes. She just continues to stand there, and I'm starting to wonder if she's all there. Right when I'm about to pull her crazy card, the classroom door opens and the room shifts. The pheromone levels rise as a handful of Ulrich High's finest walk. No, stalk through the door. The guys in the class look away as the females maneuver themselves into position, pushing their tits out and twirling their hair. Idiots. The first through the door is the man-whore himself. Nate commands attention when he walks, all tall and broad, and far too alluring for his own good. It's hard to explain, but you can't really take your eyes off him. His robust shoulders in that tight gray t-shirt and dark jeans don't exactly hurt either. If he wasn't such a self-proclaimed sleaze, I may or may not let him play a part in my dirty fantasies. Once he's completely through the door, I zone in on the treat right behind him. It's the guy from my government class I was telling Mia about earlier. He has that silky blonde hair you want to pull on, with green eyes and a perma-smirk on his lips. His hair is spiked slightly, but free of products. He's about 5'11", solid but not massive. I'm guessing his contribution to the team is speed. The cornerback, maybe? He's delicious. Kalani? My attention snaps to the front of the classroom, and giggles erupt around me. Honey, the teacher gestures with her head. Would you mind moving a seat back so the boys can sit? I look to my left then and see Austin, Nate, and two monstrous guys, definitely linemen, smirking at me. Wait, where's... I look to my right. There he is. Sexy government guy is sitting directly next to me. When I smile, he winks. Is there assigned seating in this class, Ms. Zarella? I ask, not taking my eyes off government boy. Well, she pauses. Technically, no, there's not, but... Then I'm good, I say, before turning back to her. Oh! She seems like she's not sure what to say. Oh, well, yes, of course. She then faces the guys, as do I. Nate is the only one still standing. He's scowling at me, so I give him my biggest, brightest, sweetest smile. Teeth and everything. He keeps his scowl in place, but can't hide the small smile creases at the corners of his eyes. I think I hear him take the open seat directly behind me, but I don't look to confirm. Ms. Arella! Liv shrieks from the front of the room. You can't just let her take his seat like that! Olivia, please, she says on a sigh. Let's get class started, shall we? Liv, or Olivia, whips around in her seat and tries to burn me with her gaze. I, being the sweet girl I am, blow her a kiss, making sure the smooch sound is nice and audible. She narrows her eyes a little more before swiveling back around, huffing and puffing. I do my best to cover the laugh that makes its way up my throat. As expected, the class is boring and uneventful, and 40-something minutes later, we're dismissed. Right as I stuff my notebook into my bag, the guy from my government class kneels next to my desk. I clasp my hands under my chin and lean on my elbows. Hi there, he smiles. I'm Jared. What can I do for you, Angel Face? Lick you? Bite you? Both? Come by Wicker tonight, he says, looking at me like he wants to eat me. If he plays his cards right, I just might let him. Just as I'm about to say abso-fucking-lutely, Nate pipes in. Sorry, man. She's busy. My head snaps toward him. No, I'm not. I stand, crossing my arms over my chest, glaring at this delusional dumbass. Yes, you are, he says in a stony voice, his eyes hard and focused on me, as if I'm supposed to care. Jared chuckles from beside me. I'll talk to you later, Lolly, he tells me as he walks out of the classroom. I turn back to scowl at Nate just in time to watch Liv slither her way next to him. His jaw ticks in annoyance, but his eyes are still trained on me, so I give him a karma's a bitch smirk. What, Olivia? He snaps, reluctantly turning toward her. I take the opportunity to make a clean getaway and head to my final class of the day, P.E. Mr. Prescott greets me with a frown, thrusting a lock and locker number into my hands, and waves me off to get changed, telling me to meet him on the field. I make it a point to rush my ass and am exiting the locker room in less than 3 minutes. As I step around the corner of the gymnasium to get to the track field, I see nothing but a shit ton of muscles, the big, buff, sweaty, sexy kind. And for some godforsaken reason, my eyes find Nate. His shirt, much like everyone else's, is sleeveless and ripped from the armpit to the waist, and his black track pants lie perfectly against his trim hips. They fit him real good. All the guys seem to be following his lead as they begin to stretch. He's definitely the alpha of this group. That thought reminds me of the stunt he pulled in English. Not that I wanted to jump on and ride the Jared train the first chance I got, but from what the curly-haired girl in government, okay, apparently I did listen to a bit of her rambling, said, he actually dates, unlike the other players on the team. Ha! Players. Speaking of Jared... Hi, Lolly. He purrs with a sly smile as I approach. Yeah, I'd ride it. When I don't respond, just gawk at him, he turns his grin to the group behind him, then back to me. You do realize 7th period PE is for the football team, right? It was either this or first with the freshman class. I peek around him. Yeah, clearly made the right decision. I wiggle my eyebrows at him. With a chuckle, he moseys on over to the Magic Mike crew in training. There really should be some kind of limit. Only so much steaminess allowed in one place. Like a max capacity of muscle mass. I sigh. I'm gonna go to jail. Jail, huh? I look over to find Parker walking up next to me. Oh yeah, I tell him, watching as the guys start stretching their legs, tilting my head to follow their actions. Definitely. He throws his arm over my shoulder, dragging me toward Mr. Prescott, who is now beckoning me with his finger. I'll bail you out, he says, playfully nudging me. So you're ripe then, huh? More like rancid. Rancid? Yeah, you know, stale, overripe, fucking shriveled. The last word leaves me on a pout, and Parker bends over laughing. I roll my eyes and shrug his arm off my shoulder before making my way over to the teacher. Ms. Embers, he gives a little jerk of his chin. Have any trouble in the locker room? No, sir. I undressed and redressed myself just fine. He blinks. Ms. Embers, I can handle your wit, but try to remember you're in a class full of... He pauses to find the right words. Overly stimulated young men. He pulls his brows in. You might want to refrain from any words that relate to, well, basically anything female-related. I think that might be a problem, Coach, Parker says, a teasing edge to his voice. Placing his hands on his hips, he continues. Lolly here is worse than half these boys. Mr. Prescott sighs, pulling his Oakleys from his salt and pepper hair. Just keep to the track or the weight room, and you'll be fine. I can do that, I tell him eagerly. He looks from me and Parker to the group of guys behind us, and back to me. Putting his sunglasses on, he turns to leave, mumbling, This should be interesting. I would have to agree. As soon as he's out of earshot, I turn and narrow my eyes on the shithead next to me. Aw, don't be mad at me, Lolly Bear. You're my new favorite person, he says, as he makes a show of slowly approaching me, as if I'll pounce, then envelops me in a hug. Yeah, well, I begin with zero enthusiasm. You're not so bad yourself. I laugh when he playfully gasps in mock appreciation, and hug him back briefly. So, how old are you? 18, 19 in April. Parker's eyebrows disappear into his hairline. Shit, I better start saving, he says seriously. Saving? Yep. He motions to all the hotness surrounding me. Look around, Lolly. A body like yours surrounded by all these assholes, you're definitely going to jail. He barely gets the last word out before he's bellowed over in laughter at his own dig. Before I can stop him, he's calling out, Hey, dickheads! Is this necessary? I yell, whisper through my teeth. He laughs harder. Dick. Raise your beater meter if you're officially prime time, boys. We've got a full-grown wild woman on our hands. He chuckles, and I can't help but laugh, too. I watch, amazed these guys understood Parker's bullshit, as a hand goes up here and there, taking note of whose hands are raised because, well, it's good to know, right? Jared's hand is one of the first to rise. He shoots me a wink when I catch his eye. A few other guys I've seen throughout the day raise their hands as well. Does this mean I'm out of the race for your heart, Lolly? I turn to Austin, who has both hands down. I tilt my head playfully. Still need Mommy to sign your progress reports? 18 in May. He spreads both arms out. I'm the baby. Next, Nate catches my eye. I look down at his hands, then back at his face, raising an eyebrow. He smirks and takes off down the track. And the fun is over because, as expected, his boys follow. I squeal when Parker smacks my ass and takes off. Spinning around, he starts with a backward jog. It's okay, Lolly Bear. He smiles wide. That party you cut out on this weekend? I nod my head, my eyes narrowing slightly. That was my birthday party. Laughing, he turns and takes off full sprint to catch up to the group. I laugh and drop down to finish the last of my stretches. I take a minute to watch the team, observing how well disciplined they are, even in something as simple as group laps. 4 lines, single file, even speeds. All hanging back, running in place when someone falls behind. A pat on the shoulder or a gentle push on the back when encouragement's needed. It's a beautiful thing to watch, the camaraderie. A true smile hints at my lips for the briefest of moments before it's gone. I breathe in and out before taking off, entering the land of free winds and piercing silence. A place free of judgment and expectation and emotion. Stone-cold numbness. It's all right foot, left foot, back straight, eyes forward, distance, point A to point B. Pure nothingness. Perfection. Chapter 5. Kalani. Walking out of the girls' locker room, I head straight toward Mia's Jeep. She's sitting on the hood talking to a couple of people, but as soon as she spots me, she waves them on and smirks. That's never good. Hey, Hoochie, she says slyly. I cross my arms, narrow my eyes, and wait. She huffs. Fine. I heard you and Nate have a... She wiggles her eyebrows up and down. Date this afternoon. That didn't take long. She looks mighty pleased with herself. Wow. Word really travels fast around here. I tell her, my annoyance obvious. And fuck no we don't. That guy from my government class, Jared Hollins, ooh, she cuts me off. He's a good one. I ignore her and continue. Asked me out, and Nate ruined it. Well, she leans back, propping herself onto her elbows. Word is, Nate's taking you home after practice today. Yeah, that's not happening. Hope you're ready to tell him that. She tips her chin, motioning behind me. With a huff, I turn to see him closing in. I go ahead and let my eyes rake over him. His track pants have been traded for a pair of black football pants. I was right about the thighs. Nice and strong. Give me your bag. I'll throw it in the Hummer, and then you can come watch me practice. He says it like he's talking to an old friend, and this is routine. I gape at him for a few seconds. Huh? He reaches out and tugs on my shoulder strap. I'll put this up for you, he says again, placing his hands on his hips casually. You're delusional if you think this is happening, I snap. Don't be difficult, Kalani, he huffs. He fucking huffs, like I am being unreasonable. I drop my bag on the ground and push a finger into his chest. Listen, hotshot, I get it. You're used to being the shot caller around here, but I motion to myself, am not from around here. You not a woman of your word, Ms. Embers? He asks, acute, I'd say innocent if I didn't know any better. Smile on his lips. I stomp my foot like a damn child. I never said I'd go with you. Flip on it. He raises a dark brow. What? I hear Mia giggle from behind me, clearly enjoying this shit. Come on, it's mostly fair. He nods to Mia and the bitch tosses him a quarter, because she just happened to have one in her hand. This is dumb. Fine, whatever. I roll my eyes, propping my hip against the side of the Jeep. He lets out a deep chuckle. All right, heads I win, tails you lose. I purse my lips, nodding. He throws the quarter up and it lands on tails. Mia starts laughing and hops off her hood. Guess I'll see you later, lols, she grins, jumping into her Jeep and turning it on. She shakes her head, her brows high into her hairline. I can't believe you fell for that, she giggles, dropping her shades into place. Bye! The bitch speeds off, officially leaving my ass high and dry. What just happened? I ask, utterly confused. Nate smirks, a deep, dangerous, naughty smirk, and completely ignores me. Bending down, he grabs my bag, throws it over his shoulder, and heads back toward the field. No time to put this away. Coach will lay me out if I'm late. He keeps walking while I stand frozen in place, trying to figure out what the fuck just went down. He's about halfway across the parking lot when my mouth falls open in shock, then quickly transforms into a huge smile. You tricked me, you little shit, I shout, laughing all the while. He doesn't turn around but throws his head back on a laugh. I catch up to him and shove him lightly on the shoulder. That was damn good, Nathaniel Monroe. Damn good, I tell him, a smile still on my lips. He shrugs. My dad used to pull that shit on me. For the longest time I thought it was luck, or a trick coin or something, because he always won. Took me a whole summer of yard work before I finally figured it out. He chuckles. He walks up a few stairs and sets my bag down on the first bench seat in the bleachers. All right, I gotta get out there. He looks over his shoulder at the boys warming up on the field, then back to me. You. He points a stern finger. Stay put. You wanted bad TV and junk food? That's what you're getting. My nose wrinkles. I did say that, didn't I? He smiles all cocky-like. You did. Uh-huh, I tease. And you're sure this is about what I wanted and not about you? How did Austin put it? I tilt my head and place a finger to the corner of my mouth. That's right. I snap my fingers. About how you have to be the first to get acquainted with the women in this town? Well, I couldn't let Jared beat me to it. Now could I? He smirks. I cross my arms, feeling irritated all over again, remembering how he stepped in where he wasn't wanted. That was fucked up. I'm much better. Trust me. I doubt it. I shoot back. He steps forward, his dark eyes blazing with intensity. Monroe! We both turn toward the field to see Mr. Prescott's clipboard-clad hand raised as he uses his other to point at his watch. I turn back to him only to find he's already halfway down the stairs. I debate grabbing my bag and walking home. That, or calling Mia's bitch ass and making her come back to get me. But I do neither. No, I play the good little servant girl, listening to the words of a man-boy on a power trip, and sit my ass down. Shrugging to myself, I decide I'm going to enjoy this for my own selfish reasons. Hot athletes in tight pants, grinding, pushing, and engaging in the most intricate dance of all. Football is an art, really. A hand-selected bunch, each for very different reasons, pieced together to form the biggest and best, most in-sync combination of fight and fury. There's nothing gentle about the way these boys work. The boys line up. The QB, Nate, calls out, letting them know what he needs of them. They get into position, a typical pass formation of 5 down linemen and 4 receivers. But at the last second, the defensive line shifts right. Interesting, I mutter to myself, leaning forward slightly. The ball snaps, and Nate drops back, plants his back foot, and steps forward into the pocket, ready to fire the ball, but my eyes zone in on the line. I watch as the O-tackle and guard are forced to step left into their gaps to cover their blocks. This leaves a gap in the center, a perfect opening for the middle linebacker to swoop in and make the sack. Easy as pie. Only he doesn't. A wide smile takes over my lips. It's a test run. A perfect setup. I don't see the throw, but when the offense cheers, I know the pass was successful. I laugh, knowing what's coming. The boys set up, now at the 61, 1-2 hut, but this time the D-line shifts left. Here it comes, I whisper, my leg bouncing in anticipation. And sure enough, the offense doesn't see what's happening until the right outside linebacker swoops in and takes down their QB. Sack! I smirk at my perception. Nate hops up, brushes it off, and lines his boys up again. He's running a hurry-up offense, so I'm almost positive he didn't evaluate that last play, which means it's bound to happen again. As if on cue, same play, same result. He lets out a loud curse as he huffs back into position for the third time, now set back to the 50. I sneak a peek at Mr. Prescott, and he's got his hands covering his mouth, a deep frown creasing his forehead, but he's not making any corrections. What the hell? My anger rises as I prepare for the same conclusion. I'm on my feet as soon as the ball snapped. I hear the roars of the boys, the defense fired up, and the O-line cursing and barking about preserving their quarterback. But I'm on a mission. I stomp right up to Mr. Prescott and jut my hip out. What the hell, Mr. P? He does a double take before resting his scowling face on me. Ms. Embers, what the hell are you doing on my field? I ignore him. Why do you keep letting him run that? He's getting nailed every time, I shout. He eyes me, but as soon as Nate calls out, his gaze zips back to the field. If he's not going to acknowledge me, I'm giving his ass my play-by-play. Ball's on the 44 because he's losing yards. QB's running a no-huddle hurry-up offense, i.e., no time to adjust coverage. It's an obvious pass-play formation. Mr. P cuts me an irritated look out of the corner of my eye. Ball's down and ready, but look at your defense, I point. The defensive line shifts left. Watch your offensive tackle, I rush to say, just as it plays out in front of us. The O-tackle blocks the outside gap, leaving the inside gap open for the middle linebacker to swoop in and make the sack. Again. See? I yell, turning back to Mr. Prescott, who is gaping at me. The offensive line needs to be able to spot these things at a first go-round. I scoff. How much more obvious could it be, really? They set the shit up perfect. First play. My hands are flailing all around. A standard play across the board with zero adjustment, and the D-line shifts? I tilt my head. Seriously? It was perfectly executed on the offensive side. Boys rush in, receivers deep, and free of coverage. All was good, except the obvious brilliance from your D was overlooked. And it worked! I take a deep breath and look up at Mr. P, who's looking at me like I sprung two heads. What? How the hell did you read that? My gaze snaps to the field to see Parker walking toward me, a huge, proud Papa Bear smile on his face. I take note of the embroidered C near his right shoulder. Defensive captain? I quirk a brow, a grin taking over my face. You know it, baby. He laughs. Plain safety allows me to see everything, helps me spot the gaps. Okay, hero. I nod, then jerk my chin toward the field. That your play? It was. First time trying it out. He unsnaps his chin strap, pulls his helmet off, and wipes the sweat from his forehead with his wrist. He squints one eye. Was it really that easy to read? A cackle bubbles out of me. Obviously not. It worked like 5 times, I tell him. He nods, his grin growing. Good. That test run? I point to the field. That was good. Perfect, really. They didn't see it coming. Test one way, execute another. Keep 'em guessing. I nod, thoroughly impressed. Parker leans in, his warm breath close to my ear. That's 'cause I'm smooth as silk, Lolly Bear. Smooth as silk, he whispers, making both of us laugh. I have no idea what's happening right now, Mr. Prescott says, his irritation evident. We both look over at him. He points at Parker. Not sure why your helmet is off your head or why you're over here. He turns the finger on me. And you. Hell, I don't know what to say to you. He scratches at his chin, eyes narrowed. Embers, huh? He inquires. Yeah? I answer hesitantly, but still looking him in the eye. His lip twitches and he looks away, nodding. My gaze returns to the field to find the entire team's eyes on me. Curious if he's shooting daggers at me, I sneak a quick peek at Nate, finding him simply watching me. Intrigued. I cut my mouth with my hands. Well, you all heard the get-down. I turn to the O-tackle. Okay, number... Oh, hey, it's Austin. Number 9, screw the adjustment. Stay on your guy no matter what. It's all an illusion, a mindfuck, if you will. Obviously, we're hoping the opposing team won't see it, but you guys need to be prepared in case someone comes at you with a similar play. Let's see it in action. I shove Parker in the shoulder. Get out there, hero. I shoot him a wink. He laughs and plants a sweaty kiss on my cheek before jogging back on the field. You heard the boss, lady. Line it up, boys. Parker calls out, and everyone gets into position, the offense now knowing what's coming. Wait, I wail. God damn it, Embers, Mr. P barks, hitting his leg with his clipboard in frustration. You, I yell, pointing at the middle linebacker who keeps getting the sack. Chillax, all right? Your QB needs to be able to play the game on Friday. He can't do that if you keep laying him out. Save that shit for the opposing team, eh? He laughs loudly, then makes a show of angling his back toward me, so I can view the last name on the back of his practice jersey. Hollins. Jared. Oh, shit. All right, boys, stop fucking around. Get this done, Ms. Embers. He shoots me a look like he's trying really hard to be mad, but can't figure out why he's not. Sit. With a slight pout, I start to walk back to my seat in the bleachers. Ms. Embers, he calls, and I turn to him. With his head, he motions toward the players' bench. So, with a smile, I plant my ass right at the 50-yard line. After a while of watching the boys on the field, my eyes haze over, and suddenly, I'm in a different time, a different place altogether. Yet, it's all familiar. The smell of the dew-covered grass, the loud cracking sounds that take over the air, a testament to the hard work and effort given from the players. The gusty winds and crisp, frosty air rustles the last of the rust-colored leaves from their branches. Closing my eyes, I take a deep breath in, welcoming the razor-sharp November air. Man, I've missed this. A small smile graces my lips for a half a second before my eyes fly open. Panicked, I jump up and head straight for my bag. The second I pick it up and prepare to bail, I'm hoisted up and spun around by a very happy, very sweaty Parker Baylor. He drops me and bends to whisper in my ear. Where you going, Lolly Bear? He pulls back to look down at me. You were about to bolt. Evasion isn't lying, right? Perhaps I was. I force a grin. Perhaps I wasn't. Uh-huh. He laughs. Your ass was on a mission. Operation Escape Monroe's Hooks. He laughs harder when I smack him on the back of the head. We usually head to Wicker after practice a couple days a week. We're going there after showers. You in? He asks, squeezing me tighter. I'm about to respond when a throat clears behind us. I turn, still in Parker's arms, to see Nate standing there, helmet in hand, sweat dripping down his temple, and looking pissed. I purposely lean into Parker's chest, my back to his front. He looks away. I'm gonna change, and we'll head out. Can we go to Wicker instead? I ask, just to be polite because I'm going, whether he likes it or not. I think he knows it because he reluctantly agrees, before stomping off. Parker waits a good 45 seconds before he chuckles into my hair. You're a mean, mean woman. With a sigh, I pull myself out of his grasp and turn to pat his chest. I am indeed. Now, go change. I don't want to get there way before you. Afraid to be alone with the infamous. He uses a dreamy schoolgirl voice. Nate Monroe? Afraid? No. I deadpan. Annoyed? Most definitely. He smiles. Uh-huh. Okay, Lolly Bear. Whatever. You better hurry your ass up. This is your fault. His eyebrows shoot up. My fault? How the hell is this my fault? I roll my eyes. Okay, fine, it wasn't your fault, but you could have warned me or something. His eyes flicker over my shoulder as he leans in to kiss my temple. See you in a bit. As he passes, I turn to find Nate already at the bottom of the stairs, waiting for me. His hair fresh and wet, fastest shower known to man, I'm guessing. Ready? He asks, his tone irked. I sit down and cross my legs, folding my hands in a patient motion over my knees, and look at him with a cheesy smile on my face. What the hell are you doing, Kalani? When I don't move, an exasperated sigh leaves him, and he runs both hands down his face. Let's go. Still, I don't move. Just keep smiling. He narrows his eyes, but it only takes about 10 seconds for him to crack a smile and shake his head. See? That wasn't so hard. I jump up and throw my bag over my shoulder. Walking down to meet him, I stop 2 stairs from the bottom, bringing us eye level, and narrow my gaze on him. No brooding allowed. He steps forward, bringing us a breath away. Rule for rule? He quirks an eyebrow. Something in the pit of my stomach flits, making me nauseous, or, well, I don't really know. It's strange, which pisses me off, so naturally I purse my lips, mask my face, and push past him. I'm not falling for that. He chuckles and snatches my bag off my shoulder, leading me to his fancy pants ride. To ease the tension, I head toward the driver's side, for old time's sake. His eyes narrow, but he can't hide the amusement laced in them as he steers me toward the passenger door. Not today? I ask over my shoulder. Leaning in, he whispers, "Not ever. Now, hop in." The rest of the night goes by in a frenzy. That'll happen when you put 30 rowdy guys with fresh adrenaline pumping through their veins in one place. Throw in the new girl who had to show her shit at practice, and it's a damn circus. Everyone fired off question after question. Where did I learn? How long have I been a fan? Where did I come from? Was I single and taking marriage applications? That one was good. I smiled, played polite, and answered most questions with a question. But all in all, it was fun. And when I told Nate I was getting a ride back to my house from Parker, he frowned and walked out, the dark-haired girl he was playing with at lunch under his arm. Good times. Hopping out of the shower, I brush my hair and teeth and drop onto my bed. I call for Nani and she jumps up, snuggling into my side. "Today was a good day, Nani," I whisper, running my hand down her back and across her tail. Reaching over to my nightstand, I pull out my camera and set it down beside me. I could just snap a picture of the wall, the window, Nani. It'd be easy, Insta-photo, Polaroid and all. But the thought makes me want to puke, and I like my bed too much for that. My phone beeps next to me. Picking it up, I find a text from Mia. Memes. "You alive? Or did the dreaded thing called high school win out?" Me. "Better call the coroner." Memes. Wonder if the autopsy will show death by feral females, aka jealous bitches, or hard-up hotheads, aka the entire football team. I bust up laughing, which scares the shit out of Nani. Me. "Definitely the latter." Memes. "Yeah, figured. Heard you let your football flag fly today?" Me. "Not a big deal, Memes." Memes. "Oh, but it is. However, since I love you, I'll play along." Good job, you. I can't help but smile. Memes. "My mom asked about you today. Guess she figured you would be over for dinner? Talk about your day and whatnot?" Me. "And whatnot?" Memes. "Yeah." I knot my lip, unsure of what to say. An extreme rarity for me. Memes. "See you in the morning, lollipop." Thankful she gave me the out I needed, I sigh, toss my phone on my nightstand, and put the camera back in the drawer. Today was a little crazy. I forgot how chaotic a single day in high school could be. I made a friend in Parker, one I can tell will go the distance. I see something in him that I see in myself. He's spunky and free-spirited, but there's more going on behind his blue eyes, something he pushes away, like me. I think he sees it too, and for that, we'll balance one another well. Then there's Jared, a good-looking guy I might be able to kill time with. That is, if he's not a total dud and doesn't backpedal after Nate's little "she's busy" stunt. Shithead. Right. Nate, the broody, sexy superstar looking to add another hit to his helmet. I wouldn't be opposed to it if he wasn't such a privileged ass about it, assuming instead of putting in the legwork. I've dealt with overprivileged assholes all my life. Kids of high-profile people who think their name or status means they get what they want at the snap of a finger. Yeah, me and those kids never got along. Then there's the bitchy blonde who clearly thinks Nate belongs to her. And shit, maybe he does. Who knows? So yeah, one day in and I have a friend I never wanted but now plan to keep. A guy to play with, a guy to fend off, and a girl to watch out for. Throwing myself onto my back, I stare at the ceiling. Fuck high school. Chapter 6. Kalani. 2 weeks in and mostly everything remained the same. Liv was still a raging bitch. PE was still my favorite class. Nate never failed to frown in my direction, and Mr. Prescott was still both irritated and curious about me. Every day I continued, on my own accord, to show up to practice. It was the second day when I discovered cheer also practiced at the same time, on the same field. It didn't take me long to figure out Liv was team captain. To say she didn't particularly like that I was watching the boys practice was an understatement. Mia knew my first week was a lot to take in, so when the weekend came, she didn't hassle me too much about going out. I told her I needed some R&R and she was okay with it. Well, she accepted it. Begrudgingly, of course. Last Friday had been the team's bye week, so I'm excited to go to the game tonight. Apparently so is the whole damn town, I think, searching the bleachers for a place to sit. Mia in tow. She squeals, pointing to the second bleacher from the bottom that's half bare in the center. There! I shake my head, leaning close so she can hear me over all the noise. There's a blanket down. Those seats are taken. Oh, I know they are, she says, pulling me toward the section, a deep smirk in place. Mia, we can't take someone's seats. You're right, but these? She steps over the first bleacher, not caring that she's bumping into people all around her. Are our seats. Well, your seats. But I get to bask in your glory. I squeeze by the front row, careful not to nail anyone with my bag, and sit down next to her. And who, dare I ask, saved these seats for me? It appears Mr. Hollins is ready to make his play, Ms. Embers. She wiggles her eyebrows. Rumor has it, he's coming for you tonight. A smile finds my lips. About damn time. I thought Nate scared him off with his He-Man act. Luckily, he's chilled out. Yeah, something's up with him. I went to Wicker last night with Ashley and Alyssa, and Ryan said he hasn't been in since Monday, which is totally out of character for him. Eyes on the field, I shrug. Maybe he wasn't hungry? She barks out a laugh. Hungry? Shit, Lolly, it's not about being hungry. She thinks it over for a second. Well, I guess it is. She laughs again. I turn to look at her, frowning. Lolly, she gapes at me. Wicker is where all the girls go, knowing damn well the guys will be there. It's basically a one-stop shop for the team. Fill up on carbs, then burn 'em off. She grins. Shag 'em and bag 'em? Pick 'em and stick 'em? We both laugh. The lady in front of us turns around, shooting daggers at Mia. Oh, hey! How you doing, Ms. Asia? Mia asks, overly animated and clearly amused. The woman scoffs and turns around. Mia laughs and leans in to whisper in my ear. Remember the story I told you about the guy I got caught dry humping on the bus freshman year? I nod. That's his mom. She laughs. Did I tell you she was the one driving said school bus? Now we're both laughing. She turns in her seat and I look back out at the field. Anyway, she shrugs, digging her lipstick out of her purse. Something's off with Nate. Maybe he has a girlfriend, or is hooking up with some chick and doesn't need to go to Wicker. She scoffs. No. That's the least likely scenario. The conversation is cut off as we stand for the national anthem. The game starts out on a high note, with a Knight running the kickoff back for a touchdown. All the boys are on point, Nate included. Watching him, his precision, his fluidness. It's so obvious his heart is in his hands, in the form of rubber and laces. The moment it leaves his hand, you know it's going only where intended. He has full control, passion in its deepest venue. In the end, the boys take the win 34-13. As we pack up to leave, I hear my name being called from below. I turn, finding Jared at the bottom of the railing. He rips his helmet off, his blonde hair slick with sweat. "You found your seat," he shouts. "That I did." "Good looking out." He grins. "Let me take you to the party tonight." Right, the party. As much as I want to hang with him, I don't want to go to a party. I'm about to turn him down when I remember I told Mia I would try the whole normal high school senior thing. I walk up to the metal bar and lean over, into his space. "You gonna feed me first?" His green eyes light up. "I can do that." "Then I can definitely go with you." He laughs, stepping back. "Let me get fresh for you." He holds up both hands, his helmet still in one. 10 minutes. Stay there," he says with a wink, and I can't help but think of the last person who told me to stay put. My eyes seek him out. He's standing next to Mr. P and a gray-haired man, a pleased smile taking over his handsome face. In my peripheral, I see Liv. When I turn to meet her stare, she flicks her gaze to Nate, then back at me. Her eyes narrowing so low, I'm surprised she can see. When I toss her a flippant smile, she flips me off. It's the perfect hate-hate relationship. Jared and I end up at a small taco shop. Our conversation is light and easy. He tells me he plans to play ball in college, but eventually he wants to go into business with his father. Apparently he owns a computer programming company that helps create and edit commercial ads. Interesting enough, I guess. He asks me what I plan to do after high school, so I tell him I plan to channel my inner pixie, fly to Neverland, bunk with Wendy, and become best friends with Tiger Lily. All in all, it was fun. So when he asks me to go out with him again, I agree. By the time we pull up, it's around 10:30 and the party's in full swing. He turns off his truck, a white Dodge Ram, locked and loaded, chrome everything, and opens his door. He looks to me before stepping out. "You ready for your first official Ulrich High party?" I just smile, not telling him I was at one a few weeks ago. As we walk up the steps, he places his hand on my lower back. It's a sweet yet unnecessary gesture. "So, whose place is this?" "Parker's dad's house," he responds as he walks through the door. Relief washes over me. Parker's place I can do. Jared senses it and removes his hand, his eyes cutting away, then back to me. I can't help but laugh. "Just ask, Hollins. Don't be scared," I tease. He laughs, nodding his head, urging me through the entryway and into the kitchen. "All right." He hesitates for a beat. "So, you and Parker." So he's not bold enough to ask. Shame. Are just friends. I plan on keeping him around. I hold his gaze. Indefinitely. He lifts his hands in surrender, a grin on his lips. "Message received." He laughs, reaching out to brush my arm with his fingertips. "Want a drink?" "Sure," I nod. "If you can find me something with a cap or twist top that is yet to be popped or twisted, I'll have a drink." "Smart girl." I turn to mingle, but stop when I feel his hand on my arm again. "I'm not about to leave you here for some other guy to try and swoop in." "Paranoid much?" I laugh. "Definitely," he says with a smirk. The night continues with ease. We mix and meander through the house, chatting about nothing with different people. Jared is very attentive. I know he wants me to have a good time, to feel included, and he's doing a good job, but I just need to breathe, get some fresh air. My facial expression must show it, because Parker finds his way to me, a knowing grin on his lips. "Jared, my man!" He slaps him on the shoulder. "I'm stealing Lolly for a while." Jared looks at me for confirmation. I should probably feel bad, but I have been hanging out with him for the last few hours. With a smile, I rise to my toes to speak in his ear so I don't have to yell over the music. "I'm gonna hang with Parker. If I don't see you before one of us heads out, thanks for tonight." I drop a quick kiss to his cheek before lowering to my feet. His smile seems a little forced, but he nods, dropping his head to kiss my cheek as well. Parker tries to hide his grin, but fails miserably. Throwing his arm across my shoulder, he pulls me through the house. You look like you needed an escape. He laughs. I smile and wrap my arm around his lower back, leaning my head into his side. I sigh. Ah, Parker. My knight in tight Calvins. He busts out laughing. You like these, huh? He reaches down and snaps the top of his briefs that are slightly sticking out of his faded jeans. It's quite sexy, yes, but... Question? I pull back to look at him. He quirks a brow. Not that I don't mind the view, but why aren't you wearing a shirt? He backs away from me, eyes bright with mischief and glazed from alcohol. He shifts his hips, swinging his arms around, and sings, All the girlies love me. I bend over laughing hard, crossing my legs to keep myself from pissing my pants. Oh my God, stop, I laugh, pushing through the back door out into the night. If you start doing the Dougie right now, we are officially no longer friends. He gives me puppy dog eyes, puffing his lower lip out, and when I narrow my eyes at him, he pushes it out more. With a grin, I drop down to the grass and look up at the open sky. Fine. That was adorable. Now quit before I bite your lip off. He laughs and goes to take a seat next to me, but someone calls his name from the back door. Turning back to me, he frowns. Shit. I better go see what's up. He shifts on his feet lightly. My dads would kill me if something happened to their precious James Dean shrine. He laughs nervously. They have good taste. James Dean was a badass. I'd have to kick your ass just the same. His smile is one of pure appreciation, the fact that I didn't blanch at his revelation not lost on him. He reaches for me, so I place my hand in his, allowing him to pull me up, and we walk back into the house. These boys better watch out, Lolly Bear. He kisses my temple. I might decide to keep you to myself, he teases. Parker, you and I would be phenomenal. I gush, and follow up with a dejected sigh. Too bad your sexy doesn't do it for me. He laughs, releasing me. You good? Yeah. I'm actually gonna cut out. If you see Mia around, tell her I'll catch up with her later. Want me to find someone to take you? Or I could walk you, he offers. I scrunch my face. Nah, I'm good. All right, but if you don't text me in 20 minutes, I'm sending out my Calvin cavalry, he laughs. I may not text you just to see that. He pushes me lightly. Get out of here. I make my way out the door and into the cool, quiet night. I'm rounding the driveway, turning onto the sidewalk when his rough voice calls out and wraps around me, warming me in places I don't want it to. I turn my head over my left shoulder to find Nate sitting with his back against a tree. Hey. Leaving already? He asks, his tone friendly, which makes me uneasy. I am. You run out of one-night stands to keep you warm on this chilly night, handsome? I joke, but he doesn't smile. He just gazes at me. With the slight frown on his face, he looks a little disappointed, which makes no sense, so I face forward and continue walking. Kalani, he calls out. I mask my confusion and turn back to him. I'm sorry I acted like a dick that night, he says into his lap, before lifting his dark brown gaze to me. His eyes are so open and earnest and sexy. Yeah, no, not happening. I give him a one-sided smile. Sorry for trying to put a hole in your seat. His head snaps up, his eyes wide. He looks so adorably horrified. I can't help but laugh. I'm kidding. Chillax. He breathes a heavy sigh chuckle of relief. So, I hook my thumb over my shoulder. I'll see you later. I begin walking again. Kalani? Damn it. I turn back around. Yeah? Thanks for bailing me out that night. The corner of his lips lifts slightly as he tosses a piece of picked grass from his hand. You didn't have to do that. Wow, I tease, unsure how else to act. An apology and a thank you, all in one night? I didn't think you had it in you, Monroe. I didn't, he says, not missing a beat, not elaborating, but not looking away either. I nod my head, refusing to allow myself to try and decipher his meaning. Hopping up, he dusts off his jeans and I permit myself a good look. His hair is perfectly messy, and his black jeans fit him just right. Paired with a dark gray long-sleeve shirt and black palladium boots, he's every girl's wet dream. He's looking at me, but I can't read his expression. And then I make a bad move out of pure curiosity. Or pure stupidity. I'll decide which one later. You still owe me bad TV and junk food, I say flatly, and kind of in a rush. His eyebrows shoot up for a millisecond before a ridiculously seductive smirk takes its place on his lush lips. I do. Well, I shrug. I don't have cable, but I own a plethora of horribly hilarious movies, every season of Law & Order, and a shit ton of junk food. Sounds like a good time. He's eyeing me, no doubt an internal debate going on in that perfect head of his. I look him over once more. Yeah, this is happening. I turn and start walking. Wait, seriously? He says, his voice that of an excited little boy headed to his first pro game. I don't turn around. I can't see that look on his face, because I may jump him. Go home, change. See you in 20. Kalani? I hear his smile. Yes, I call out, still walking away. Don't wear that hailstorm shirt. I freeze mid-step. The world must be turning on its fucking axis, because I swear to God, if I were looking in a mirror, I would see a hint of pink on my cheeks. A fucking blush. I don't blush. Ever. I start walking. Faster this time. I swear I hear him chuckle and I want to strangle myself for liking the sound of it. What the fuck did I just do? I ask myself as I make my way to my house. Chapter 7. Kalani. Something is wrong with me. Seriously fucking wrong. I let out a frustrated sigh as I hastily throw on some black leggings and an off-the-shoulder royal blue tee. I blow through the house and into the kitchen, pulling out all the junk food I can find, then make my way into the living room and toss it all down on the coffee table. As soon as I reach for the remote, I hear the rumble of his engine. A minute or two ticks by and still no knock. Perplexed, I walk to the door and swing it open. I'm greeted with the smell of leather, grass, and sweetness, accompanied by an apprehensive Nate. Relief fills his features as soon as he looks at me. I laugh, tilting my head. Second thoughts? He shrugs. I wasn't sure if I should knock or not, and I don't have your number. I didn't want to get you in trouble or whatever. I grin, pulling the door open wide. It's fine, just us. Come in. He walks in and loiters in the entryway. He's changed into a pair of red and black basketball shorts and a long-sleeved black thermal shirt that fits him perfectly, nice and tight over his pecs and arms. I step up next to him. The movies are on the back wall. Go ahead and pick one. He nods and I follow him into the living room. The second he passes the threshold of the carpet, the bitch strikes. Nani jumps out of fucking nowhere and attacks his ankle. Shit! He jumps, eyes round as saucers. His body shifts awkwardly to avoid stepping on her, which makes him bump into me, knocking me over the side of the couch. Laughing so hard I can't breathe, I tuck and roll off the side of the couch, a sight to see, I'm sure. Tears roll down my cheeks, I'm laughing so hard. When I look up at him, he's shaking his head, hands on his hips. You could have warned me, he chuckles. I nod through my smile. Yeah, I could have, but that was much more fun. Now you have to pick what we watch, he says, plopping down onto the couch. Fine. I hop up and pop the movie in, scooping up my cat on the way to the couch. What's the little shit's name? He asks, nodding toward her. This is Nani, the she-devil. Please don't ask. His lips twitch. He's totally going to ask. Nani, huh? Yep. I turn my attention to the screen, preparing the movie on the PS3. As in, I close my eyes. Yes, as in Kalani's Punani. He tries real hard to hold it in, I'll give him that, but it's a lost cause. He laughs so hard he hunches over and grabs his ribs. I was legit attacked by your pussy. I cross my arms and legs, sitting Indian style on the couch. You let me know when you're ready for me to push play. I squish my lips to one side to try and cover my smile. He reaches out and grabs a peanut butter M&M. Popping it in his mouth, he throws his hands up in surrender, but can't help himself and has to get one more. Can I at least pet her? He teases, and I roll my eyes, reaching for the remote. Just as we settle and I press play on The Sandlot, my phone rings on the table. Hero by Enrique Iglesias streams through the air, and I laugh loudly. That sneaky bastard. Hand me that, please. I motion toward my phone, a wide smile on my face. With a small scowl on his face, Nate picks it up and hands it to me. Why, hello, Hero. I answer the call, seeing Nate's scowl deepen out of the corner of my eye. Lolly Bear, Parker shouts. Love the new ringtone, by the way. Oh, shit, he laughs. I forgot about that. I hit the nail on the head on that one, didn't I? He asks, sounding mighty proud of himself. I roll my eyes, amused. What can I do for you? You didn't call me. You promised me you would, he says louder than necessary. Alcohol is clearly his best friend tonight. Indeed I did, but I forgot. I give him my pouty voice. Forgive me. Always beautiful. I laugh a little. Okay, Sir Calvin. I'll call you tomorrow. Why are you trying to get me off the phone? He asks suspiciously. Because Nosy Rosie, Handsome, and I are trying to watch a move. My eyes shoot wide, and I slap my hand over my mouth as soon as I say it. Whoa! Wait. What? Parker yells with a laugh. Shit. Hanging up immediately, I throw my phone on the table like a hot potato. I peek over at Nate and he looks pissed, just as I assumed he would. With a shake of my head, I drop my face into my hands as he stands from the couch. Nate, I speak through my fingers. I am sorry. Don't worry about it, Kalani. I get it, he says, his voice holding a little bite. Can't have people thinking you're hanging out with the school playboy. Right? My jaw drops and I stare at him. Is that what this is about? Is that a serious question? He challenges, his face a mixture of anger and hurt. He thinks I'm hiding the fact that he's here and that bothers him? Look, now I'm getting pissed. I told him you were here because, duh, you are, and he was bugging. I freaked because I thought, after I opened my loud fucking mouth, that you'd be pissed I told him you were here. Preserve your reputation or what the fuck ever. I wave my hand in the air, bringing it down on a slap against my thigh. He shakes his head, unbelieving. But you didn't tell him I was here, Kalani. That's the point. You freaked out because you knew he'd ask you who was here. He narrows his eyes. But nice try. I give him my, you wanna fucking bet face, and answer my phone that is yet to stop ringing, choosing to place it on speaker this time. Hello again, Hero, I say with a nasty grin, my eyes pinned to Nate's. Nate's there? He instantly fires off in excited confusion. My smirk deepens when Nate drops his eyes to my phone, his brows pulled in. He is. I tell him as I sit back on the couch, extending my legs to the coffee table in front of me. Liar, Parker accuses. I don't lie. Ever, I tell him, tuning into the movie, grabbing some caramel corn while I'm at it. Not a care in the world. Parker laughs. I know. That's why you're my favorite. Ditto. Let me talk to him. Speaker. He barks out a laugh. Nate! Nate places his fists on the edge of the couch and drops his chin to his chest. Yeah? He answers reluctantly. Oh, shit. This is good. I picture Parker rubbing his hands together. Lolly Bear? Yes, I answer, purposely adding a hint of sexy. His smile is evident in his voice. Can I tell Jared? Nate's eyes pop up to mine, obviously wondering why he'd ask me that. Please tell me I can go tell him you came to the party with him and went home with Nate? I watch as Nate's jaw ticks, realization setting in, though I'm not sure why he cares. I'm a big girl, Hero. I could care less what you tell him. I answer him honestly. You may want to ask your QB here, though. I shrug for bitch factor since he's watching me. Bad blood and all that, but make it quick. Scotty's about to shit his pants when he finds out that ball was signed by the great Bambino. Before Parker can respond, Nate butts in, his fiery eyes locked on mine. "Tell him thanks for keeping her company." He pauses, eyes torching me. "But I'll take it from here." I lift a single eyebrow at him, and the smirk he gives me in return. This is bad. Parker's laugh booms through the phone, bringing my attention back to my screen. "Lolly Bear?" "Yes?" "Call me to post your bail," he howls. His laugh is the last thing we hear before the line goes dead. Well, that was fun. I look up and into Nate's eyes and pat the spot next to me. He drops down, placing his elbows on his knees, eyes locked on the TV screen in front of us. "Listen," I begin. "I know we don't know each other from Tom, Dick, and Harry, but one thing you should know about me, Nate, is I dance to the beat of my own drum." I shrug, even though he's not looking at me. Always have. I won't lie or hide or sugarcoat things, and I sure as shit don't care what other people think. If you're here, it's because I want you to be. Plain and simple. He nods, blowing out a deep breath. "Right. You just, threw me off for a minute, that's all." He chuckles, a low, husky sound. "Not something I'm used to." "Yeah, well," I trail off because what do you say to that? He looks at me and grins. Then we sit and watch the movie in comfortable silence. When the credits start rolling, I look over to see Nate is passed out, with his arms crossed at his chest, feet propped up on the coffee table. He looks thoroughly relaxed. Too relaxed, and at home, in fact. So I kick him. "What the?" He jolts, glancing around briefly before his eyes settle on me and he grins. "I passed out." I nod. "You did. Now go home. Movie night is over." Nate stares at me for a second, then shakes his head, laughing lightly. He stands, stretching his long, tan, toned body, and glances from the TV to me. "Sorry. I guess I was beat." "You had a long day," I tell him, following him to the door. I open it and lean against the frame, looking up at him. "Good game tonight, by the way." His eyes light up and his smile is all too conceited. "Thanks." I laugh, crossing my arms across my chest as the breeze makes its way in the door. "Get out of here before that hot air you're full of makes me sweat." He takes one step out, then hesitates before turning to face me. "I can't tell you the last time I just chilled out and watched a movie on a Friday night." "I bet." I straighten and begin pushing the door closed. His dark eyes look right into mine. "Night, Kalani." I nod and shut the door, leaving him standing there. I hear him chuckle as I walk back toward the couch. Bastard. My phone chimes from the table the second my butt hits the sofa. I laugh out loud when I see the message that pops up. Unknown number. "Thanks for the wild night." Right as I'm about to hit send, asking him how he got my number, a second text comes through. Unknown number. "Parker sent me your number the second he hung up on you. Said you'd never give it to me. Save it." I program it and text him back. Me. I think he was right. I may have. Probably. Handsome. Glad he has my back then. Me. Don't get it twisted, Monroe. If it came down to you and me, he'd pick me. Handsome. Funny. I think I would too. I stare at his text. Handsome. Choose you, I mean. I still don't text back. Handsome. Night, Kalani. I toss my phone on the floor and make my way to my room, Nani hot on my heels. I throw myself in my bed, and the two of us fall asleep together as we have every night for the last year and a half. The next morning I wake to the sound of my front door slamming, and 20 seconds later, my bed dips. I throw my covers off my face to find Parker's baby blues shining back at me, a smile on his lips. "Mornin', sleepyhead. Certain someone keep you up all night?" He wiggles his eyebrows and I hit him in the face with my pillow. His laughter booms and I want to punch him. I'm about to ask him how he got in when the culprit herself walks in, carrying a box of my Waffle Crisp, wearing the same thing she had on last night. I raise an eyebrow at her. She shrugs, popping some dry cereal in her mouth. Parker laughs. Someone fell for Austin's charm last night. And the night before, Mia adds with a laugh. Congratulations, assholes. Now go away. I'm sleeping, I tell them, rolling over and tucking myself under the blanket. Parker wraps his arms around me and scoots in. Lolly Bear, we're hungry. My voice is muffled by my blankets. Then go eat. You're the only one who knows how to cook, Mia whines. Come on, please. When I don't budge, she goes in for the kill. Parker needs his energy. He played his little heart out last night. God damn her. Pulling the athlete strings. I throw my blanket off my head and cross my arms. She grins from ear to ear, knowing damn well she won. I turn to find Parker giving me his puppy dog eyes and groan. Fine, I shove him, but he doesn't budge. Get out of my bed, you big brute. He chuckles, squeezing me harder, then releases me and stands. I'm going to rinse off real quick, Mia says, as she walks out of the room and into the bathroom in the hall. Come on, Lolly Bear. He reaches down and scoops me up bridal style. Feed me. Parker carries me to the kitchen, sets me on my feet, and hops up on the bar stool while I start pulling the stuff out to make French toast. Once everything is set up and ready to go, I turn on the Keurig and make a quick cup of coffee. You want one? I ask him, not bothering to turn around. Nope, I'm still a growing boy, he jokes. I settle in on the stool next to him, waiting for Mia to get out of the shower before starting breakfast. So, here it comes. You and Nate, huh? I narrow my eyes at him. What? He asks innocently. You gave him my number. I did. Why? 'Cause it would have taken you a minute to swallow your pride and give it to him yourself. I smile into my mug knowing he's right. He's still looking at me expectantly. I roll my eyes. We watched a movie. He left. The end. His eyebrows shoot up. Really? I stare at him blankly, making him laugh. Shit! Good job, Lolly Bear. You're officially the only girl at Ulrich High with the willpower to hold out on my boy. What about you, hero? I change the subject. Any girls fall at your feet last night? He shakes his head. Nah. The downfall to being the party thrower. Gotta keep shit in check. Okay. Mia walks into the kitchen, looking fresh and clean, hair up in wet, messy bun, donning a pair of my sweats and a t-shirt. She pops a pod in, making herself a cup of coffee, and leans her elbows on the counter. Now, you feed me. And me, Parker pipes up. Us. Feed us, Mia corrects herself. We eat and chat about the night before, the game, and my first few weeks at school. Mia grills me about my night with Nate. Parker covers his ears when she tells me about Austin and his preferences. I really didn't need to hear it, but girls will be girls. The morning transitions into the afternoon, and before we know, it's nightfall. It was quite honestly one of the most relaxing days I've had in a long time. Mia looks up from her phone with a huff. All right, guys, she says. I'm going home. My mom says I'm required to show my face for a few minutes today. She stands and walks to the front door. Night, she calls over her shoulder before leaving. Once she's gone, I tell Parker to pop a movie in and give me a minute. I take a quick shower, throwing on a pink tank, a matching pair of sleep shorts, and fuzzy slipper socks. I reclaim my spot on the couch, laying across it, and Parker squeezes himself behind me. No movie? I close my eyes. I was too comfortable to move. He laughs. I smile and kiss the arm that's under my head. We lay there in the quiet, just relaxing, but I can feel him thinking. After a while, Parker clears his throat softly. I hate this part. This is why I prefer solidarity. As if on cue, he whispers into my hair, What's your story, Lolly Bear? A friend who's curious. He's simply asking, and my throat closes. I don't do deep shit. I laugh, I joke, I make inappropriate comments. I don't share. Parker's great, and in the short time I've known him, he's somehow become my best friend. And while I'll always be honest and loyal, I don't share. I open my mouth to tell him so, and praise the Dr. Pepper gods, I'm saved by the bell. I look back at Parker with creased brows. Mia? He guesses. I shrug. Come in, I yell, having no energy to attempt moving. When the door opens, Parker lifts his head to see who has walked in, then looks back at me with a huge smile. He kisses my temple and hops off the couch. I was just leaving, he says, a hint of laughter in his voice. My eyebrows pull in and I sit up to look toward the door. Nate. Chapter 8. Kalani. Nate's standing in my doorway looking every shade of sexy, a little uncomfortable, and a lot pissed off. Sorry, man. Jaw set tight, he turns to leave. I'll go. But Parker makes it to him in a heartbeat. Oh no. He grabs Nate's shoulders and turns him toward me. You stay. I'm out. Parker turns to me and winks. Call me tomorrow, he tells me, laughing at my scowl as he walks out the door. Nate looks from the closed door to me. Hey, I offer. His scowl deepens a bit. Hey, he says, sounding as puzzled as he looks. Are you going to come in or just stand in the doorway? His scowl doesn't quite go away, but he walks toward the living room, looking around before crossing the threshold of the tile to the carpet. I grin. It's safe. I locked Nani in the back room for the afternoon. She kept jumping up and swatting at Mia's bun. His face relaxes just a hair. Mia's here? Was, I tell him, confused by his reaction. His scowl deepens again and I can't help but laugh. So, what's up? Jonesing for another wild night? I tease, wiggling my eyebrows at him. Did I interrupt something? He asks, still standing at the head of the couch. No, I reply, holding eye contact. He raises a dark brow, his eyes hard. You sure about that? Be a man about your shit, Nate, I tell him, leaning back against the cushion. If you want to know something, I lift my hands. Ask. Fine. You and Parker fucking around? He accuses, sounding all too sure of himself. Zero hesitation. Nice. If by fucking around you mean fucking all around, as in on this couch, I look down and run my fingernails across the red suede. On the floor, I peek up at him through my lashes. And on my bed? His brows are practically touching his eyeballs now, they're so furrowed. Then no, I smirk. We're not fucking around. But if you mean we are friends, homies, compadres, then yes. Yes, we are. His eyes roam my face, trying to decide if he believes me or not. He either does or realized it doesn't matter, because he sits down, runs a hand down his face, then turns to look at me. What? He doesn't say anything, but after a few seconds he shakes his head and looks away. You eat yet? I ask, simply to change the subject. I have a pizza in my truck, actually, he admits, looking around the room. Thought maybe you wanted to watch something. He glances at me briefly. Why you nervous? I razz him. His eyebrows shoot up. I'm not nervous, he quips, rubbing the back of his neck. No, I challenge, biting my lip to hold in my grin. I don't get nervous, Kalani, he snaps, sounding just as exasperated as he looks. All right, I try hiding the laughter in my voice. You're not nervous. I shrug one shoulder. But you did bring me pizza, right? He finally smiles, a nice easy one. I did. Well, get your ass up and go get it. I'll grab us something to drink. He doesn't say another word but stands and walks out the door to get said pizza. I'm just making my way back to the living room with paper plates, ranch dressing, and 2 cans of soda when the door opens and closes. I look over my shoulder when I don't hear his footsteps and find his eyes zoned in on my legs. Or maybe my ass. It takes him a minute to meet my gaze, but when he does, a look of possessiveness passes through them briefly. Weird. He sets down the pizza box and opens it. I pass him his plate and drink, and we both grab a few slices. As soon as I start to take my first bite, He breaks the silence we've settled into. I'm sorry. He shakes his head and sets his plate down. You're telling me you invited Parker over here wearing that? He motions with his eyes only. And you're just friends. As much as I want to punch him for basically calling me a slut, and definitely calling me a liar, both of which I'm not, I don't. I'm going to assume he thinks he's asking a completely rational question. It's not his fault no one's ever thrown him a curveball, football player and all. So, deciding to fuck with him, I mask my pissy bitch and go for nonchalant. No, actually, I shrug. When he carried me out of my bed this morning so I could make breakfast, I was still wearing what I had on last night when you were here. I look back at my food to keep myself from laughing at his manic expression. I didn't change until after I took a shower about an hour ago, hence the wet hair. My face is blank as I look at him. Oh, shit. His jaw is set so tight, I'm afraid he might break a tooth. His eyes are hard around the edges and unblinking. As strange as it seems, I'm pretty sure he's honestly crazed right now. Parker? His tone is scary and exciting. It's scary that it's exciting. Yep. I make sure to pop the P and hold eye contact. He was in your bed. I swear he sounds like the Hulk right now about to flip his shit. Uh-huh, I breathe, continuing to spur him on. Don't fuck with me, Kalani. I must be asking for it, whatever it is. I'm not, I say innocently, and he growls. Actually, growls. I finally let my smile break free. I woke up this morning to him jumping on my bed, demanding breakfast, while a hungover Mia took a shower. Then, we all kicked back and watched movies all day. I'm full-fledged laughing by the end of my explanation. Or confession, whatever it was, but neither of which he deserved. He searches my face. Once he's satisfied, he releases a long breath, his eyes narrowing in on me. That wasn't funny. With a sudden need to lighten the mood and not marvel in my own thoughts about why he would care, I channel my inner Heath Ledger, the Joker version. Why so serious? His smile is instant and he chuckles. Leaning forward, he places his elbows on his knees, a go-to move of his, I've noticed, and turns to look at me. You're something else. You know that? So I've been told. I say with a smile and he nods. Can I eat now? He nods again. Yeah, brat. Let's eat. Question? He shrugs. This masterpiece in front of us? A smirk forms on his lips. He knows what I'm getting at. I overheard you tell Austin he owed you a pepperoni and jalapeno pizza for helping him in class. Figured it was a safe choice. I smile. It was a fan-fucking-tastic choice. Nate grins, and we settle in eating. So, what did you make for breakfast? He asks a few minutes later. French toast and bacon. I like French toast and bacon. I turn, giving him an amused smile. Is that right? It is, he responds, taking a large bite of his pizza. I laugh and take the bait. Well, then it's settled, handsome. I guess I'll have to make French toast and bacon for you sometime. How about tomorrow? He asks, looking me right in the eye. You sure you won't be sick of me by then? He shakes his head, slowly, purposefully. All right, I swallow. Tomorrow it is. But don't expect me to wake up before 9, I wince. Make that 9:30. That's hella early as it is. Understood? His eyebrows lift. You're serious. When I look at him like I'm not following, he explains. You're actually agreeing to make me breakfast? Yeah? I draw out. He reaches for his napkin and wipes his hands. I'm holding you to that. You do that, I laugh, not at all understanding his reaction. After setting my plate down, I lean back on the couch. Okay? I am officially stuffed. He kicks off his shoes and turns to me. Can I ask you something? He asks, suddenly serious. No. Sure. How'd Parker know you were talking about me? I blink at him. Huh? Last night. You didn't mention me by name. But somehow Parker knew you were talking about me. His lip twitches. How'd he know that? How long's that been on your mind? I ask, amused. All night last night, and all morning and afternoon today. The drive over, and the entire time we've been sitting here. I narrow my eyes at him. Why, Nathaniel Monroe, are you trying to stroke your ego? He shrugs, unashamed, his eyes full of delight. All right. I turn so I'm facing him, sitting with my legs crossed on the couch. I lean in, locking my blues to his browns, and speak slowly. He knew damn well who I was talking about, because I told him I think you're absolutely ridiculously, totally and completely, unfairly, I roll my eyes, attractive, ergo, handsome, I wink. Though I imagine hearing these things is nothing new to you. Somewhere during my little speech, his gaze did a 180. No more signs of a playful Nate. No, he's officially checked out. He's staring at me, eyes hooded, not moving, not blinking, just staring. And I can't move. Can't retreat back to my corner. Can barely fucking breathe. What else? He rasps. His voice. That damn voice is drop-dead sex. Fire spreads through my veins, heating me from the inside out. What else what? I ask, low and breathy, and turn the fuck on. What else have you imagined, Kalani? He dares. Your hands, I admit, admiring them, not bothering to try and hide the sheer desire in my voice. They're your instrument, your hardware, if you will. My tongue darts out, wetting my thirsty lips. Large, strong. I steal a glance at him, finding he's fixated on my mouth, his eyes the darkest shade of brown I've ever seen. My attention turns back at his hands, and I examine them deeper. His knuckles are wide and thick, with a rugged and manly exterior, yet somehow still graceful. Maybe it's because I know what they're capable of. On the field, anyway. But off the field, a chill runs down my spine at the thought. I bet they're rough, I whisper to myself, imagining the feeling on my soft skin, calloused. A product of shit. Devotion, I say on a swallow. When his fingers flex, my eyes fly back to his. This time, he's looking right at me. This is bad. Eyes ablaze, he holds me captive, unable to look away if I wanted to. I don't want to. Slowly, ever slowly, he reaches across the single cushion separating us and gently wraps his long fingers around my sock-covered ankle. Pulling it toward him, he places my foot flat against the soft suede, wedging it between his thigh and the back of the couch, my leg now bent between us. When he lets go, he looks to his hand, placing the tips of his fingers on the outside of my calf. He feathers them painfully slow up to my knee, then down my thigh, stopping at the curve of my hip. My breathing turns electric, coming in spurts, heady and heavy. Moving in, he lifts my right leg and sets it down on top of his left. He scoots even closer, erasing the distance between us. Nate brings his mouth within inches of my ear. Are they? He whispers, resting his forehead on my exposed shoulder. Rough, I mean. I shiver. The feel of his hot breath against my skin, mixed with the tips of his hair grazing my neck. Fuck me. I can't tell. I manage to pant out, dropping myself back against the arm pillow behind me, forcing him to follow. He takes my move for what it is, an invitation to continue, to show me. The pads of his fingers find the waistband of my sleep shorts. He scratches at the elastic with his nails before sliding his hand up and flattening his palm against the incline of my hip. And when he runs his hot palm up and across my ribs, I'm officially catapulted past ignition and straight into combustion. I was right. I was oh so very right. His hands are erotically tough in the best possible way. His forehead still rests on my shoulder, so when his hand slides back to my waist, I feel his once deep breaths turn ragged, and I can't take any more. I have to taste him, like right now. Turning my head, I use the tip of my tongue to lick the helix of his ear. The instant my tongue touches his skin, a gravelly and not-so-ladylike sound leaves me. He tastes like citrus and sweat and sex. "Nate," I whisper, sounding as desperate as I feel. He groans, gripping my hip tighter, but makes no other move. I say it again. His response is a nip to my shoulder. My back arches off the pillow as I gasp, causing my body to shift lower. This gets his attention. He moves so he's hovering over me, eyes wild, breathing erratic, needy. I tilt my chin up as he lowers his head, and our eyes lock onto each other's. His mouth opens, as does mine, but he doesn't kiss me. No. This Lothario grazes my bottom lip with his teeth, teasing me. A perfected sport, I'm sure, before disappearing into the crook of my neck, kissing, licking, biting. This is so good. He kisses across my collarbone, up my throat, across my jaw, then finally, fucking finally, his fevered lips descend on mine and, well, this is interesting. He curses under his breath right as I whisper, so close. Mia is dead. So fucking dead. How did I not hear the door? Nate stands adjusting his shirt, among other things. Mia. He addresses her with a nod. Nate, she mocks. And I cover my head with a pillow, trying to come up with one good reason I shouldn't throw her ass out and get my key back. I brought chocolate chip cookies, she sings, but that is so not enough right now. I sit up, huffing, my face the picture of rage, I'm sure, fully intending on unleashing it on her, but the little bitch throws the gauntlet. The unbaked kind, she smirks. Cookie dough, my one true guilty pleasure in life. Damn her. I'm assuming my face reverted quickly if her obnoxious laugh is any indicator. She looks at Nate. When it comes to lolly, everyone's second best next to chocolate chip cookie dough. Nate smiles, nodding his head, as if that doesn't surprise him one bit. It's unnerving. Aren't you supposed to be at Shauna's party? Mia asks him, still standing in the same spot. I'm waiting for him to make an excuse, dodge the question, and shuffle out at the speed of lightning. But Mr. Monroe is full of surprises. He walks over to Mia, motions for the bag in her hands, which she gives to him, eyeing him with a bewildered expression, then plops down on the couch right next to me. Nope, he tells her, not bothering to turn around and look at her. I'm right where I want to be. I look back at Mia, who's still frozen in the same spot, and shrug a clear, I have no fucking idea look on my face. All right then, She hooks her thumb over her shoulder. I'm gonna go. Bye, Mia, he sings. She doesn't respond, but locks the door on her way out. I turn to Nate just as he looks at me, and we both double over laughing. I reach over and snag the bag from his hands, eyeing him suspiciously. What? He quirks a dark brow at me, a playful smile on his lips as he settles into the cushions. Gotta say it. I tilt my head slightly. I was expecting you to make some excuse about a forgotten assignment or something else as equally lame as to why you're here. He narrows his eyes and gazes at me for a few seconds before turning his attention to the suddenly fascinating pizza box on the coffee table. Why is that, exactly? He asks the pizza box. My brows lift. Well, then I think about it and come up with nothing. I watched him parade around at that first party with 2 different chicks, and I see the way he is with girls at school. Honestly, I have no idea. Guess I jumped the gun on that one. I mean, you clearly have no shame in your game. I shrug. He leans forward, resting his forearms on his knees, and cuts me an irritated glance over his shoulder. I don't play games, Kalani. When I scoff at him, he turns his massive body toward me. I don't. His voice is adamant. I always make it clear. They know what it is and what it's not. That's how most of 'em prefer it. He lifts a shoulder. Bragging rights. He looks away and I get the feeling he's a little embarrassed or maybe ashamed. Not that he'd ever admit that. So, it's clear I don't believe him. You're saying they don't want to be carried around on your arm? There are always some who want more. But we've got to be careful. We're all viewed as meal tickets at this point. Seriously? My brows pinch. Like varsity blues shit. His lips smash into a tight line and he cocks a brow so perfect, I could draw that shit on. You know, I roll my wrist. Star player and cheerleader in love. He gets hurt, gets dumped, then she goes balls out trying to get his buddy with a whipped cream bikini. He throws his head back laughing, and I watch as his Adam's apple bounces up and down. Yeah, Kalani. Just like that. That sucks. Guess I get it, though. He glances back at me, a small smile now tipping his lips. I may not play games, but if I want something, his gaze flicks to my mouth. I make sure I get it. His eyes are meaningful, his smirk deadly. I just never found anything I wanted to keep before. Before. Shit. I shove the bag of cookie dough into his chest. Here, have some. He leans back and laughs, pulling out a nice big chunk of heaven. Then we watch angels in the outfield in comfortable silence while eating raw cookie dough. Chapter 9. Kalani. Beep. Tired of staring at the blank white walls, I lay my head down on the stupid, scratchy blanket. What? Have these things been washed like a gazillion times? No wonder people hate hospitals. It's nothing but bad food, uncomfortable bedding, and never-ending white walls. Everywhere you look, it's bleak. Empty. Lifting Papa's hand, I place mine under his and lace our fingers together. Instantly I can breathe. I'm safe. Closing my eyes tight, I gently squeeze. I'm here, I whisper. Beep. His once strong hand lies motionless in mine. Remember the first college bowl game you took me to? I ask softly, knowing he can't respond. I got to go down and meet the players before the game. I smile at the memory. I was so scared, Papa, I whisper, the first tears spilling from my eyes. I didn't want to go. I remember biting the inside of my cheek to try and stay strong. You bent down in front of me and asked me what I was afraid of, and I told you I didn't want to be alone, and I take in a shuddered breath. You grabbed my hand and told me that you had me. No matter what, you'd always have me. Then you squeezed my hand, like you always did, and told me to be brave. Tears now fall from my eyes at an unstoppable rate. That nurse said I have to say goodbye to you. Doesn't she know we don't do goodbyes? My attempted laugh comes out as a broken whimper, and I quickly slam my free hand against my mouth to hide the sound, then force myself to look at his face. He looks like my Papa, but he doesn't. His big blue eyes are closed, not shining and bright. His ever-present laugh line's nowhere to be found. I just want to hear his voice, see him smile, just one more time. Beep. I squeeze his hand. I'm here. I'm scared, Papa. I don't know how to be brave. I nod my head frantically. But I will be. I reach up and run my fingers over his silver eyebrows. For you, I will be. Always. I let my hand slide down his face. You can go to sleep. More tears stream down my face, but I have to be brave. Go to sleep, and I'll wake up for you. Ms. Embers? A soft, hesitant voice calls from the doorway, and I drop my head back down. Beep. Please go. I hear the desperate plea in my voice. When I hear a soft cry, I look up at the nurse standing in the doorway. Tears fall from her eyes as she shakes her head back and forth, opening her mouth, then closing it. She says nothing. beep. Please, can you give me this time? I say, my voice getting louder, tighter. I just need more time. Miss Embers, I'm afraid there's been an accident. She trails off, her eyes focusing on the floor. My body tenses and I immediately place my other hand on top of Papa's, caging it, shielding him. I'm here. Beep, beep, beep. I jolt up in my bed, gasping for air. It takes a few seconds for my eyes to focus on the room around me. Teal walls, not white. I drop back onto my pillow, but freeze when I still hear the beeping. My breathing ceases, and I realize my alarm is going off. Scrambling onto my knees, I rip it from the wall and toss it on the floor. I hurry off my bed, throw on a sweatshirt and sweats, and storm out of my room. Once in the entryway, I lace up my sneakers and bolt out the door. Not bothering to stretch, I take off, full stride. The moment my feet hit the pavement, I can breathe again. I focus on the leaves' movements. I focus on the roll of my foot. I focus on the chilled air as it stuns my lungs. I focus on everything around, yet nothing at all. Perfection. In a rush, I burst into the house, slam the door, kick off my shoes, and strip out of my sweatshirt. By the time I make it to the bathroom, I'm naked. I step into the shower and turn it on, hissing as the cold water hits my skin. But I don't move. It only takes a few seconds to heat and I turn, soaking my hair the rest of the way. With a deep inhale, I lean against the shower wall, eyes closed. Stop, Kalani. I curse myself for acting like a little bitch and hurry to finish my shower. After throwing on a pair of black joggers and a light pink V-neck t-shirt, I brush my teeth and hair, turn on a random playlist, then head into the kitchen. Right as I pull the eggs out of the fridge, the doorbell rings. I glance at the clock on the stove and smirk. 9:29. Good morning, Nathaniel, I say as I open the door, sweeping my hand out as his permission to enter. He gives me a bright grin. Hey. I can hear the excitement in his voice, which is ridiculous. Hey yourself. I walk past him and he follows. Once I get my coffee going, I glance up at him. Why are you smiling at me like that? He shrugs from his spot on the bar stool, but does nothing to hide his smile. It's a nice smile. The left side rests just a hair higher than the right, but not in a cocky way. Well, not at the moment, anyway. He has perfect movie star teeth, too. I roll my eyes. Of course he does. Here, I hand him a freshly brewed cup. I only have peppermint mocha creamer. If you don't like that, well, too damn bad, I guess. I shrug my shoulders, making him chuckle. After switching the burner on to heat the pan, I get the mix ready. Interesting morning, he muses. My brows pull in and I turn to him, wondering what the hell he's referring to. He motions to my clothes sporadically thrown around the entrance. I turn back to the stove. I went for a run and was in a hurry to get in the shower after. He laughs. It's fake as shit, but I don't care to know why. I place the first few slices in the hot pan, then pick up my coffee cup. Leaning my hip against the counter, I shift to face Nate. His brows pinch together as he stares at me. You all right? I straighten my spine and turn back to the task at hand. Course! Why wouldn't I be? It sounds strange, but I can feel the weight of his stare on me. You seem, I don't know, upset. He lets out a deep breath. I steady my breathing before glancing back to him, giving him a sideways smile. I'm good, Monroe. Last names are much less personal. His deep brown eyes narrow, searching my face, before he nods. I watch as he rolls his broad shoulders, taking a drink of his coffee. You sore? I ask. A little bit, but nothing out of the norm. How do you treat it? Reaching up to get the plates out of the cupboard, I glance at him when he doesn't answer. His eyes are eating up my midriff that's now exposed. When my feet are once again flat on the tile, his eyes raise to mine, and an unapologetic smirk plays on his lips. I roll my eyes, making him chuckle. God, that sound. Get a grip, Kalani. I place the syrup, powdered sugar, butter, and bacon on the bar. I don't usually do much. Ice packs for sure. If it's hurting continuously, I'll throw a heat pack on it. It'll be fine come Monday. I put the French toast on a platter and walk over, sitting down next to Nate. So you just deal with it all weekend? That's hella dumb. He laughs. I guess, but not much you can do. It's the name of the game. Uh-huh. Here, I push the pile toward him. Grab what you want. I place a slice of French toast on my plate, spread on the butter, shake on a yummy amount of powdered sugar, and top it off with a layer of syrup. I bring my first bite to my lips, when I realize he hasn't moved. I look up at him and he's staring at me with a strange expression on his face. What? Nothing. He grins. I drop my fork to my plate and turn toward him. Spill it. You're just full of surprises, that's all. You said you liked French toast and bacon. I said I'd make you some. You said yes. What the hell is surprising about that? I'm agitated because I don't even know what he is, but I don't think I like it. You were well aware I was making breakfast, so stop being weird and eat. I turn back to my food and take a huge bite, my eyes rolling back at the deliciousness. Nate makes his plate and begins eating next to me. What I meant was, you're a breath of fresh air, he mutters between bites. I look over at him and flutter my eyelashes. That's because I'm shiny and new, I say with a mouthful, making us both laugh. Nah, you're just different, that's all. What a line. I grab another slice and add all my goods. You'll be high on sugar by the time you're done, he teases. I smile. My grandpa always said I'd be bouncing off the walls in no time. He laughs, and I freeze. I jump off the stool and turn toward the hallway. Be right back. I hold my breath until I step into my room, shutting the door behind me. I lean against it. What the fuck? Why did I just say that? I never, and I mean never, talk about stuff. I'm like a Starbucks menu. What you see is what you get. However, the true connoisseur, or those closest to you, know about the secret menu. Things others don't know about. But that shit's never advertised, and it sure as shit isn't volunteered information. So, yeah. What the fuck? Closing my eyes, I place my palms against my temples and give my head a little shake. When I open them, I see it. The cord to the alarm. You! Of course. The dream, or flashback, has me all jacked up in the head right now. That's all it is. Okay. Rolling my shoulders, I release a deep breath. That being the reason for my word vomit I can handle. I walk into the kitchen, my head held high, and take my seat next to Nate. So, did you have fun at the game on Friday? Nate asks, his attention on his plate. I look up at him and he glances at me briefly and winks. Why he's giving me the out, I don't know. But I take it. It was fun. You guys played great. A few quirks here and there that need fine-tuning, but I'm sure Coach P will handle it. His face is a mixture of shock and amusement. I can't help but smirk. You thought I was going to sit here and gush over how well you played and how good you looked doing it? I figured, yeah. He replies honestly, leaning back in his stool. And that, bucko, was your first mistake. He eyes me. I'm beginning to understand that assumptions are not the way to go when it comes to you. Correct you are. I set my fork down and turn toward him. If there is one thing you need to know about me, it's that I'm honest, Nate. His brows are pulled in, like he's completely focused on what I'm saying, his eyes holding mine. If you ever need to know something, ask me. I shrug my shoulders. Why? Why what? Why are you always honest? His eyes roam my face. I don't see the point of being any other way. Dishonesty is a pointless trait. All it does is cause problems and distrust. I hold his dark gaze. I really should just shut up, but I'm already right there. I may not care what others think about me, but I refuse to give anyone a reason to doubt me. Honesty is the only way to avoid that. Plus, if you're honest, people know what to expect. No one gets caught off guard. He breaks eye contact, clearing his throat in the process. Good to know. I hop off the stool and start cleaning up. Do you have plans today? Nate asks, his voice straining for indifference, but when I glance at him, I find him moving imaginary food around on his plate. With a grin, I set my plate in the dishwasher. I have 0 plans, handsome. He brings his dishes to the counter and sets them down by the sink before leaning his back against it. Feel like coming to a barbecue with me today? A bunch of guys from the team will be there. I mock his stance on the opposite side of the kitchen. A barbecue? He nods, holding my eyes hostage, licking my lips. I agree. Yeah? Sure, I shrug. Why not? I'll call Parker to pick me up. His brows crease for a moment, but he recovers. Yeah, all right. I better head out. I nod and walk him to the door. So I'll see you there, then? Guess you will. Before I realize what he's doing and before I can stop him, his rough hand grazes my cheek as he tucks a piece of stray hair behind my ear. Thanks for the breakfast, Kalani. His tone is low, soft. For some reason, I have to tell myself to breathe. One more thing. What? The barbecue. It's kinda for my sister and her fiancé. Go home, I frown. A grin takes over his face as he walks backward out the door. See you in a bit. Closing the door, I pause in the entryway. Yeah. This might be a bad idea. Chapter 10. Kalani. It's just after 1:30 p.m. when Parker turns down a dirt road that leads to a large, beautiful home. Once the house is in full view, my mouth drops open. Shut the fuck up! Is that? I squint, leaning forward in the cab of his truck. Parker cackles next to me. Nate's mom has got the hots for Tom Hanks. His pop's delivered. He smiles, pulling his blue Chevy to a stop. I hop out before he has the thing off and gawk at the sight before me. The white 2-story home sits in the center of a perfectly mowed and edged spread of the greenest grass. The screen-covered front door sits dead center, surrounded by long windows bordered in forest green shutters. 6 long white pillars run from top to bottom, acting as supports for the covered patios on both levels, with a knee-high railing that runs along the base. The bottom level stretches slightly longer and curls to the right, where there's a small extension of rooftop and a short set of stairs. Oh my God! My eyes slide right. Holy shit! My brows climb. The swing. The swing! Parker throws his head back, laughing, wraps his arm around my shoulder, and starts dragging me around the side of the house. I pivot my heels into the grass. No, wait, I give Parker my best, pretty please expression. He backs away. Nope, you're not sucking me into that shit. He gestures toward my pouty face. Please, I beg, grabbing a hold of his shirt. I pull him closer. Hey. We both whip around when we hear Nate's voice. Thank God, Parker exhales, using Nate's distraction to rocket away from me. You deal with... He glances at me, horrified. That. I can hardly stand still at this point. Nate looks back at me with his brows pulled in. What's going on? He cuts a quick glance in the direction Parker headed. Your house, I start, and he begins to grin. This is the Forrest Gump house. He laughs and walks toward me. No, it's a replica of the Forrest Gump house. I nod, my eyes bulging. Put me out of my misery, handsome, I beg. I gotta swing on the swing. I clasp my fingers together in a prayer-like position. He puts a hand out for me, his eyes shining. With a squeal, I pass him, smacking his arm out of the way, only to stop at the stairs and take a deep breath before climbing them. When I reach the swing, finding it swaying slightly in the light fall breeze, I glance back at Nate, He's leaning a shoulder against the first magnificent pillar, watching me. I smile wide, then turn back to the swing. Running the tips of my fingers along the light wood from one side to the other, I wrap my palm gently around the metal support it hangs from and, once again, glance back at Nate. He gives the subtlest of nods, so I lower myself onto the seat, slowly leaning back, closing my eyes. I take a deep breath, only to release it shortly after with a laugh. "What?" I smile. "You smell like you're home," I tell him, leaning back, my eyes closing once again. "I don't even know what that means." He laughs. "You don't need to. Come. Sit." I pat the spot next to me. When the bench-style seat shifts with his weight, I settle in more but don't open my eyes. It's quiet for a few minutes, other than random voices floating around from the other side of the house. I really want to climb that overlay and sneak in your bedroom window, just so I can say I'm badass like Jenny was. Granted, she was, what, 8? Nate laughs, bumping his shoulder into mine. I wouldn't be opposed to that. I chuckled, dropping my head back again. I bet you wouldn't. "And what do we have here?" A silky smooth voice beacons our attention. He drops his chin to his chest on a curse. I look over to see a beautiful girl with short brown hair, dressed to the nines, in a long-sleeved royal blue maxi dress, a silver scarf around her neck, glaring my way. "Hey, Ken," he grumbles, narrowing his eyes at the girl, but the look on his face is more, I don't know, curious in a gleefully annoyed kind of way. "Hi," she says to him, but keeps her dark eyes on me. And here we go. "So," she purses her lips. "You the girl Nate invited today?" she interrogates, crossing her arms over her chest. Not bothering to move, I answer, "One of many, I'm sure." Nate tenses beside me. She shifts her mouth to the right, her eyes squinting further. "Why didn't you come here with him?" My brows lift. Because I didn't want to?" She lets out a humorless laugh. "You didn't want him to pick you up?" she accuses. "Please." Yeah, I'm done." "Check it out." I sit up and lock my eyes on hers. I'm not some harlot looking to be seen on his arm. Personally, I cut a glance at Nate. I'd rather he be throwing a ball with it than have it hanging around me like some sort of prize. I snap. "Bitch." Her eyes narrow even more, but I notice her foot begin to bounce, and her mouth's pinched tight. I don't have time for this. With a sigh, I drop back against the seat. "Look, if you've got some itch you need scratched, don't waste your time on me," I tell her, as I tilt my head to look her over. Without a trace of skin showing, she's still what a girl who cared would call a triple threat. Tall, tan, and curves for days. Her face is naturally pretty, smooth with high cheekbones and a classy amount of makeup. Her perfectly placed hair and straight posture screams high maintenance. Not that that would stop a guy like Nate, but still. She's every bit as perfect as a porcelain doll. "Yeah," I nod, impressed. "You probably won't even have to beg." Her mouth drops open in shock while Nate doubles over in laughter. I look at him like he's gone mad, then turn back to the girl. "Oh my God!" Her brown eyes sparkle and gleam. "Maybe she's bipolar?" She bounces on the balls of her feet, her eyes flying between Nate and me. My gaze flicks to Nate, who simply winks and leans back on the swing. "I'm Kenra Monroe." She thrusts her thin hand in my face, but is quick to pull it back and smooth down her sleeve. "Monroe." "Ooh." "Overprotective sister?" I raise a brow at her. With a pop of her shoulder, she says, "More like sniffing out the skanks." Nodding, she continues, "I'm impressed." Before I can respond, she turns to Nate, her brows disappearing into her hairline, eyes wide. "Don't let Mom get a hold of her." They have some weird brother-sister mind-reading moment, resulting in Nate smirking at her, and her jaw dropping. Again. "What?" I ask, looking between the two. "Nothing," she answers too quickly, releasing a breath as she stands taller. Come on. She grabs my arm, pulling me to my feet. I'm dying to see how all this plays out. Allowing her to drag me away, I turn back to Nate and glare. He stands, grins at me, but makes no move to reel his sister in. Awesome.
Nate. As we make our way around the corner, I watch as she takes everything in. Her eyes follow the grass line out to the trees that box in the property. She can't see it from here, but there's a small stream that runs along the grove, wrapping around the hillside. Her eyelids are low, telling me she appreciates the simplicity of the land. I kinda thought she might. When my sister turns, she catches me staring, a crease forming on her forehead as she looks from Kalani to me. I shake my head, earning a sad smile in return. Mr. Prescott spots her first. Breaking away from his conversation with my uncle, he turns to her with a smile. "Miss Embers, great to see you." She waves.
"Hey, Mr. P."
The smile she gives him is her standard go-to. There's little to no effort there. An exercise smile I've noticed she gives when she feels like being polite. Gorgeous, but void. Not like the one I saw a few minutes ago. Back on the porch, when she smiled over her shoulder at me, my stomach bottomed out, putting me off balance. I had to lean against the damn post to keep from making a fool of myself. Her long, dark hair was flowing over her shoulders, blowing lightly in the wind, making me want to wrap it around my fist and pull her to me, kiss those lips she's got polished a pretty pink today. Her eyes were creased at the edges, leaving her dark lashes fanning over her cheekbones. The contrast of dark against light made her eyes shine an impossible shade of blue. I'm not a clumsy guy, but this girl's got me tripping over myself in every which way, and she doesn't even know it. That smile she gave me, I've never seen it before. It was real, lethal. I want to see it again.
"Save her!"
I'm ripped from my thoughts when my sister hisses in my ear. I chuckle, not taking my eyes off a very animated version of Kalani. She can handle her own, trust me. I smile, watching her hands fly all over the place as she gives the 4-time state-winning coach a lecture in proper coverage I'm sure he'll never forget. Kenra punches my shoulder.
"I'm not talking about them. Shit, both Uncle Jim and Mr. P are 10 seconds from adding her to their wills. What with that freakish football jumbo she's spitting at 'em?"
Then I see him moving in. I take a half step forward, only to have my sister stop me with a palm to the chest. I frown at her. She shakes her head back and forth.
"Too late now, brother."
We both watch Jared step up to her, wrap his arm around her shoulder, and steer her toward our friends who've gathered in the furthest back corner. When Kenra starts laughing, I turn my narrowed eyes on her. "What?" I snap.
"This is gonna be fun."
"What is?"
"Watching your role reverse."
When my brows pull in, she rolls her eyes and looks back to Kalani.
"You like her, and she hasn't the slightest clue,"
she observes.
"And I'm betting, even if she did, she wouldn't give a damn."
She turns, smiling wide at me.
"I think it's safe to say you've been friend-zoned."
"You don't know shit," I grumble. She smiles even wider.
"Say what you want, little brother, but I have a feeling you'll be the one doing the chasing this time around."
I groan and follow behind the smiling bastard who wants his arm ripped off, a humming Kenra behind me. The second we walk up, I hear Liv's nasally voice mumble something hateful from my right, but don't bother looking. She's always looking to start shit. Why does Mom still insist on inviting Liv to all these things? No one can stand her, not even you.
"Just because we're not friends doesn't mean Dad and Mr. Richmond aren't. She doesn't want him to feel unwelcome just because his daughter's a bitch."
"Right. What up, Lolly?" Austin grins. Kalani glances around the group.
"Well."
She breaks from Jared's hold and starts walking toward Parker, who has his hand held out for her.
"I'd go with your typical hard dicks and helicopters, but since Liv is here," she tosses a gelled-up smile, "I'd say the chances of getting an STD is pretty up there."
The group erupts in laughter, causing some of the other partygoers to glance our way briefly.
"Nice to see you too, Lolly."
Liv bites out, flipping her fake blonde hair over her shoulder.
Aw.
Kalani places her right hand over her heart.
Fuck you very much, Liv.
She smiles and drops onto Parker's lap. She's there for a whole of 5 seconds before I pull her ass right back up and down onto mine. She frowns at me, and I frown right back. I don't say a word, just look over at Kenra, who's grinning like a fool, a grin that falls flat the second Parker speaks. "Hey, Ken," he says quietly. My brows pull in as I study her. Her shoulders grow tense, and she starts rubbing at her palms, something she does when she's nervous. Finally, she glances his way, but only with her eyes. "Congratulations on the engagement." Parker leans forward to tell her, and she drops her gaze to her lap, a quiet
"Thanks,"
leaving her. Before I have time to dwell on that weird-ass interaction, Liv pulls a Liv and starts running her mouth.
"Real classy of you, Lolly, bouncing from one lap to the next in seconds."
Liv grins smugly.
"Better than 2 beds, or do you disagree?"
Kalani holds eye contact until Liv looks away.
"Looks like you may have met your match, Olivia,"
my sister chides, dropping down to sit on the grass. Liv's look of pure disgust is pointed right at my sister, her former best friend. I'm still trying to figure out exactly what happened there. I have my suspicions, but Ken refuses to talk about it.
"You couldn't keep up with me, Kenra,"
she accuses.
"What makes you think she can?"
Kalani tries flying off my lap, but I hold her hips in place. If she thinks she's punishing me by pushing that tight ass down on me as hard as she can, she's dead wrong. I might ask her to do it again.
"Listen up, you overprivileged bunny,"
Kalani starts.
"I don't give a shit who you are, where you came from, or what trash can you end up in. But don't think for a second you can sit there and insult the person this party is for. So take your free drink, fake nails, and bad attitude and move along."
She settles into my lap, but when she notices Liv's eyes cut to mine, my firecracker decides she's not done yet.
"Oh, and if you're here for Nate, he's under me right now, so you might want to give him a ring later." "Burn, bitch,"
Kenra adds, laughing alongside the rest of the group. Liv stands and turns her glacier gaze on Kalani.
"I always get the last laugh."
Her face turns predatory.
"Right when you think you've got it all figured out, I'll make sure it all blows up in your face." "I'll give you the last word, Liv,"
Kalani grins.
"I'm thinking you need it."
Liv stomps back to her car, peeling out on her way down the dirt road. A couple hours later, I walk away from the volleyball game we've got going to grab a water out of the ice chest.
"How'd you keep her away from Mom this whole time?"
I grin, bringing my water to my lips. "Simple. Invited half the team?" We both laugh. "She's been stuck refilling dishes most of the day. By the way, where's the groom-to-be?"
"Flight delay."
Kenra shrugs a shoulder, looking down at her ring, then pulls her sleeves over her hands. She looks up at me.
"I like her, Nate,"
she continues.
"She's real."
Not taking my eyes off Kalani, I nod my head.
"Be careful, Nate."
I look at my sister then, finding a wrinkle in her brow. She reaches up, grabbing a hold of my shoulder.
"She seems content the way she is,"
she tells me, holding my gaze.
"Don't push, but don't back out."
My brows pull in as I stare at my sister. She seems off, different somehow. She definitely isn't acting how I imagine a glowing bride-to-be would. I'm about to ask her when I see a flash of black out of the corner of my eye. Turning, I find Kalani not so casually sneaking around the front of the house. I couldn't help the smile that takes over my lips if I tried. I drop a quick kiss to Kenra's cheek, then make my way to our front porch swing, knowing what I'll find when I get there.
Kalani. With my toes, I give myself a healthy push, then settle into the swing. I close my eyes and lay my head against the wood grain seat, crossing my fingers that the sway continues since my feet don't reach the ground. The sun is beginning to set, causing the glow to shine under the awning, offering a small sense of warmth on this chilly November evening. I feel him walk up, but don't open my eyes, figuring he'll speak when he's ready. "Can I join you?" he asks a few minutes later, his voice sounding thicker than normal. Sexier. Yes, I whisper into the air, not wanting to disrupt the peaceful element surrounding me. Once he's settled, he scoots his body next to mine, so our arms and thighs are brushing each other. His body is warm, blanketing me with the simplest of contact. Is it all right if I swing us? My smile is wide, but I still don't open my eyes. Please. We sit, swaying together ever so slowly, as the sun dances lower on the other side of my eyelids. Thoroughly relaxed, I release an appreciative sigh. Turning, I find Nate's glossy eyes open and on me. Have you always lived in this home? I murmur. He nods, and I shift my torso toward him, bringing my knees up to rest my chin against them. My parents have been together since high school, prom king and queen, and all that. He rolls his eyes. She told him what she envisioned in a home and family, and he didn't stop until he got everything he thought she deserved. They're good people? He smiles. Yeah. They're like the poster couple for what a marriage should be. My mom always says they probably love each other more now than they did then. So not your typical bad boy from a broken home, then. Huh? I tease. He chuckles and rubs the back of his neck. Nah. Not a bad boy at all. Just like to have fun. He sighs. Too much sometimes, I'll admit. But I know that's eventually what I want, what they have. When I have my girl, I'll be good to her. He holds my gaze, his voice earnest. Not sure why, but I believe him. Did you sit here a lot on this swing with your parents? Unblinking, he nods. I would have too. My words are spoken in a tone I don't recognize. I think about looking away, but his lazy gaze holds mine. There's a message his eyes are trying to convey that I can't quite catch, but it prompts me to reveal. I live by myself. I've no idea why I just said that, but my heart's not racing and my eyes aren't fogging because of it. I'm not getting lost in my own head and preparing for paralysis. No. My pulse spikes and my pupils dilate because this playboy in front of me is looking at me like he never wants to look away. Nate's fingers come up and skim across my cheek, leaving a trail of fire behind them. Gently, he tucks my hair behind my ear, sliding his hand down until the piece slips from his fingertips. My skin begins to tingle. Kalani, he trails off, his body leaning toward mine. His eyes are fervent and open, and I gotta go. I hop up so fast I have to squeeze my eyes tight for a few seconds to regain stability. I don't look back at him, and he doesn't follow. Like a true godsend, Parker walks around the corner right then. Ready? He calls out, cutting Nate a curious glance. Yep, I answer, walking past him. Right when my hand reaches the handle of Parker's truck, Nate calls out, I'll catch you later, Kalani. My body denies me of the breath I need once I process his double meaning. Hopping into the truck, I slam the door, earning a glare from Parker and a laugh from Nate. Let's pray the quarterback can't catch as well as he can throw. Chapter 11. Kalani. Tomorrow night is the last playoff game, the one that will determine if the boys go to the championship. So we all decided to have dinner together at my house. We've been talking football, going over their game plan, for the last 20 minutes, and apparently our sports talk isn't entertaining enough for Mia, because she takes the first opening she can and changes the subject to what to do after. Shauna's having another party, Mia informs us, her eyes flitting between Nate and me. Out of the corner of my eye, I notice Nate go still. Yeah, she's gonna keep having parties until the main attraction is open for rides, Austin says, earning a laugh from me. Seriously, Nate, put the girl out of her misery already, Parker adds, grinning. Nate frowns at his plate. I'm not interested. Why not? I ask. She can't be that bad. She's got a nice ass and she's pretty. Kinda got a Rachel Bilson look going on, girl next door-ish, but She's got a bit of crazy. I tear off a piece of bread and pop it in my mouth. While the others laugh, Nate turns his frown on me. Like I said, his eyes tighten around the edges. I'm not interested. Mia scoffs from her side of the table. Not anymore, she mutters into her cup, looking away when Nate's eyes flash to her. And suddenly, it all makes sense. Oh my God, I laugh. She's looking for seconds, huh? I ask, bumping his shoulder playfully. The table shakes and everyone freezes when he jumps to his feet. Looking down at me with hard eyes, his jaw tightens. I am not having this conversation with you. My head pulls back as my brows climb. I cut quick glances at the others. Okay? His nostrils flare before he drops his chin to his chest on a curse. Not a second later, Austin pops up. Dinner was awesome, Lolly, but we better head out. Walking around the table, he slaps a hand on Parker's shoulder. Big game tomorrow and all. I nod, half focused on what he said, half wondering what the hell Nate's problem is. You need some help cleaning up? Nate asks, looking everywhere but at me. I can't help but laugh at his weirdness. Thanks, but I got it. Parker leans in and places a chaste kiss to my temple. Thanks, Lolly Bear. You're welcome, hero. I give him a one-armed hug. Austin gives me a quick hug before wrapping an arm around Mia's shoulder. Bye, Lolly. He salutes me on his way out, Parker hot on his heels, leaving Nate standing in front of me. His chest inflates as his strangled gaze finally returns to mine. I tighten my lips to keep from grinning. You all right? A deep sigh leaves him, and he nods, heading for the door. Pulling it open, he murmurs, Good night, Kalani, and walks out, without looking back. And I'm left standing here wondering why I expected more.
Nate. The second the door clicks shut, I dig my fingernails into my palm to keep from opening it again, pulling her into my arms and biting down on that buxom bottom lip of hers until she begs me to stay. Once I'm seated in the Hummer, I let out a frustrated sigh. Fuck. Running my hands down my face, I drop my head against the headrest. Interesting evening, Austin teases from the seat beside me. Not at all shocked to see him sitting there, I put the truck in reverse and pull out of the driveway. Where's Parker? Told him to take my truck home. I glance at him and he grins. Figured it best if I rode with you instead. He'd be right. I was one hut away from choking Baylor's ass out for putting his lips on her. Again. So what's up, man? Austin shoves my shoulder. Let's hear it. I fucked Shauna. Austin howls in laughter. Oh, shit. I didn't think it happened yet. Thought for sure she'd get you tomorrow, though. He grins. Guess that's done with now, huh? I frown at the road ahead of me. Wait, you're thinking about going at it again? He hits the dash on a howl. Oh, damn! What? I cut him a glance. No, I didn't plan to the first time. A groan leaves me. What? I look at my best friend. If I can be real with anyone, it's him. I threw up after, I tell him, as we pull up to Parker's house. A grin starts to grow on his face, but when my expression doesn't change, his lip lowers back down. All right, he urges me on. When I left Kalani's house last weekend, Shauna called. I shrug. Figured why not? Nothing else to do. Austin nods. It was fine at first, but then she kept rubbing on me and her catcalls were fake as shit and I don't know, man. Sure you do. Out with it. My hand comes down and smacks the steering wheel. I turn back to him and narrow my eyes. Don't give me shit. Austin lifts both hands, letting me know there's no judgment. I felt fucked up, wrong. I was disgusted with myself after. My stomach starts to turn at the thought. Shauna was desperate and easy. That's new, huh? He tries to keep his tone neutral, but I've known him long enough to know when he's tripped the fuck out. I nod. Was it Shauna, or... That's the million-dollar question. I don't know, man. I rub the back of my neck. I have a feeling it has absolutely nothing to do with Shauna and everything to do with your dark-haired, blue-eyed wonder, he too eagerly supplies. I nod my head, looking out the front window. Yeah, God, I huff on a laugh. I sound like a chick. Then it dawns on me what he said. My. I look over to find him grinning like the fool he is. My wonder? Dude, you pissed on her the second you seen her at school. He laughs. She's yours, man, he says before shrugging. She just hasn't figured it out yet. Yeah, no shit. I roll my shoulders so it doesn't lock up on me. Then I ask him something that's been bugging the shit out of me. You think Parker plans on making a move? I ask, glancing at Parker's house. They seem real close. Too close. Man, get out of here with that shit. Parker's your friend, and yeah, maybe he and Kalani started some friendship before we all started hanging out and all, but he sees it. Shit, everyone sees it, but you two? Huh. He laughs. You guys got some serious something brewing between you. I mean, look, you barely had your hands on her. You already can't stick your dick in anyone else without getting sick. When I glare at him, he laughs even harder, reaching over to shove me. I'm fucking with you, dude. Chill. But seriously, you don't need to worry about those two. When he sees I'm unconvinced, he nods. Trust me, Baylor knows it's a loss. His voice is adamant. A hell of a loss, he finishes, looking out his window. I put the truck in gear. I'll see you tomorrow. He nods and hops out. Right before he shuts the door, he pops his head back in. Go home, Nate. He holds eye contact until he knows I'm catching his drift. Once I nod, he heads for Parker's door. As soon as I get home, I strip down and lie back in my bed. Pulling out my phone, I text Kalani. Me. You were right. She responds a minute later. Kalani.
I usually am.
I smile at her response. Only Kalani wouldn't care to ask what about. I like that. I take a deep breath and type out my next text. Me. I slept with Shauna. Kalani.
Huh? I knew it. 10 points for me.
I frown at my screen. She texted back instantly. What the fuck's up with that? She didn't even need a few seconds of contemplation? Of rereading my message and processing her thoughts or feelings of whatever the fuck girls normally do in this situation? She was completely unfazed by my admission, like she expected it. That, or she just doesn't care. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Unsure of what else to say, I end the conversation. Me. Night, Kalani. Kalani.
Night, QB.
Tossing my phone on the bed beside me, I turn and groan into my pillow. She doesn't care I hooked up with Shauna. I'd be lying if I said that didn't bother me. That thought alone is the confirmation I've been waiting for. Everything I need to know. Things become instantly clearer to me in this moment. I smirk into the darkness. Game on.
Chapter 12. Kalani. Come on, Lolly, Mia whines as we exit the field gates. Come to the party with us. She links her arms with Alyssa and Ashley, who are wearing matching grins, both nodding at Mia's invite. Not tonight, memes. I smile and catch her keys when she tosses them to me. Next weekend. I wink. Yeah. She rolls her eyes and they walk off to hitch a ride on the party train. Bye, Lolly, the twins say in unison and I wave in return. Once I get home, I strip down to my chones, throw on an old Nickelback t-shirt, and head into the kitchen to make something to eat. I scan the fridge. Tacos it is. I throw chopped chicken in a pan, heat the oil for the tortillas, and grab the fixings from the fridge. I set them on the bar, frowning when the doorbell rings. After a quick toss to the chicken, I run to answer it. When I swing it open, I come face to face with Nate. Hey. His eyes narrow and he nudges me inside, closing the door behind him. What? You can't answer the door in a t-shirt, he chastises me. I could have been a murderer or something. I roll my eyes and walk back into the kitchen. Know of any murderers in Ulrich, handsome? I shoot him a grin over my shoulder. What are you doing here anyway? That's not the point. He ignores my question. Look out the window, or, better yet, put pants on before you answer your door? For anyone." He's still frowning. "Fine. If it bothers you, I'll put pants on." I turn to face him, jutting my hip out. "Here." I hold the spatula out. "Come stir and I'll go get dressed." He smirks, edging toward me. "I said, before you open the door." He steps in front of me, so I have to tilt my head back to look in his dark brown eyes. "I'm already inside," he whispers, and my dirty mind takes flight. No need for pants now. He winks, taking the spatula out of my hand. It just got real warm in here. Suddenly in need of air, I lean over the sink and push open the window. When I drop back down to my feet, I look at Nate, who's frozen in place, spatula mid-air, eyes zoned in on my lower half. With a smirk, I walk right up to him and snatch the spatula back. He shakes off his dazed expression and hops up on the counter to my right. The oil is now good to go, so I start crisping the tortillas. "Tacos?" "Yes. You hungry?" I smile up at him. "Starving," he admits. "You come over here expecting me to feed you?" I raise a brow. He holds my gaze for a few seconds, then says, "Just wanted to see you." I laugh at that. Man, it's no wonder girls just hand it over. I pull a cutting board out of the cabinet behind us, rushing back to make sure the tortillas don't burn. "You're a smooth talker." He huffs and hops down. That wasn't a line. "Make yourself useful and cut the veggies." He chuckles and walks to the other side of the kitchen to start. "You know how?" I ask him, not bothering to turn around. "I can cut lettuce, Kalani." I bite back a grin. Just checking. Once everything is cooked and ready to go, we decide to eat in the living room. Setting everything up on the coffee table, I pop in a movie and we settle in on the floor. "Rookie of the year?" He quirks a brow, amused. I nod and take a bite of my taco. Love me some Rowengartner. He laughs and wipes his mouth with a napkin. "You know, for the football girl you seem to be, you sure have a thing for baseball movies." He reaches for another taco shell. My face pinches for the shortest of seconds, and I wait for my body to tense. But it doesn't happen. I look up at Nate and see he's focused on eating, his eyes flicking back and forth from the TV to his food. He's not expecting an explanation or anything, for that matter. I'm not sure what propels me to say it, but it happens anyway. Football was a huge part of my life growing up. Cutting a quick glance at Nate, I find him now hanging on every word. Clearing my throat, I continue. My grandpa was a coach. After a loss or a shit day of practice, he said he needed to clear his mind so he could go into the next day with a clean slate and build off that. I pick at my napkin. So, when he needed to find a new strategy or make adjustments that weren't obvious to him, we'd watch baseball movies. Rid the house of football altogether. I shrug and take a drink of my water, then finally look over at Nate. He gives me a soft smile, his eyes earnest. "That's a good idea. I never would have thought of that." "Yeah." I hop up onto the couch and he follows. It worked for him. Grabbing my hand, he traces my fingers with his and I let him. "Did you live with him? Your grandpa?" I take a deep breath. Stayed with me a lot. But his job had him on the road, so it was never completely permanent. At least, not for long. "You don't talk about your family much, do you?" His voice is cautious. I look up, finding he's staring at our hands in fascination. "Never," I whisper, a crease forming in my brow at his perceptiveness. Now he looks at me. "Why did you tell me?" I swallow and look away, but he doesn't allow that. He places his hand on my chin and turns my face back to his. He stares at me, giving a small tip of his chin. "I have no idea." I breathe. His gaze flicks from my eyes to my mouth and back. "Kalani." I scurry off the couch. "Are you full?" My voice is tight and obviously shaking, but I don't care. It's self-preservation at this point. Something about Nate throws off my game and my defense slips. And I'm a defense girl. "Kalani." His voice sounds pained, and that has me ready to flash. A major factor as to why I don't talk about things is because I can't stand pity. I don't need it, and I don't want it. However, when I flip around to give him a mouthful, my eyes widen. His eyes are lasered in on my thighs, his chest heaving, causing my breathing to speed up. His gaze slowly rakes up my body, his perfect teeth sinking into his lower lip as those hungry eyes meet mine. Oh, Lordy. No. I am far too exposed for this Nate to come out and play. With a strangled breath, I tell him, "You should go." His eyes narrow in challenge, a hint of a smirk he doesn't dare let slip on his lips. He sees it. Damn it. He knows the last thing on my mind is him leaving, what with my body trembling, nipples poking out to say, hey, and boobs bouncing around because I'm breathing so fast. Yeah, fucker, you get me going. He takes a step closer. I take a step back. "You want me to go?" he whispers, I think. That, or my blood is pumping at a dangerous rate because I swear his voice is silky, sexy smooth. The kind of voice that makes you stop in your tracks and rethink everything. "I'll go," he rasps. Oh, thank God. "If," he adds quickly when he sees my relief. Now the bastard smirks. Quid pro quo. How nice of you. I deadpan, causing him to laugh. "Make me breakfast Sunday, and I'll go." Deal. I don't hesitate, just stomp to the door. Anything to get him out of here. He chuckles and smacks my ass on his way out. Night gorgeous. Even though I roll my eyes, there's a small smile on my lips. Night, handsome. Chapter 13. Kalani. So, Nate finishes off his last piece of bacon. "You ignored my call yesterday." "No, I didn't. I set my dish in the sink. I turned my phone off so I could sleep." He nods. "So, you didn't do anything fun? Didn't go out with Mia? Did you see me at the party?" I raise an eyebrow. He shrugs and looks away from me. "I didn't go to the party. Stayed in," he tells me, rolling his shoulder around. I sigh and walk out of the kitchen. "Go sit on the couch and take off your shirt. I'll be right back." He chokes on his coffee and turns to me. "What?" I roll my eyes as I pass him, heading down the hall. "Nike. Again." "What?" "Just do it," I laugh. My kid in hand, I walk back into the living room, finding Nate right where I told him to be. Hovering over his form, I purse my lips. "What?" he asks. Okay, so maybe the no-shirt thing was a bad idea. When I lick my lips, he quirks an eyebrow. "And why is that?" he teases, brown eyes gleaming. "Duh, because all of that," I throw my hand out, "is distracting." He laughs, and it's really not fair how every muscle tightens and becomes more defined as he does. I frown. "Sit on the floor, your back against the foot of the couch." With a grin, he does as he was told. Once he's situated, I climb in behind him and place my legs on either side, careful to keep them from pressing against his tanned skin. Oil in hand, I squirt some into the bowl and stir in the crushed lavender leaves. I snap the heat pads and set them aside. "Okay." I knock his arms off his knees, and he chuckles. "Sit still and keep your arms at your sides." He shifts so he can place his arms on the floor under each of my legs. After I apply a generous amount of the concoction to his shoulder, I set the bowl down and begin rubbing it in. I don't miss Nate's sharp intake of breath the moment my hand comes down on him. I rub it all around, covering him in it from his right shoulder blade to the nape of his neck and halfway down his upper arm. Then I begin to gently massage him, my fingers strumming across the top of his strong shoulder, each one applying a different amount of pressure. His chin drops to his chest. After a few minutes, I replace my hands with the heating pad and start working his bicep the same way. "What is it?" he asks, his voice low and raspy. "Lavender and oil." "What's it do?" I smile. "It's a natural anti-inflammatory. Has some element that relates to the symptomatic nervous system." Releasing his bicep, I study the structure of his back. It, helps bring muscles back to their proper form. Has a calming element in it that increases blood flow. Yada yada. I can't stop myself from running a finger down his strong spine. As soon as my finger leaves his skin, his fingers run up my calves, and he begins working my muscles with his firm hands. I flatten my palm against his lower back, apply a little pressure, then slowly run them up. Reaching his shoulders, I glide them over his collarbone, careful not to knock off the heating pad on the right, and push against his pecs with the pads of my fingers. He looks at me over his shoulder for a moment before closing his eyes and facing forward again. Pulling my hands back, I begin kneading the trigger points at the base of his skull. He moans and my core heats. My body moves on its own accord, leaning in to kiss his spine as my fingers ghost down his arms and across the side of his ribs. A smile twitches my lips when his body shudders at the feeling. You know, I whisper near his ear, I totally get why you acted like such a cocky shit when I first met you. His taut body shakes, his husky laughter flowing through him. Oh yeah? I lean back so I can get the full view. Oh yeah. I mean, I can only see your back right now and the thoughts running through my mind. I laugh because it's ridiculous, but true. After a few seconds, he responds, his voice low, deeper than usual. Good to know. I go back to massaging his shoulders. So, I'm cut off when my phone beeps on the table. Check that for me, please? I ask him. His head whips around. Huh? I widen my eyes and lift my oil-clad hands. Can you check that for me? I can't exactly grab it. I wiggle my fingers at him. He furrows his brows, nodding. Just so we're clear, though, you want me to check it, right? As in, read it, not just hand it to you? I gape at him. Hey, he defends. Most people don't like or want other people even touching their phones. His eyes widen to make his point. And by most people, I mean everyone. I stare at him blankly. What? He cracks a smile, an adorable, innocent one. Check the damn thing and turn around. I shove his head playfully, making him laugh. You're messing up my mojo. I hear the smile in his voice. Wow. Not even a password, huh? Nope. He shakes his head. It's programmed under speed. He looks at me expectantly over his shoulder. Oh, shit. My shoulders slump and I glance at the ceiling. I forgot. I lift my chin, trying to see the screen over Nate's massive shoulders. What'd he say? I ask him, even though he's still looking at me. What? You said he. Who is it? He probes. My brows lift. Oh, we're doing this? I move my hand between the two of us. He stares at me. Okay. I reach over and remove the heat pad from his right shoulder and turn his head so he's once again facing forward. Think about it. Who's the quickest to get into the backfield? I smirk, even though he can't see me. Not a second later, his body tenses. Hollins. He grounds out in a whisper, though I'm pretty sure he's talking to himself. Ding, ding. He cuts me an irritated look, and I watch his jaw shift to the right as he turns around. So, what'd he say? I try blowing a piece of hair out of my face. He wants to know if you're still meeting for lunch today. His voice is stiff. With the cloth I brought out, I wipe off Nate's shoulder. Tell him, yeah, I'll meet him at Wicker at 1. Nate releases my legs and turns his body so quickly, I have no time to react. He's now on his knees facing me as I sit on the couch. Hi, I taunt, biting my lip to keep from laughing at how bent out of shape he seems. His eyes narrow to slits. Placing his palms on the cushions, he cages me in and crouches into my space, his face set in stone. I'm not telling Jared you'll meet him. All right. Shrugging, I hold out my hand, palm up. Hand me my phone, would ya? He shakes his head back and forth, slowly. No? I raise an eyebrow. A dangerous smirk forms on his lips, and before I can process it, his arm is wrapped around my back and I'm flush against his bare chest. Leaning in, he slides his lips over mine, his dark, igneous eyes burning into me, teasing me. I don't like to be teased. Right as he goes to pull back, I wrap my legs around his back and smash my lips into his, and when I bite down on his bottom lip for punishment, he growls and forces my mouth open for him. His tongue brushes mine with perfect precision. I scoot in closer, pressing my pelvis against his waist, and his hands find my hair. He pulls gently, earning a moan from me. When my phone beeps again, he pulls back and glances at it, then back at me. I wait, panting, while he works through his thoughts. I know he's figured it out when he lets out an irked breath. "You're going to lunch with Jared." It's not a question. I am. I breathe out, still trying to recover from that kiss, all the while wanting to go at it again. His brows pull together and his lips flatten. He stands and puts a hand out for me. When I place my hand in his, he pulls me up, looking down at me with unreadable eyes. He reaches behind him, picks up my phone, and places it in my palm. I smile at him and open the new message. Speed. "Don't bail. I know you had fun last time." Nate scoffs. He's a jackass. I just laugh and text Jared back, letting him know I'm not bailing and I'll be there by 1. My phone beeps instantly. Speed. "There she is. 1's good." Not bothering to reply, I toss my phone on the couch behind me. Nate's still standing in front of me, so I pat his chest. I gotta get ready. I circle my hand around my face. "You're not wearing any makeup." He inspects in wonderment. I laugh. That I'm not. I watch his face soften as he studies my features, taking in every inch. I don't think I like it. Before I can move, his lips lift in a half-smile that roots me in place. With his eyes following his hand, he reaches up and brushes my still wet hair behind my ear. Though they're not looking into mine, I don't miss the fascination shining within them. Something stirs in my chest, tightening, making it hard for me to breathe. It's a foreign feeling I can't explain and completely unwelcome. Quickly, I slip past him and walk to the bar to clean up. I don't have to look to know he's following me. I can feel him. "Oh, don't be dumb." "You need some help?" he asks. I don't look at him. "No, I'm good. It'll only take a minute." He's quiet for a moment before his response. "All right. Your shoulder shouldn't give you any more trouble." I laugh. "Well, until after tomorrow's practice, that is." I look over at him to find him moving toward me, his shirt in his hand, allowing me another look. God damn, he's pristine. His eyes shift back and forth between mine. I'm not sure what he sees, but his eyes take on a mischievous glint. "What are you up to?" I narrow my eyes in question. He smirks, leans down to kiss me on my cheek, and whispers, "Thank you for breakfast, Kalani." Lips pursed, I cross my arms and tilt my head to the side. He chuckles and walks toward the door. "Bye, handsome," I call out from the kitchen. "Bye's not gonna work for me, Kalani," he says in a smooth and unwavering voice. My entire body turns to stone. "See you soon." This is the last thing I hear before the door closes, and my body collapses to the floor. All I can see are white walls. Chapter 14. Kalani. I hear her. She's calling my name. "Kalani." Her voice, it's soft, just like I remember. "Kalani." Only she sounds clearer now, not muffled by bad reception. It's nice. "Kalani!" Why is she shouting? Slowly I open my eyes to see the fuzzy image of my mother kneeling in front of me. With a shaky hand, I reach out and touch her cheek. "Mom?" I whisper. "Oh, honey," she breathes, her voice breaking. Her face is still blurry, but I can make out her slim figure. Her hair, long and dark, lays straight against her shoulders. Squinting, I see a flash of crystal blue eyes before losing focus again. Shaking my head, I blink rapidly. When she's still there, still kneeling in front of me, Panic takes over and I fly to my feet, frantically looking around. Burgundy walls, not white. The moment my eyes land on her, they harden. Kalani. Her head tilts as she puts her hands out in front of her, slowly moving to stand. Honey, Stop talking, I shout, my palms flying to my temple, eyes closed tight. Taking a calming breath, I drop my hands, straighten my spine, and lock eyes with her. How did you get in here? I snarl. If Mia... I knocked, she rushed out nervously. When you didn't answer, I got worried and tried the knob. She looks down at the tile. It was unlocked. There's a desperate look in her eyes. I know I shouldn't have just walked in, and I was going to turn around and leave, but the light was on. She looks at the ceiling. Then I saw you lying there. She motions with shaky hands to the spot on the floor. When I give a sharp nod, she smiles weakly, and I have to look away. Kalani, talk to me, she whispers, and I want to scream. Please. I can't, I murmur to the ground. I can't talk to you. I can't even look at you. I'm sorry, but all you are is a constant reminder. But I can't, I shout. Please just go. Desperate for something to hold on to, I turn and grab a hold of the countertop, squeezing until my knuckles turn white. I don't let go until I hear the front door close. Run. I need to run. I rush to the door but stop short. Shit! I don't have time before I have to meet Jared. Music is my only option. I storm into my room, blast Linkin Park's Numb as loud as my speakers will let me, and get ready for my date with Jared. As I enter the bathroom, I flinch at my own reflection. Long dark hair, bright blue eyes. I look just like her. Ugh! I grunt out. This is so stupid. This is why I didn't want to come here. I don't need this shit. I was fine. I've been fine. I am fine. Plugging in my curling iron, I let it heat while I start on my makeup. In the beginning, when everything went to shit, everyone thought I'd be depressed, suicidal. I let out a humorless laugh. When that didn't happen, they thought I was hiding behind my pain, living in denial. They thought I'd come unhinged at any moment, that my emotions would eventually win out and destroy me. They were wrong. So wrong. What the counselors and psychologists and psychiatrists failed to realize is my emotions could never pull me under. It's simply not possible. My emotions could never take over, never swallow me whole. No, what they failed to realize is you can't be depressed or suicidal or in pain, and you sure as shit can't break if your emotions themselves are lifeless, empty. Sure, I laugh and smile and enjoy myself, and yes, I'm fully capable of getting excited or becoming aroused, but I don't feel it. Not on the inside, anyway. Not where it counts. I don't get sensations deep within myself that cause distress or discomfort, or anything else for that matter. Common conceptions don't apply to me. They don't affect me. I don't get jealous. I don't feel humiliation or compassion or love. Hell, I don't even feel alive most of the time. It's all skin deep, fun and free-spirited. It is what it is, and nothing more. And I love it. It's perfect. A beautiful simplicity of nothingness. The ultimate escape. Chapter 15. Kalani. As soon as I step foot in Wicker, Ryan catches my eye and motions for me to hold still. He delivers a tray of drinks to one of his tables and jogs over to me. "Hey, Lolly!" He smiles, resting his hands on the black apron at his waist. "I knew you couldn't stay away," he teases. "It's all about the food, Wicker." He laughs. "Jared said you're meeting him. Back corner booth. I'll grab you a drink." I lift my hand in thanks as I make my way over. I'm almost to the table when Jared's head lifts, and he spots me. "Hey," he beams. a nice smile gracing his lips as he hops out of the booth, leaning in to give me a quick hug. He steps back and holds a hand out, motioning for me to sit as he takes the seat across from me. "Sorry I'm a little late."
"Don't worry about it."
He waves me off.
"I'm glad you came."
His smile is infectious and I can't help but smile back. "Did you order yet?" I glance up at him as I pick up the menu.
"Nah,"
he shrugs.
"I wanted to make sure you showed up first."
I laugh. "Good idea." Ryan pops over to the table, setting a soda down in front of me. "Dr. P for you, Lolly." My eyebrows lift and Jared laughs. He reaches over, clasping a hand on Ryan's shoulder.
"Man remembers everything."
"I hear everything, too." He cuts me a glance. "Oh, I bet you do." I tease. "This place is probably worse than a beauty salon, what with half the junior and senior class here every night." Ryan laughs. "Don't be mistaken, I get freshman and sophomore dirt, too." I laugh and lift my legs in my seat to sit Indian style. "All right." I set my menu down and look at Jared.
"You decided already?"
he asks, amused. I smile and slowly shake my head. "Nope." They both stare at me, wide-eyed and grinning, making me laugh. "I'm in an indecisive mood today, boys." I tilt my head and wiggle my eyebrows playfully at Jared. His green eyes hold mine.
"What do you have in mind, Ms. Embers?"
I raise an eyebrow. "How about a spin on 'I'll show you mine if you show me yours'?" Jared chokes on his water and Ryan laughs his ass off. He hits Jared with his elbow. "I told you she's a spitfire." Jared nods, never taking his pretty greens off me.
"I'm game if you are."
He licks his lips and I have absolutely no doubt his double meaning stands true. He looks like he wants to skip the whole eating part and go straight for the nitty-gritty. With my forearms on the table, I lean toward Ryan. "Mr. Wicker, if you would, please bring me Mr. Hollins's favorite dish and him mine." Ryan's brows pull in and Jared sits back on a chuckle. "You sure about that?" I look at Jared and he sweeps his hand, giving me the go-ahead. "Yup." I bounce in my seat. "Okay." Ryan shakes his head, walking off. I look back at Jared and rub my hands together. This is fun. He laughs, bringing his hand up to scratch the scruff on his chin, and I let my eyes appraise him. His blonde hair peeks out from underneath his Michigan ball cap. The dark blue makes his green eyes shine brighter. He's wearing a white long-sleeved thermal that fits him a little too tight, so his muscles are visible. They're not large, but defined. I reach across the table and rub the hair on his jaw. I never noticed this. "It looks good on you." He grabs my hand as I go to pull it back. He kisses my knuckles, giving me a crooked grin.
"I'm beginning to think everything looks good on you."
Right when I'm about to roll my eyes, he leans over and pulls a leaf out of my hair, making us both laugh. "I was about to call you on your cliché, so points for you." He grins at my playful banter.
"Well, then I guess I won't waste time telling you how good you look."
I nod and place my straw to my lips, and I won't sit and pretend like everything you say is hilarious, if in fact it's not. I wink and take a drink. He scratches his chin, eyeing me.
"You're something else. You know that?"
"Yeah." Releasing a breath, I play with my straw. "That's what I keep hearing." I glance out the window. He squints his eyes, clearly about to ask me what I mean. But Ryan walks up with our plates. At the same time, Jared and I say, "What the fuck is that?" We look at each other and bust up laughing. "Hey, you asked, I delivered. Enjoy, guys," Ryan says before rushing off. I'm still laughing when I reach out and grab onto Jared's arm. "Okay." I look to my dish in horror. "Explain this to me, like, right now." He's still grinning.
"That's the poor man's plate."
Eyes wide, I nod. "Uh-huh, and you are a poor man, or was this a drunken experiment that ended up working out?" He tries to hold it in, but fails.
"Okay, yeah, it was a drunken experiment, but it's delicious."
He picks up his fork and cuts off the end of the gravy-covered hot dog.
"Try it,"
he says, as he brings it to my lips. I narrow my eyes at him, but open up after a few seconds. As soon as the bite touches my tongue, I can tell it's all the wrong flavors for me, but chew it and try to keep my nose from scrunching. Once I swallow, I turn to his hopeful eyes. That shit's nasty. He drops back against the seat, laughing. Okay? I pick up my fork and stab into the peanut butter, cream cheese, and syrup-covered French toast on his plate. Your turn. Open up. I lean clear across the table and twirl the fork around in circles. He opens his mouth and takes the bite like a champ. I laugh loudly when his face scrunches. With a shake of his head, he reaches for his water, taking a long pull. Damn, Lolly. How do you eat that? He licks his lips and shudders. Ugh. Me? I laugh, tucking my knees up behind me. I point to my plate. That shit's ridiculous. We eye each other's plates. You know this was a win-win situation, right? I ask him. He looks disturbed. Yeah? How is that exactly? All we have to do now is trade, and we'll each have our favorite dish. I pick up his plate and set it in front of me, moving mine in front of him. See? Perfecto. I take a quick bite. So much better. Jared nods, taking a bite of his disgusting-ass food. I'm glad you suggested switching. I don't know if I would have manned up and admitted I didn't like it if you hadn't. Really? I ask him unbelievingly. Because, honestly, that's super unattractive. If a guy can't even be honest about food. He nods and I take a drink of water. I can almost guarantee I'd be sitting here right now, forcing myself to eat that crap you call food. I smile, leaning over the table. Well, good thing I'm the one with the balls then, huh? I tease in a quiet voice. He takes my cue, not knowing I'm trying to test this out, and meets me halfway, placing a peck of a kiss on my lips. He pulls back, eyes playful, and whispers, You taste nasty. I bubble up with laughter, but it quickly dies in my throat, lodging there like a ball of powdered sugar would. My body turns rigid, causing my brows to pull in and my eyes to tighten. I must look as off as I feel, because Jared asks if I'm all right, but I don't respond. On its own accord, my head turns to look over my shoulder, and there he is, standing just inside the doorway, staring right at me, his crooked-ass grin in place. Nate. What the fuck? I narrow my eyes and he smirks in return, but then he takes in mine and Jared's proximity, and his gaze hardens, those dark eyes slicing from my date to me. Planning to ignore him, I turn back to Jared, but he's not focused on me. Nope, he's looking behind me, his jaw growing tenser by the second. I know he's coming over here. There's no way he wouldn't. I keep my eyes locked on Jared's, watching as he goes on the defense. He leans back, slouching into his corner in a cool, calm, and collected kind of way, though I'm thinking he's anything but. He casually lifts his arm, laying it across the back of the booth, his other holding onto his water glass. He tilts his head to the side and jerks his chin, acknowledging our uninvited guests as they walk up. "What's up, Hollins?" Austin booms, as he throws himself into the seat next to Jared. He wiggles his brows at me when I look at him. "Lolly, how you doing?" "Peachy keen, Jelly Bean." I give him a sideways smirk. "Not sick of French toast yet, huh, Kalani?" Nate smirks, and I see Jared's head shift toward me out of my peripheral. "Please, boy. You think you're going to make me squirm?" Negative, Ghost Rider. I keep my eyes locked on his as I take another bite, scraping the fork with my teeth to be annoying. That's not a thing. Nate laughs and sits down, right next to me. "What can we do for you guys?" Jared boldly asks, and I raise an eyebrow at the boys. Austin laughs. "We interrupting something?" He doesn't let anyone answer before he speaks again. "Some of the guys are meeting here in a few. Want to join us?" "Sorry, man, but..." He looks at me and I give him a forced smile. "Me and Lolly are hanging for a while." "Yeah," I say, taking another bite. "Stop trying to steal my date, Nine." Nate scoffs, and I reach down to pinch his thigh. He doesn't even flinch.
Fine, fine. You can have him for a while, Austin teases. Oh, hey, Hollins. Austin starts asking him something, but I have no idea what. All I can focus on is the large hand that makes its way up my thigh. I turn to look at Nate, and the smirk that I know is on his lips. I fully intended to narrow my eyes, but the instant our gazes lock, his cocky smile falters. Those dark eyes search my face, and his brows pull in, causing his forehead to wrinkle. Why does he look worried? Nate? Both our heads snap toward the other two people occupying this table, one being my seemingly annoyed date. What's up? He asks Jared in a bored tone. I said, I'll hit you up later. Jared holds eye contact with Nate, whose smirk only grows. He squeezes my thigh before sliding out of the booth. You do that, he tells him, then turns and winks at me before making his way to the other side of the diner, Austin chuckling behind him. After a few awkward moments of silence, Jared and I get back into a good flow of conversation. Football. We talk while I pretend I can't sense Nate's eyes on me. Jerk. Once we finished our meals, Jared reaches across the table and grabs my hand, giving me his most charming smile. I try real hard to make it set me off in some type of way, but it doesn't. It's attractive, that's for sure, but it's a practiced and overused smile that I don't care to see. Damn. When he leans over the table, I decide to meet him halfway. Maybe his kiss will redeem himself for the smile, but when his lips touch mine, I can't help but notice how pinched tight they are, or how they're the wrong size. They're not commanding. So much for wishful thinking. He pulls away and stands with a smile. Be right back. I'm gonna hit the bathroom. My phone beeps, so I pick it up and shake it in the air, and I'm gonna check that. He grins and walks off. I pull up my messages and laugh out loud. Handsome. You're killing me, Smalls. Reaching around, I grab the back of my seat, my gaze finding his. His mouth is in a tight line, but there are crinkles around his eyes, so I can't quite gauge him. My phone vibrates in my hands, and he lifts his in the air. I turn around and look down at my screen. Handsome, don't kiss him again. What? Who does he think he is? And why do I feel like I just took a double shot of espresso? First things first. Me. 1, don't act like you watched a lick of that movie. You fell asleep, remember? Handsome. I accept your offer for a redo. I roll my eyes at my screen. Before I can respond, another message comes through. Handsome. Let's hear number 2. I know for a fact he's smirking right now. Dick. Me. I'll kiss whoever I want. Handsome. Good. Nothing for me to worry about. Okay, Mr. Confident. With a sly smile, I type out my response. Me. What did we decide about making assumptions when it came to me, Monroe? With a winking, smiley face emoji, I hit send. His response doesn't surprise me, not even a little bit. Handsome. Don't kiss him again. Smirking, I turn my head and wiggle my eyebrows at him. His chair slides back as he stands. Leaning his hip against the edge of the table, he crosses his arms over his chest. I'm not even going to comment on how that move makes the sleeves of his t-shirt stretch tighter around those concrete biceps of his, the ones my hands were rubbing on this morning. He's challenging me, but as my eyes rake over him, I can't even be mad. Apparently, I'm not the only one who appreciates the view, because 2 girls I recognize from school slide right up to him. One leans into his side, running her hand down his arm, while the other mimics his stance directly in front of him. He glances down at them briefly, then back at me. I raise my eyebrows and mouth, nice, with a huge smile on my face, and his eyes narrow more. Laughing, I turn around right as Jared steps up to the table. He wipes his hands on his khakis. I hate khaki. Ready? I pop out of my seat, finishing off what's left of my disgustingly watered-down soda, then turn back to him with a smile. Yep, thanks for the invite. You're welcome. He smiles, throwing some cash down on the table. What do you have planned for the rest of the day?
Quickly glancing at my phone, I see it's only 2:15 p.m. I don't know. Probably drag Parker to the store with me. I scrunch my nose. I'm running low on junk food. He chuckles and steps toward me. I can tell by the way he's looking at me with his eyes half closed that he's gonna kiss me. I smile, knowing Nate's watching, but Jared assumes it's for him and grins. He reaches out, places his hand on my forearm, then leans down. I tilt my head back the slightest bit. Just as his lips touch mine, an arm wraps around my middle and pulls me back. Hard. Jared's eyes shoot wide open, then narrow, all in the same second. His eyes drop to the arm around my waist, then dart to the brazen man-boy it belongs to.
What the fuck, Nate?
His eyes slice to mine. I simply shrug one shoulder non-committedly. Don't ask me. Jared's brows pull in and his head jerks back. Nate's grip on me tightens. And me? I'm too curious to see how this pans out to say or do a damn thing.
Back off, Monroe,
Jared seethes.
Go back to your groupies.
He throws an arm out, motioning to the direction Nate came from.
Lolly came here with me.
I feel Nate stand taller behind me.
Yeah, well, I never should have let that happen.
Let that happen? Let that happen? My eyes widen as my mouth drops open. Oh, fuck to the no. I go to turn, but as if prepared for my reaction, Nate's free hand finds my hip, effectively rooting me in place. Bastard. Jared lets out a humorless laugh.
You've got to be kidding me.
He places one hand on his hip, while the other motions toward me.
You got a thing for her or something?
Nate ignores his question and turns us both. His hands still locked around me. He shuffles us toward the door in awkward movements. I hear Austin's obnoxious laugh and throw my middle finger over my head at him, right before the door slams behind us. Chapter 16. Kalani. As we exit the diner, Nate lets go of my waist and quickly grabs onto my wrist, pulling me toward his truck. He makes sure we're out of sight from the restaurant windows before he cages me in, his chest firmly against mine, my back against his Hummer. Eyes closed, he rests his forehead against the window just over my left shoulder, his arms set stiff at his sides. I think about shoving him off, calling him out for his macho man act back there. But when I feel his chest heaving against mine, I don't. His breathing is erratic, angry, excited. Brows pulled in, I lift my right hand and place it over his heart. Sure enough, it's beating wildly, uncontrollably. I can feel the heat of his body under my palm. Unsure why, but not necessarily caring, my hands find his shoulders. Gently I drag them up and down his forearms. Tension rolls off him instantly, as if my touch is soothing in some way. On their own accord, my hands glide up and over his firm deltoids, down his solid chest, then back up until my fingertips graze the edge of his dark brown hair. When his strong hands find my hips, gripping them like a lifeline, a small moan escapes me, and my forehead drops to his chest. My hands slide further up, loving the sharp feeling of his fresh crew cut as it flits across my fingertips. With a slight bend, he fits his left foot between mine, his thick thigh now pushing into my center. Turning his head, he skims his nose painfully slow over my cheekbone, his hot breaths cascading over my jawline, both leaving a burning trail in their wake. His lips brush up my chin, stopping once his top lip is settled between my upper and lower one, but still a breath's space away. Want to tell me what happened in there, handsome? At this point, we're both breathing heavily. The pressure of his heaving chest against my now sensitive one is an intoxicating feeling. His eyes open lazily, but he doesn't answer. Not that I thought he would. He takes one look at my dilated pupils and flushed cheeks, then smashes his lips into mine, instantly growling into my mouth as he does. My hands wrap tight around his head, pulling him in as he presses his thigh harder against my core. rocking his hips into me. Overwhelmed by the sensation, I pull back on a gasp, my head falling back against the truck. Like a true quarterback, he takes advantage of the opening. His head drops into my neck where he sucks, then blows cool air, only to make the spot hot all over again with his perfect mouth, perfect tongue, perfect lips. Goosebumps roll down my spine. Shamelessly grinding into him, I feel his dick, hard and thick against my hip. His hands snake behind me, giving my ass a nice, firm squeeze. When another small moan leaves my lips, he pulls away with a growl, putting a good 3 feet between us. We stand there staring at each other, our chests rising and falling at rapid speeds. His hands on his hips, mine on my throat, our eyes locked. He tips his chin toward the truck, so I turn and climb inside. "Buckle up, brat," he tells me through a smile, before shutting the door and jogging around. Once we're stopped in front of my house, I turn to find Nate, grinning at me. "What?" With a chuckle, he shakes his head and looks out his front windshield. "I don't know what I expected to happen today when I showed up at Wicker, but that definitely wasn't it. Since your playbook is open, let's hear the version that went through your head beforehand." He grins deeper. "Figured I'd go in there, make him ball up a bit. Thought maybe I'd corner you by the bathroom or something. Kiss you so you'd be thinking of me during your date." I giggle. Giggle. Now I want to punch myself. Clearing my throat, I speak. "Wow. Well, that's original and all." I grin at him. "I kind of like the real version better." He chuckles. My mouth drops open in thought. "Did you see Jared's face?" I ask, smiling. "That alone was worth the bitchin' I'm sure I'll hear from him later." Nate's body goes rigid, and he turns to look out his side window. "You thinking about going out with him again?" "Well, that depends," I tell him, earning an irritated look. "You plan on showing up and dragging me off again?" "Yes." His answer is instant, firm. My eyebrows jump. "So, maybe you should just give up the whole dating thing altogether." He grins at his suggestion. "So I should be more like you, then?" His brows pull in slightly. "I should just skip the pleasantries and go straight for the pleasuring?" I give a meh look and nod my head. I guess I could get on board with that. I mean, it's not like I'm a virgin, so it's really not that big of a deal, right? He's out of the car and pulling me out my door before I have a chance to enjoy the raged look on his face. Tossing me over his massive shoulder, he rushes to my front door, while I laugh my ass off and enjoy the view of his tight butt flexing with each step he takes. He reaches back, grabs my keys out of my hand, opens the door, and quickly marches inside. Still laughing, I smack his butt. "Set me down, shithead!" He doesn't reply but turns right, heading down the hallway. "Anyone besides Mia have a key?" he asks. An airy, almost nauseating but not feeling filters through my stomach and my brows pull in. "Kalani?" He stops in his tracks. No. No one." "Where?" I already know what he's referring to. First door on the right. Once in my room, he sets me down on my bed and hovers over me. His eyes are dark, determined, and zeroed in on me. Not taking his gaze off mine, he trails one finger from my collarbone, down my arm, and across my now exposed stomach. My lips part as I wait for his next move. His long, thick black lashes are half-masked as he leans over me, dark eyes burning within them. His hair is just long enough on top for me to run my fingers through. Apparently, my hands agree, because before I can stop, they're gliding through his hair. I watch, mesmerized, as the dark strands flow through my fair fingers. It's enticing. When a soft sound leaves Nate, my gaze flicks back to his. His eyes are closed, his brows creased, making small lines appear on his forehead. Slowly retreating from his silky hair, two of my fingers trace the lines above his eyebrows. His eyes open as my fingertips skim down his temple, his cheek, across his jaw. My lips twitch. You really are incredibly handsome, I whisper. My brows shoot high, my gaze on him as soon as the words leave my mouth. I've said them before, but not like this. His face is a perfect mask, giving nothing away. Kalani, I swallow. Yeah?
Tell me what you just said in the truck was no more than you being you, and trying to get under my skin?
What? A sly smile forms on my lips. I'm not a virgin.
You know damn well that's not what I was referring to.
His eyes are narrowed on me now, but he can't hide the playful gleam floating in them. I grin and maneuver my legs to the outside, so he's now on his knees between them. Did it work?
Oh, it worked.
His grin is simply sinful. Yeah? I squirm against my pillow.
Yeah.
He licks his lips.
Looking at you gets under my skin.
He drops down an inch.
Thinking about you fucks with my head.
Another inch.
Hearing that raspy, sexy-ass voice of yours gets me riled up.
He rumbles quietly, his body now brushing mine.
And touching you sets me on fire,
he whispers. Yeah, I breathe, bringing my legs up to wrap around him. Fire.
Seen another guy touch you?
He shakes his head, brows pulling in further.
I can't handle that.
He brushes a teasing kiss across my lips, making me whimper like a desperate hoe when he retreats.
So, how about we make sure that doesn't happen anymore?
Yeah, okay. I'm a hussy at this point. He shakes his head and drops his mouth to my ear.
You're not hearing me, Kalani.
His voice vibrates down my spine. I moan, closing my eyes. Don't let you see me with another guy. Got it. He lowers his body against mine. I gasp when his thickness presses into me, right where I want it. Handsome, I whisper. His lips push down on my throat.
Tell me, Kalani.
His hot breath brings goosebumps to my skin's surface.
Tell me. No other guys. Just me.
You're bossy. I breathe and wrap my legs tighter around him.
That's because you like me, bossy.
He gives me more of his weight, and his husky voice caresses my ear.
Tell me.
Yeah, okay. Just you, I tell him, my chin lifting. He pulls back instantly, his eyes flitting back and forth between mine.
You said it yourself. You don't lie.
Nate?
Yeah?
I wrap my arms around his neck, pulling him toward me. Move, I demand, as I lift my head, sealing our mouths together. He doesn't disappoint. With a deep growl, he takes control of my mouth, owning it like nothing I've ever experienced before. Every stroke of his tongue, mine mirrors. Every roll of his hips, mine follow. Every move he makes, my body anticipates. It's the strangest, most thrilling sensation I've ever felt. His hands find my hips, where he uses them as a stealing force, creating more pressure. My hands glide up his sides, pushing his shirt up. He breaks our kiss long enough for me to pull it over his head. I moan into his mouth as my hands make their way down his masterful pecs and abs. Once I get to his V, that glorious V, I trace each side with my pointer fingers, not stopping when I reach the band of his jeans. I dip my fingers in, sliding to the center, where I unbutton them, then run my knuckles over the hardness in his boxer briefs. He rips away from my mouth, panting wildly into my neck. One of his hands slides under my shirt, cupping me over my bra. I grasp him over his briefs, and when I squeeze, he thrusts his hips forward, pressing my hand harder around him. Fast like a NASCAR, he lifts to his knees, pulling me with him, yanking my shirt off. He slams his mouth into mine again. Next, he unclasps my bra, slides the straps down my arms, then lowers me back onto the pillow, my boobs bouncing as I hit the bed.
God damn.
He drops and flicks my nipple with his tongue, earning a whimper from me.
So fucking perfect.
He squeezes my left breast while sucking my right nipple into his tepid mouth. Oh my God. I squirm under him, my hands finding their way back to his dick. I pull his briefs to his thighs and grip him hard. He's thick and silky and wanting. As Nate switches to my other boob, I begin to pump him. I start slowly, working my hand up and over his tip, then back down. When he bites down on my nipple, my back arches, offering him more, and his hips begin to thrust, driving himself faster as he works with me to bring himself relief. When a sound that can only be described as a moan growl leaves his mouth, I bring my free hand up, yanking on his hair. I direct his hungry mouth back to mine. Fuck, Kalani. He moans into my mouth, his fingers pinching and twisting my nipples. I can't fuck you, I pant between kisses. He laughs into my mouth. You can't fuck me either. Stop talking. I nod as he assaults my neck with his tongue. His hand slides from my left breast and down my stomach, where he flicks open the button to my jeans. Gently, he bites down on my shoulder as his middle finger glides down the center of my thin panties, then back up, stopping right where my body's calling for him. He adds a second finger, then slowly circles my clit. Like a firework, my body lights up, starting at my core and fanning out through my stomach and thighs, not stopping until my toes curl. Heat takes over, and I know I'm close. Not wanting to finish alone and not caring to know why it matters, I pump him harder, faster, feeling the thick veins bulge under my fingers. He lifts his head and watches me as he makes his next move. He maneuvers his fingers to where my clit is pinched right between the two, and when he begins squeezing and rolling it between his fingers, my hips lift off the mattress. Ah, shit, I croak, turning my head into the pillow. Gripping my chin, he turns my head back to look at him. Dropping his forehead to mine, he pinches my clit harder, pumping his hips faster while I grip him like a vice. I watch his eyes darken, feel his forehead tighten against mine. Right as my core clenches, fire takes over my body, releasing the ultimate orgasm, and I squeeze him impossibly tighter. Tilting my chin, I grab a hold of his bottom lip and bite down, right as his body shudders on top of mine, coating my stomach with his warm, wet finale. His face, when he comes, is the sexiest thing I have ever seen. Hard and taut and ravenous. Applying pressure to my clit, he holds still, letting me ride the pleasure train to a complete stop. You look good like this. His voice is deep and gravelly. Like what? I pant. His sexy smirk finds his lips, flushed and under me. I roll my eyes and hit him in the chest, causing him to laugh and roll off. Hopping up, I make my way to the bathroom to wipe off my stomach. Grabbing the shirt that's hanging over the towel rack, I throw it on. When I turn back, I expect to find a fully clothed Nate, ready to make his getaway. But instead, I find him lying in the same place I left him, arms crossed behind his head, eyes closed, dick out. What are you doing? He smiles but doesn't open his eyes. Relaxing? Get your ass out of my bed and go home. I pick up the water bottle on my nightstand and take a drink. I got stuff to do before tomorrow. His grin slips some as he slowly rises from the bed. After buttoning his pants, he pulls his shirt over his head and walks toward me, an unreadable expression on his face. I grin up at him as he wraps his arms around my lower back. Is this how it goes? I ask. A nice, thanks for the fun, sugar? Maybe a kiss on the head, then you bow out? I laugh. 'Cause if it is, it's totally not necessary. Something passes in his eyes, but it's gone quickly. Dropping his arms, he scratches the back of his neck and steps back. Walk me? I laugh. I can do that. Once we reach the door, he looks to me, those eyes searching. For what? I'm not sure, but I don't think he finds it because his shoulders drop an inch. See you tomorrow, I tell him. I start to open the door, but he halts my movements. Wait, can I ask you something? No. Sure. Did Jared do or say something to you today to make you uncomfortable or upset or anything? My head jerks back. No. Why? No, he challenges, raising an eyebrow. I said no, Nate. And if he did, I would have handled it myself. I yank the door open. I told you before. I handle my own shit. All right. He frowns. Why did you ask me that? I ask, biting on the inside of my cheek. Reaching out, he tucks my hair behind my ear, smiling weakly when I swat his hand away. No reason. Liar. His eyes tip up, but his chin drops to his chest, and his chuckle is forced. See you tomorrow. Shutting the door behind him, I lean against it and wonder what he meant. Chapter 17. Kalani. I set my bags down and walk outside to help Parker with the rest of my groceries. My brows lift when I see he has every one of them in his hands, and a 12-pack of soda under his right arm. You need some help there, hero? I tease. He grins, the receipt hanging out of his mouth. Nope. I could add you to the load and still carry more. I usher him forward with the swipe of a hand. After setting everything on the countertop, he heads into the living room and plops onto the couch while I start putting stuff away. So, he calls out, a little birdie told me a certain quarterback made an interception today. Weird. I tossed the chips and popcorn into the cabinet. I wasn't aware quarterbacks played defense. I glance at him with a raised eyebrow. Exactly, he shouts in excitement, hopping onto his knees to face me, his forearms resting on the back of the couch. I toss the gum into the drawer nearest the fridge, closing it with my hip, and lean against it. Exactly what? I laugh, shaking my head at him. Quarterbacks don't play defense. That's rule number 1 in football for dummies. He grins and I roll my eyes. But my boy never played by the rules. I kick off the counter and grab another bag to unload. I don't doubt that. But he did. You weren't even there, so shut it. I stand on my tiptoes to hide the waffle crisp behind all the paper products. Ha! Try and find them there, Mia. Hear me out, all right? I go to nod, but he narrows his eyes. And not with those blinders of yours. I open the fridge to put away the milk with one hand, while reaching around and flipping him off with the other, making him chuckle. So, I heard Jared tried to kiss you and Nate swooped in. Yeah, I roll my eyes. He was a real Captain Save-A-Ho. Parker bellows over in laughter. What's your point, anyway? My tone is bored. He shrugs, a grin still on his lips. Maybe he likes you. Yeah, maybe. When he sits back on his heels and puffs out his chest, it takes everything in me to hold back my laughter. Or maybe he's never had to work for ass before, and really, really wants to be the first in line to, I wiggle my eyebrows, break me in. You win, he yells, dropping himself back. That's definitely the reason. Even though he can't see me, I smile in triumph, but my head takes a second to catch on to the gleefulness of being right. So, what's the plan, Stan? I call out. He groans. I'm out of here, actually. My mom's headed to my dad's to pick up some old photos or something for my senior page in the yearbook. I get to go play referee. I don't envy you, I laugh, pulling out what I need to make a sandwich. But real quick, I've been meaning to ask. He grins. What? Did you hook up with Nate's sister? His eyes shoot wide and he chokes. What? My mouth drops open. Shut the fuck up. You did. No, he's quick to rush out. I did not. Okay, he groans. She showed up at my house one night, crying over some bullshit she shouldn't have been dealing with in the first place. She was drunk, so I let her crash. He looks away. In my bed. And apparently I decided to sleep in my bed too, 'cause I woke up with my arm around her, my morning wood appreciating her ass. When I bust up laughing, he rolls his eyes and makes his way to the door.
Bye, Lolly Bear. I'll call you later. Once the door shuts behind him, I walk over and lock it, a triumphant grin on my face. I read Kenra's bashfulness when she saw Parker. She was remembering his dick against her ass. There's definitely more to that story than Parker chose to share. But who am I to push when I don't participate in show and tell myself? Not that he would have budged. Parker is as loyal as they come, and that wasn't his story to tell. It's one of the many reasons why he's the shit and will forever be my best friend. With a smile, I walk back into the kitchen. Right as I do, Nani comes out of hiding. I'm on it. After finishing my sandwich, I pour her food in her bowl and make my way to my room. Once my clothes are off, panties included, I jump under the covers and tuck the blankets under my chin. My mind begins to settle, and I take a deep, refreshing breath. Instantly, my senses are invaded, and my eyes fly open. Nate. He's all over my blankets. His grassy, fresh sweetness, mixed with leather and man and shit. Burying my face in my pillow, I sigh. This is not good. Not good. As I walk into Ulrich High, my eyes bulge. The walls look like a kindergarten class threw up on them. Hand-painted posters cover the walls, surrounded by shiny gold, red, and black crepe papers. They look like mashed-up balls, but are supposed to resemble flowers. I think. Matching streamers hang from the ceiling at all the entry and exit points, and a large poster with big bold painted-on letters that reads, Knight's Kingdom, hangs, crooked, in the middle of the hall. An arm wraps around my shoulder. Cliché, isn't it? Parker laughs in my ear. Very. I smile up at him. Morning, hero. Mornin'. He grins. I like it, Mia shrugs, falling back in place next to us. We are the knights. Fluttering her eyelashes, she gives us a bow. And this is our kingdom. Parker releases me, bends and hoists Mia in the air. That's right, Mia. He turns so he's facing me. Where's your school spirit, Lolly? Grinning, he reaches up and gives her ass a good smack. Damn it, Parker! Put me down, she laughs. Hey now. We turn to see Austin walking up with a smile on his face. Parker laughs, setting Mia on her feet only long enough for Austin to swoop her up and spin her around. She throws her head back and plays the part, making all of us laugh along with her. What do you say? Want to be the princess to my prince, Ms. Edwards? He smiles up at her. She quirks a brow. Why not the queen to your king? She teases, sliding her hands around his neck. He plants a quick kiss to her lips. Because we already know who the king is. He laughs, turning his head to look over his shoulder, and our eyes follow suit. And there he is, the unofficial king of Ulrich High himself. Nate striding down the hall, looking all kinds of tempting. How he makes a plain black tee and jeans look like a walking, talking, life-size ad for Guess, I'll never know. My eyes collide with his. People call out to him, pat his arm, do everything but flash him to get his attention as he meanders down the line. But his dark eyes never leave mine. I know what those eyes look like when pleased. A throat clears behind me. I turn to find Liv leaning against a locker, a nasty smirk in place. With a roll of my eyes, I turn to my locker she just so happens to be leaning next to. Why, might I ask, have you decided to grace me with your presence? She stops admiring her manicure and narrows her eyes at me. I told you once, I'll tell you again. Her eyes flick over my shoulder quickly. He's getting closer. Stay away from Nate. He's better than you'll ever be. You may pretend to be a part of the football world, but he's going somewhere in it. She stands up taller. He doesn't need some wannabe getting in his head.
I close my locker and lean one shoulder against it. You're right, Liv. I nod my head with a smile on my face. He is going somewhere. I eye her for a few seconds. You planning on going with him? I raise an eyebrow. I've been accepted on early admission to every college I've applied to. She crosses her arms, smirking like she's won something. He's almost here. I laugh. Let me guess. They all happen to have Division I teams? Her smirk falters a little, and my mouth drops open in humor. Oh my God! They do! I gape at her. You plan on picking based on who he commits to. Listen, slut! She cuts off and plasters a huge, silky smooth smile on her lips, one that falls right off as his chest comes flush against my back. One of his large hands wraps around my waist, and he brings his mouth to my ear. Good morning, Kalani. Handsome? I answer, biting the inside of my cheek to keep from laughing, my eyes trained on Liv's. He lifts his head, jerking his chin in the wannabe Barbie's direction. Liv? She forces the corners of her lips up and pushes her chest out. Hey, Nate, she practically moans, and I couldn't hold in my eye roll if I tried. Can I talk to you? She cuts me a quick smirk. In private? I swear to God, she just slithered. Actually, he's cut off when the bell rings. That would be the bell. Stepping back from me, he grabs onto my elbow and pulls me away from the lockers. Throwing his arm protectively around my shoulder, he calls out, Bye, Liv, never bothering to turn around. As soon as we turn the corner, I bend over laughing, shrugging Nate's arm off in the process. That was pretty smooth there, handsome. I look into his eyes, finding them narrowed in on me. What? He opens his mouth to say something, but decides better of it. Shaking his head, he walks ahead of me into class. By the time lunch rolls around, I'm beyond starved. Food in hand, I go to take a seat next to Mia, only to have Jared drop down before me and pull me onto his lap. My brows shoot up and I grin at him. Hi. I set my Funyuns and drink on the table, strategically keeping my Twix in hand. Never know when a thief with a sweet tooth might come along. He smirks at me. Hi, Lolly. Ugh. His clammy hand runs down my left arm. I think we need a repeat of our date from Sunday. He leans in as I lean back. We didn't quite make it to the good part. Now, did we? He whispers. His voice is striving for seductive, but his eyes have a hardened glare behind them. You mean the food wasn't the good part? I joke, and shift to stand, but he misses the hint and adjusts me on his lap. He pushes my hair over my shoulder. I was referring to... Somewhere behind me I hear an, oh shit, before I feel him. I turn to find Nate making his way through the tables. Unfortunately, turning involves a shift of my waist, and I feel a little excitement from Jared. No pun intended, but in this case, sadly, it works. Nate sees my eyes widen and drops his narrowed gaze to where Jared's body and mine are touching. His jaw ticks, and there is no doubt he knows exactly what just happened. He masks his rage on a blink and casts me a warning with his eyes, telling me to run, girl, run, unless I'm ready for what's coming. Curiosity did kill the cat, after all. He's almost to me now, his eyes burning into mine, but the closer he gets, the clearer they become. For me. You'd never see it, or believe it, for that matter, with the way his body's moving, with his arms hanging loose at his sides, his easy strides, a shadow of a grin tipping those lips, and his chin held high. He oozes confidence. Or smugness, depending on how you look at it. His face is a cold mask for all around us to see. But for whatever reason, I see the vulnerability hidden deep in his dark orbs. He's not hiding it from me. He wants me to know what he wants, what he's hoping for, secretly begging me for. I give it to him. Never breaking our eye contact, I push Jared's hands off me and stand right as Nate's feet land in front of mine, bringing us chest to chest. His eyes shine instantly, and I don't even care it's his cocky smirk that comes out to play. "You forget what you promised me last night, gorgeous," he whispers for only me to hear, his eyes narrowing. My tongue slides out to wet my suddenly dry lips. I shake my head because no, I didn't forget. I also didn't think for a second he was serious. Good. He winks. Next thing I know, his soft lips are on mine. His kiss is more demanding and territorial than anything. But right now, I don't mind. Not giving a damn about the gasps and giggles and screeching chairs. I throw my hands around his neck and kiss him back. Not even caring when my candy falls to the floor. Chapter 18. Kalani. By the time Wednesday rolls around, I'm beyond done with the social buzz around school. Yes, Nate and I hang out. Whoop-de-fucking-do. It's not like it's a big deal. Nate hangs out with a lot of girls, plain and simple. If I was a guy as attractive and talented as he is, and had girls throwing themselves at me left and right, I'd probably do the same thing. Tupac said it right. I ain't mad at ya. Seriously, though? Do they not realize the only reason he's still hanging around me is because we haven't had sex? Everyone knows his golden rule is to hit it and quit it. He's the king of the smash and dash. To say I don't understand what the fuss is all about is the understatement of the year, which is exactly why I skipped football practice today. I need a fucking break from everything. I ran 5 miles and did mad crunches in PE, but my mind is still racing, so I throw on my running shoes and head out the door. A few hours and dozens of achy muscles later, I'm lying on my bed watching my fan go around and around when a text comes through. Picking up my phone, I see it's from Nate. "Handsome. You missed practice." I roll my eyes. Me. "You're perceptive." Handsome. "What are you doing?" Me. "Nothing." I sit in beautiful silence for a few minutes before his next text comes through. Handsome. "Can I come do nothing with you?" Me. "No." My reply is instant. All that's left to do now is wait for his persistent ass. And 3, 2, 1, my phone rings. Shocker. As soon as I answer, I hear his laughter boom through the speaker, and something inside of me eases. A breath full of tension I didn't realize I was carrying releases. "Why not?" he asks, laughter fueling his voice. "Because we're supposed to have fun, and I just want to sit here. You don't need to be here for that. You shouldn't be here for that." When he doesn't respond, I pull the phone away from my ear, making sure I didn't lose him. "Nate?" I hear some shuffling and then he answers. "Yeah, I'm here. Sorry I was stepping out of the locker room real quick." Glancing at the time on my newly purchased music-operated alarm clock, I see it's 10 past 6. Practice just got released. It's fine. I begin counting as the fan circles above me. Nate clears his throat. "What if I want to do nothing with you?" I don't really care. I said no. 25, 26, Kalani. His voice is gruff, determined. I already know how this is going to go. I say no, he shows up anyway. Squeezing my eyes shut, I answer, "I'll unlock the door. Let yourself in." I hang up quickly, so I don't have to hear his crap about leaving the door unlocked, blah, blah, blah. I do as I said I would, then climb back into bed and assume the position. 53, 54, 55.
Nate. I hustle back into the locker room with more of a punch in my step, grab my shit and hit the showers. Not wanting to be a smelly bastard, I try to take my time washing, but knowing Kalani's door is unlocked has me on overdrive, so I'm out of the shower in record time. Pussy on the brain, Monroe? Jared jabs from his locker 3 spaces down from mine. Shit, Joey, one of my offensive linemen, begins. One pussy's more like it, boys whipped. He laughs and playfully swats me with his towel. Of course, I was expecting it, and make quick work of snatching it from his hands. You're not denying it, then? Jared asks, his eyes pinched at the side. I know he's still got a hard-on for Kalani, that much is obvious, and how jumpy his eyes are every time she's around. I should knock him out. Nothing to deny, Hollins. I know where I want to be, and yeah, I pull my shirt over my head, grabbing my wallet and keys. That happens to be where she is. Safe to say you won't be heading to Wicker tonight? Austin asks, jumping into the tail end of our conversation with a smirk. Walking backward toward the door, I give them a sideways grin. I'm done at Wicker, boys. I salute them and walk out, ignoring their jabs and catcalls. On my way to Kalani's, I run by the grocery store to get some reinforcements. I've noticed she has these moments where I don't know, it's almost like she allows herself to be free, but when she stops and thinks about it, realizing she's enjoying herself or enjoying me, she pulls back. I've seen it happen on the field before. She'll smile and get a small light behind her beautiful blue eyes, but as soon as it takes over her features, lighting her up the way she was meant to shine, she turns to stone. I decided a long time ago that I want her, but I want my Kalani tonight. The Kalani I know only I get to see. The one that smiles through her eyes and drops her head back on a laugh, making that long dark hair seem impossibly longer. The laugh where she raises her soft little hand over her heart while the other playfully rests on my shoulder. Yeah, I want to see her tonight. Once in park, I kill the engine and jog to the door. The second I turn the handle, a woman yells out from behind me. I turn around, and my eyebrows jump into my hairline. Holy shit, Kalani looks just like her mom.
What do you think you're doing?
Damn, Kalani's gonna age real nice.
Hello?
The dark-haired woman waves as she walks closer.
Why are you just walking into this house?
I'm cooking up a lie in my head when I remember Kalani said she lives alone, so I go for bold and pray to the football gods it's the right move. She's waiting for me. I hook my finger over my shoulder. She left it open so she didn't have to get up. I unintentionally crack a grin when I say this. That girl loves her some sleep. It's clear she's not necessarily happy with my response considering the way her brows pull in and she glances off. We both stand there for a moment before she nods to herself and turns, heading back to the car parked on the curb. After a deep exhale, I walk in and find Kalani lying on her bed in an oversized pair of sweats and t-shirt. I set the bag from the store down next to the bed and drop beside her. She doesn't say a word, so neither do I. After a good 10 or 15 minutes, she breaks the silence.
I had to restart.
I turn my head toward her in question. Without looking at me, she gives a small jerk of her chin.
The fan. I was almost at 1700.
She shrugs, then turns to me. As soon as her glacier blue eyes are on me, I smile. Hi. Kalani gazes at me for a moment, her eyes vacant, but I keep my smile in place, and I'm rewarded when her blue eyes grow brighter and a small smile plays on her lips, and, of course, a playful eye roll.
Hi, handsome.
I smile wider and feel like a jackass, so I turn to the fan.
Handsome?
Her voice, so quiet, lost and unsure, slices right through me. Yeah, gorgeous? I palm the center of my chest.
I'm going to tell you a story, but I need you to distract me after.
I can do that. I mutter into the room. I place my hand on the mattress so my left pinky is brushing hers.
She's not my mom.
My brows pull in and I turn back to her, but she's staring at the fan now.
My window's open, so I overheard.
Her voice is different right now, almost hollow. I don't like it, but I know her well enough to know if I ask the wrong question, she'll make a joke and shut down on me.
That was my Aunt Kara, Mia's mom. My parents are dead.
Shit. I never thought about why Kalani lived alone. I guess I just figured her parents were assholes and not around or something.
My Aunt Kara?
She begins.
She was my mom's sister, her twin.
I swallow.
Identical.
Fuck. I'm trying real hard not to react, but fuck. My hand is twitching to reach out and touch her, but I don't. Instead, I dig my fingers into the comforter beneath me and hold my breath, waiting, hoping to hear the story that broke my girl's heart.
My parents, they were cool, photographers. We traveled all the time. It was fun at first, but after a while, I was tired of missing all the normal kid stuff. Friends' birthdays, school functions and crap. Stupid stuff that I could care less about now, but back then, it mattered. I kept complaining, so my grandpa, my papa, he was my dad's dad, said he'd stay with me for the few months a year that he could, and on some of his off weekends. He had been wanting to for years anyway, but didn't want to step on my dad's toes.
I wonder if she even feels the story she's telling me. Her idle tone tells me she doesn't.
So the day I turned 14, I begged my parents to sign papers to emancipate me, so I could always stay home, even when Papa wasn't around. I was a good kid, as far as I didn't get in any actual trouble, so they agreed.
She shrugs into the pillow, her eyes still following the fan around.
I had to get a work permit, and a little job to get the state papers signed off on by the courts, but it worked. After that, my parents hardly ever came home. I didn't mind. I got to do whatever I wanted and hang out with my gramps more often than ever before.
She adjusts her pillow and crosses one leg over the other. I stay frozen in place, waiting for the hit.
They came home 3 times a year. Super Bowl, 4th of July, and my birthday.
She takes a deep breath, then turns her head toward mine. I don't move. She searches my eyes. For what, I'm not sure. But once she's satisfied, she continues, her eyes still trained on mine.
My grandpa showed up to surprise me the day before my 17th birthday. My parents were due in that day, but their flight was delayed, so they wouldn't be getting in until the next morning. He didn't want me to wake up on my birthday by myself.
She turns back to the fan.
When I woke up on my birthday, I found him hunched over in the kitchen. He was making me French toast.
I remind myself to breathe.
Once we got to the hospital, he went through hours of testing before they finally told me he had congestive heart failure, CHF. Apparently, he'd had it for the past few years and he'd had a heart attack. They kept draining the fluids from his lungs, but it wasn't working. They couldn't keep him stable. Said I only had a couple hours with him.
Her head jerks toward me and she glares.
Why don't you ever say goodbye to me?
My brows jump at her sudden and unexpected question.
I pay attention. I hear you say it all the time to other people, but you never say it to me.
Her tone is accusatory, as if she's upset by it, but I can see the importance of the question in her eyes. I don't even think she realizes how badly she wants my answer, maybe even needs it, but I can feel it. Cautiously, I lift my right hand and tuck her silky black hair behind her ear. Flattening my palm, I let it rest there against her soft skin. I prop myself up on my elbow and slowly lean down to press a kiss against her lips. She doesn't pull away, but she doesn't give in either. I whisper against her lips, my eyes locked onto hers. Because, for some reason, the thought of saying goodbye to you does something to me. I don't like it. It makes me feel like I'm losing something. Her lids lower the smallest of fractions, and, for a split second, she allows herself to lean into my touch, then quickly looks back to the fan, forcing my hand to drop.
My grandpa didn't allow goodbyes, and that's not something he and I would ever have. A goodbye.
She releases a sharp breath.
Anyway, he was about to die, just after midnight. The nurse came in to add the cherry on top.
I can't handle it anymore. I reach out and pull her to me, tucking her little body into my arms. Now I can breathe.
Kalani. Anyway, he was about to die. Just after midnight, the nurse came in to add the cherry on top. Nate's strong hands grab a hold of me, and he pulls my body against his. I can feel his heart beat against my palm. It's kind of soothing. When his hand comes up and begins running through my hair,
I get lost in my words and the memory I haven't allowed to surface in over a year. You can go to sleep. More tears stream down my face, but I have to be brave. Go to sleep. I'll wake up for you. Ms. Embers? A soft, hesitant voice calls from the doorway, and I drop my head back down. Beep. Please go. I hear the desperate plea in my voice. When I hear a soft cry, I look up at the nurse standing in the doorway. Tears fall from her eyes as she shakes her head back and forth, opening her mouth, then closing it. She says nothing. Beep. Please, can you give me this time? I say, my voice getting louder, tighter. I just need more time. Ms. Embers, I'm afraid there's been an accident. She trails off, her eyes focusing on the floor. My body tenses and I immediately place my other hand on top of Papa's, caging it, shielding him. She continues, her voice pained. It's your parents. When her eyes finally meet mine, I know. It's clear as day, right there on her pretty round face. They're dead, aren't they? I think I say aloud, but I can't be sure, because the moment the last word leaves my mouth, the beeping stops and the searing sound of a flatline drones on. I look down and my grandpa, my papa, my best friend, gone. My body starts to convulse, my mind flipping like flashcards as dozens of thoughts and images fly through my brain. I can hear my pulse in my ears and nothing else. The nice woman's lips are moving, as are the officers now standing behind her. But I don't hear them. Then, suddenly, my body seizes. Air flows through me and I feel nothing. Standing, I offer a nod to the men and women in the room, thank them, then walk out, never once setting foot in that hospital again. Nate's grip tightens around me, and I allow myself to settle into his arms. How did they die? He asks in a tight voice. Car accident? Nothing spectacular. Just bad timing, I guess. I can't help but scoff at that. Bad timing, all right. My parents and Grandpa all died on my 17th birthday. All because they wanted to be there to celebrate with me. So, your aunt, I nod into his chest, is a perfect picture of my mother. I release a deep breath. She tried to pull the guardian card since she was the only adult left who I was related to. But my lawyer shut her down quick. Turned out, she had no idea my parents had emancipated me. She did everything she could to have it overturned, but it didn't work. It was all in good faith on her part, but it was the last thing I wanted. So, you lost your grandpa and parents in the same day, then stayed there alone? His voice is thick with emotion. Why, Kalani? His arms tighten around me protectively. The answer is simple. Twins, handsome. I don't say anything else because that alone is enough. He whispers after a few minutes. So, you're 18. I nod. I had good enough grades when everything went down, so I didn't have to finish out the last 2 months of my junior year. They dropped, obviously. Went from solid A's to hardly passing C-minuses. But I didn't care. I wasn't about to go back, regardless. I shift, laying my chin on my hand so I can look at Nate's face. When my senior year started, I signed myself out and took the year off. I had a lot of business things I had to handle, since everything that belonged to my parents and Grandpa was signed over to me. After that was done, I just hung around. Nate starts running his hand through my hair again, and I smile. Anyway, Mia and my aunt ganged up on me and begged me to come here and finish out school when, really, I should have just gotten my GED, but whatever. I knew they were worried and I had nothing else to do for a while anyway, so here I am, I say, rolling my eyes. We lay there in silence for a few minutes, staring at each other, before Nate kisses my hair and shifts out from under me. I have something for you.
I look up at him as he makes his way to a bag I didn't see him bring in. "What is it?" I ask, curious. "Nope." He smiles and I could kiss him. He's trying so hard to act nonchalant after everything I told him, and once again I find myself wondering why that makes my body seem lighter. I make my way around my bed and step into his chest. Instantly, his arms come around me, barricading me in their safety. I tilt my chin up and we seal our lips together. Mine thanking him, his telling me, showing me that my words were heard and felt and appreciated. When a small crack forms in the center of my chest, right where my rapidly beating heart lives, I pull out of his embrace. Nate says nothing, but grabs the bag, asks me to get my shoes and a sweater and meet him in his truck. I change into a pair of black yoga pants and an oversized hoodie, choosing my Uggs over my Chucks. I hesitate at the front door. My brows pull in as the fingertips skim slowly over my lips. A smile pulls at my mouth, but my phone beeps from my boot before it takes over. Handsome. It's okay to want something. No pain, no gain. I'm wondering if he's right. "What are we doing here?" I ask when we turn down Nate's long driveway. He glances at me quickly, a nervous smile on his face before focusing back on the dirt road. "We're hanging out." I roll my eyes, of course, but I can't stop myself from smiling. I like it out here. All right. Nate parks his truck and unbuckles his seatbelt. "Give me a minute." My brows jump and I try to object, but he's gone too quick. Not a minute later, a soft light flicks on, illuminating the swing, and my anxious feet take me right to it. When I reach the top stair, Nate walks out the front door with a goofy grin in place, 2 blankets in hand. I follow him the last few steps to the beautiful escape. He folds one blanket, laying it across the seat part of the swing, then motions for me to sit. He reaches for my feet, removes my boots, then joins me, covering us both with the other blanket. We settle in next to each other, his feet planted on the floor to sway us, mine tucked underneath me. He sets the mysterious white grocery store bag in my lap. I smile at the bag. I have cousins who are twins, Mason and Ariana. My lip twitches and I peek up at him. "Yeah?" "Yup, same age as us. Mace plays football too." What's Mason look like?" I smirk and he glares, earning a laugh. "You know," I sigh, "it sounds stupid, but the worst part wasn't even losing them all, like you'd think it would be." "No?" "Nope." Releasing a deep breath, I continue. "The worst part was that my grandpa didn't tell me he was sick." I tilt my head and look over at Nate. How could he not tell me? He was my best friend and he didn't tell me he was dying. Nate's hand moves to rest on my thigh. "I can't say for sure." He gives me a small smile. "But if I had to guess, I'd say he didn't want you to worry." I nod, my lips in a flat line. "Yeah, I figured that too." Nate lifts his hand and rustles the plastic bag, drawing my attention back to my lap. I untie the knot and peek inside. Once I see it, my head falls back against the wood, my laughter echoing around us. I don't lift my head, but turn it to look at Nate. He's staring at me with parted lips, his eyes bright and unblinking. When I see his hand move out of the corner of my eye, my lips twitch in anticipation. As expected, maybe even wanted, it skims across my cheek until he reaches my hair, where he tucks it gently behind my ear. His hand rests there, in his spot. And all I want to do is lean into him, get as close as possible, and maybe stay there, for a while anyway. The thought alone is enough to make my throat grow thick. "What are you thinking right now?" he whispers. "You first," I croak out instantly. His whispered response is as quick as mine. "I'm thinking about how beautiful you are." His eyes roam my face and I bite the inside of my cheek. "About how soft your skin is. He runs his fingers down the side of my neck, my body shivering under his touch. How, as strange as it may seem, I want to see you smile this way every day, for me, at me. It's my turn to search his face, and, as I do, it's the first time I don't see the overzealous playboy, but a guy searching for something more in a girl who has nothing to give. And for the first time in what seems like forever, I feel a ping of sadness, right in the center of my chest, because right now, I wish I could give him whatever it is he's looking for. He sees it, but in true Nate fashion, he doesn't push. He gives me the pass I need. Okay, you have to share, he says, snatching the bag from my fingers. I laugh and wait as he opens the pre-packaged cubes of Nestle's chocolate chip cookie dough. Setting the package on his lap, he winks and passes me a few pieces. All I can do is stare at him. When he turns to me, tilting his head in question, I simply smile and face forward again. An hour or so later, we're pulling in my driveway. Thanks, Nate. I turn to him. For tonight, all of it. I haven't talked about any of that since it happened. Not to anyone. I shrug. His face gives nothing away, but he jerks his chin in response, silently thanking me for trusting him. The moment my feet pass the threshold of my house, I feed Nani and am overcome with nostalgia. Unwilling to wallow, I throw on my running shoes and head out the door. Chapter 19. Kalani. Lolly Bear! I turn to find Parker running toward me, an unshakable smile on his face. My eyes bulge when I realize he isn't slowing down, and within seconds, I'm squealing and being thrown over his shoulder, spinning around. What the hell, Parker? I laugh, then grunt as my stomach smashes into his shoulder. We're 3-time state champions, Lolly. You're coming to the party tonight if I have to carry you there myself. I think about telling him I already fought with Mia about it and lost, but why burst his happy bubble? Okay, hero, I'll go to the party. Yeah, if you put me down. I'm on my feet in 2 seconds flat. Perfect. He smiles and throws his right arm over my shoulder. Kissing my temple, he asks, You gonna drink with me tonight, Lolly Bear? Actually, I take a second to think about the crazy week I've had. A few drinks sound pretty damn good right now. I smile, wrapping my arm around his waist. We're laughing as we reach the group of people waiting around for everyone to head to the party. My eyes instantly find Nate's. His eyes instantly find my fingers wrapped around Parker's side, then Parker's arm around my shoulder. I wait for him to meet my gaze again, but instead his shoulders tense, and he turns for Austin's running truck. Parker's oblivious, but gives me a small nod as I slip away from him, and the conversation he just started with Blaine, the tight end. A few girls pile into Austin's cab seats, and Nate's reaching for the front handle right as I approach. Good game, handsome. His biceps flex and he slowly turns, a deep pinch in his brow as he looks down at me. Hi, Lolly! The girls giggle in excitement in the back seat. I laugh, waving. Hey, guys! One leans over the front seat and I see it's the dark-haired girl from my government class, Casey. You going to... She's coming! Austin's quick to interrupt her on a laugh. She smiles and throws herself back against the seat. You're going to the party tonight? Nate asks, his tone accusatory. I am. I hold his eyes and ignore the scoff he gives me at my answer. Boys will be boys, after all. You gonna drive me or not? I raise an eyebrow at him. It takes a second, but finally, a smirk appears and he pushes off Austin's truck. See there, my man, he calls out, not bothering to look back when Austin protests. Nate steps into my space, so I'm forced to look up at his perfect face. Me being this close to him makes me want to kiss him. So I raise onto my toes, right as my arms wrap around his neck, his slide around my back, pulling me closer. You really want to go to this party tonight? His eyes search mine, a weary expression on his face. I nod. I could use a few drinks. Been a long week, handsome. He blows out a breath, looking around in thought. Yeah, it has. That was your last official high school game. He nods, glancing at the stadium lights as they shut off in the distance. We have the annual spring game the school puts on for fun, but yeah, season's over. It's crazy. I grin and pat his chest. You'll be playing under bigger, better lights in no time. I wink at him when his brown eyes make their way back to me. The corner of his mouth starts to crook up, but it falls flat, quickly transforming into a frown when Parker plants himself next to us. Ready, Lolly? He smiles, bouncing from one foot to the other, clearly eager to get his grown man on. Laughing, I shift in Nate's arms, feeling his body tense immediately. I can only assume it's because he thought I was moving away from him, considering he relaxes a second later when I turn to lean my back against his chest. I'm going with Nate. No! I hear from my left and right, and suddenly, Mia's standing there with us. My head jerks back and Nate's arms tighten around me. I look back and forth between the two. Nate is riding with Austin, and the floozies in the back. You, she points to me, are riding with me and Parker. Something's fishy, and it ain't the floozies. I narrow my eyes at Mia and stand taller. Why? She cuts a quick glance at Nate, her eyes flying back to me as she shrugs. I have a quick pit stop to make and I need you to go with me. She smiles a big cheesy smile I can't help but laugh at. Fine. I roll my eyes. Get that ugly-ass look off your face and wait for me by... Wait. Whose car? Mia bounces away, lacing her arm through Parker's. My Jeep. Be there in 5. When I step out of Nate's arms, he grumbles. What was that all about? With a quick glance in the direction the two headed off in, I shrug, turning back to Nate. You never know with Pebbles and Bam Bam. He nods, a crease forming between his thick brows as he watches them hop into Mia's Jeep. All right, guess I'll see you in a bit. I pull out of his embrace. He looks back at me, his eyes tight. He doesn't say anything, just nods, leaning down to kiss my forehead before walking back to Austin's truck. As soon as I jump into Mia's Jeep, I start. Okay, assholes, spill it. Parker, who's in the driver's seat, howls in laughter as he takes off, while Mia squeals from her spot in the passenger seat. Tonight is going to be so much fun. And that's all I get until we're walking into my house a few minutes later. Okay, Lolly. Mia shoves me into the bathroom. Quickest shower of your life. Go. Shave whatever needs shaving. Hair in a hairnet. We don't have time to dry it. She picks up one of my curls and nods in approval. Thank God you did your hair before the game. Then she's running down the hall. Be right back, she yells before I hear the front door close. I don't bother arguing because what the fuck's the point? On a curse, I slam the bathroom door closed. I know this is somehow your fault, hero. His laughter booms from the other side of the door. It'll be worth it. Trust me. Yeah, I mutter and do as I'm told. Thankfully, I'm a fresh and clean and an always bare kind of girl, so my to-be-shaved areas are on point. Approximately 2 minutes later, I wrap the towel around me and rip the shower cap off my head, letting my curls hang loose, and head into my bedroom for some answers. But in the short distance from A to B, I hear some commotion. As I make my way around the corner, I see Parker smirking, lying on my bed with his arms crossed behind his head, and Nate standing in front of him, a scowl on his face. Both their gazes turn to me. Hi? Nate's scowl deepens, while Parker doubles over in laughter. Then I hear more yelling coming down the hallway. What the hell, Austin? Mia shrieks. I told you we'd meet you guys there. He laughs. I know, but the guy's relentless. He saw your Jeep in the driveway, saw you and you alone, as in not Parker and Lolly, run over to your house and practically jumped out the truck. What's a man to do? Urgh! She grunts, her voice getting closer. You are so not getting any tonight. She comes around the corner, Austin hot on her heels, and Nate jolts out of his frozen state. Shut your damn eyes, he points at Austin, who stands in front of me, smiling. You, he whips around, pointing at Parker. Get the fuck off her bed and go wait in the living room. Parker laughs and hustles out of the room as they all make their way down the hall. Give me 5 minutes, Nate yells out, then gently shoves me into my room, his chest heaving. What the fuck is going on right now? I ask, my eyes shifting around the now empty room. Nate drops his chin to his chest, and when he looks back up, it's a slow, scorching perusal that starts at my toes and spreads until the hairs on the back of my neck are standing up. He has my back against the door and his mouth on mine before I can protest. Not that I would. A needy moan leaves my lips as my legs are lifted to wrap around him, using the door and his body to support me. His hands trail down my throat, my chest, until they reach the edge of my towel just above my thighs. Right when his hands start to push the towel up further, there's a loud bang on the door. Oh, hell no, Mia yells. Nate, get your ass out of there and get to the damn party. Neither of us move. After a good 30 seconds of silence, she lets out a humorless laugh. Okay, fine, I can hear the smirk in her voice. Get your ass out of there and get to your party, playboy. My gaze flies to Nate's, and a sexy-ass smile takes over his face. Cat's out of the bag. He winks. Still a little breathless, I ask, Today's your birthday? He presses his hard-on into me on a roll, and I bite my lip to keep from moaning with my cousin on the other side of the door. 18, Kalani. He kisses me, hard, one more time before dropping me to my feet and sauntering out the door. Bastard. You do realize had you told me about Nate's birthday, not only could I have gotten him a gift or something, but I would have gone home to get ready willingly, right? I tell Mia as we jump out of her Jeep. Okay, first off, you are the gift, honey. She motions toward my body from head to toes, wrapped up in pretty shiny wrapping and everything. She shimmies while I roll my eyes. Second, I call bullshit. Rounding her hood, I look at her with raised brows. Please, had you known you and Nate would be between the sheets already, party forgotten. She stops and thinks for a second. To give him credit, though, he didn't even want to tell you. Wasn't going to have a party or anything. It was kind of a surprise, well, until he burst into your room and found Parker lying on your bed 30 minutes ago. She stops to check her lipstick in a random car's window. Never thought I'd say this, but I think he actually likes you. When I scoff, she places her hands on my arms, halting my steps. I'm serious, Lolly. Her eyes grow concerned. At first, I thought I had to watch out for you, but seeing as how you're all stone cold and shit, I'm starting to think it's him I need to watch out for. She drops her hand with a shrug. Just be careful. With him, with yourself. I nod, not at all agreeing with her. 'Kay. Well, I'm glad Parker ended up leaving with the boys earlier, since we're having this little heart to stone. Can I ask you something, Lolly? I search her face, nodding. Why is it that you and Parker are such good friends? I mean, how did that happen? He's always been a busybody, but he never really took to anyone like he did you. I stand silently, looking past her shoulder. I hate sharing, but she must need this. I was wondering if mine and Parker's friendship, the fact that I spend a lot of time with him and not her, affected her. I guess it does. Parker, he's like me, but in an opposite form, if that makes sense. He throws parties, loves big groups, and seeks out big crowds, where I like to be by myself and hate visitors. When her brows pull in, I continue. He avoids that intimate setting because he refuses to get to the point of showing who he is, Mia, like me. Sometimes what's going on inside isn't meant for everyone to see. Someone will come along that'll talk to, but right now, this is what makes sense to him. How do you know that? I can't explain it, Memes. It is what it is. We get each other without having to say it. It works for us. Right. She frowns at her feet. I glance at the house behind me. Can we get some drinks now? She holds eye contact for a few seconds, then smiles. Yes, Lollipop, she says, shaking her head exuberantly. Let's get some drinks. I smooth the edge of my skirt before we walk toward the door. Apparently, Mia had stashed an outfit at her house for me that was intended for tonight. So here I am, donned in a black tube top and a badass blood red, Ulrich High Knights red, pencil skirt that comes up just past my belly button and halfway down my thigh. The skirt is a stretchy material, so it forms to my curves perfectly, paired with sparkly black 4-inch heels and red bow-studded earrings. It has to be said, my outfit's bangin'. My long dark hair is left loose in big barrel curls, with smoky eyes and red lips to match. And I'm ready to party. You sure I'm not going to fall out of this top? I ask Mia, making sure I'm all tucked in. Honey, the D's are safe. Trust me. You pay good money for that top, she laughs. Sans the whole no bra needed thing? I laugh. Whatever you say. Let's go inside. It's cold as shit out here and I'm in a skirt like it's summer. Once we've made it into the house, I don't bother looking around for Nate or anyone else right away. I know they're around. So Mia and I make our way into Parker's dad's kitchen, which acts as the bar tonight. What'll it be, ladies? A kid I recognize from the JV team asks, a proud smile on his lips. Must be an honor to serve drinks at the QB's birthday party. I can't help but roll my eyes. I look at Mia with raised eyebrows. Oh yeah, bartender, DJ, catered food service. He gets all the perks, she laughs. Vodka cran for me. She blows the boy a kiss. And for you, Lolly? He smiles at me. Tequila. 2 shots and a lime if you got it. Gotcha. Within a minute, we have our drinks in hand and exit the kitchen to join the crowd. Okay, girl, Mia raises her glass, to a fun night of the triple D's. And those would be drinks, dancing, and dick. She winks. In that order. We both double over in laughter. I thought you told Austin he wasn't getting any. It's a dead threat and he knows it. Why punish myself? She says, and we laugh harder. All right, I'm ready. I toss my first shot back, setting the glass down quickly to suck the lime dry. Right as I bring number 2 to my lips, my hand freezes, and I look to my right. Nate's leaning against the wall, staring right at me. As soon as our eyes meet, he pushes off the wall and glides toward me. He changed, too. Gone are the faded jeans and white tee. He's wearing a black button-up with the sleeves rolled up to his elbows. The shirt lays untucked over a pair of dark jeans that stretch nicely across his thick thighs and those palladium boots I love. His face is freshly shaven and begging to be rubbed on, while his hair is stuck in a perfect side swipe, that natural, just rolled out of bed or just pulled on look. I'd like to pull on it. I lick my lips. God damn, he's sexy. I may even beg. I know I would. My head snaps to Mia. She laughs and walks backward. Yes, bitch. She widens her eyes mockingly. You said that out loud. We're dancing, so don't ditch me. She adds as she skips off toward a group of girls. I return my gaze to Nate and watch as his eyes roam my body. He bites his lower lip and all I can think is how bad I wish it were me. Getting bit or doing the biting. I'm not picky. You better stop looking at me like that, he rasps, stepping in front of me. Like what? I ask, my eyes still trained on his luscious lips. His response is to grab my lime from between my knuckles and place the peel side in his mouth. He lifts my hand and I take the cue. Purely for show, I tilt my head back slowly and pour the golden liquid down my throat. My head barely makes it back to its righted position before Nate's hands are on the sides of my face, bringing my lips to his. I merely have a chance to lick the lime before he releases it and locks his mouth to mine in a deep, needy kiss. His fingertips run down my neck and body until those rough hands of his find my hips. I pull back and smile up at him. Happy birthday, handsome. Best one yet. He winks, stepping back slightly. Why didn't you say anything? I ask, genuinely curious. He shrugs. Because I didn't want you to feel like you had to come out if you didn't want to. And I wasn't gonna if you weren't. He reaches up and tucks my hair behind my ear. But it's your birthday. And I wanted to spend it with you. When my brows pull in, he smiles and grabs my hand. Come on, gorgeous. We need another drink. I nod and allow him to pull me through the house. Nate does have special privileges, because our shots are already ready to go and handed to us right as we step up to the makeshift bar. You on tequila tonight, too? I smirk. I'm on what you're on. All right, I laugh, raising my glass. We cheers before knocking back another shot. I'm on 3. What's your number, handsome? Like he knows, an annoyingly familiar, grating voice says from behind me. With a roll of my eyes, I turn, giving Liv a fake-as-fuck smile. Betty knows the exact number after you. Her eyes narrow. Or maybe not. I pop my hip out, like an Olivia clone. I'm betting it's taken a lot to erase that train wreck of a memory. Her head swivels, nearly shaking with rage, while her arms cross over her lackluster chest. Oh, wait, I mock. I forgot. Nate doesn't even remember the second time. Her eyes fly to Nate for confirmation, and he coughs to cover his laugh. Guess you are pretty easy to forget after all. She flips her long blonde hair over her shoulder before shoving past me. You know, I study Liv's stiff posture as she trudges off. Maybe you should give it to her. She clearly needs some kind of release. Bitch is wound tight. When he doesn't respond, I look up, finding his eyes narrowed in on me. What? He opens his mouth to say something, but is cut off when Austin throws his arm around his neck. Let's go, my man! Shots! He yells, dragging a laughing Nate off with him, but not before he glances back, his hand outstretched for me to take. Shots are being passed in all directions as LMFAO's Shots booms through the speakers. I decline until a smiling Nate holds one out to me. The music dies down and suddenly Austin's voice takes over. All right, y'all, it's December 11th. We just won the state championship, and it's my right-hand man's birthday. Everyone cheers. Who knows when his ass'll disappear with the fine-ass lady on his arm tonight. Hi, Lolly. He winks, earning a few laughs, and Nate's arms snake around me, pulling me back into his chest. So let's wish him a happy motherfucking birthday! Everyone yells, and we all take our shots. A little while later, our close-knit group settles in the den where there are less partygoers. Nate drops down onto the edge of the couch. He tries pulling me down with him, but I evade on a laugh. Spinning to stand behind him, I lean down to whisper in his ear. It's true, you know, what they say. He raises an eyebrow and I smile wide. Tequila makes her clothes fall off. I throw my head back, laughing as he chokes on his own spit. Raising my final shot of the evening, I knock it back, sans the lime. His eyes follow my movements as I wipe my mouth with the back of my hand. The music has died down some, everyone around growing drunker by the minute. So I decide it's about that time. All right, it's been real, but I'm out like trout, I announce to whoever's listening, turning to leave. Nate's strong arms wrap around me in seconds. You're leaving me, he whispers. I am, I giggle. He sways us slightly. Dropping his head, he nestles into the crook of my neck, his arms tightening around me. Don't go. His voice is so quiet. I almost miss it. But I don't. And now, for some reason, my breath gets caught in my lungs, and there's a tightness in my chest. Tequila. It's the tequila. Yeah, I got to go. I take a half of a step. Kalani. His voice is light and almost vulnerable. Shit. With my eyes squeezed shut, I whisper, "Come with me, handsome." He freezes, which makes me grin, confirming it was the right move. He wasn't expecting an invitation, but I know he sure as shit wanted one. Nate stands to his full height and gently turns me so he can look me in the eyes. There is no indecision in mine, and I'm not drunk. Relaxed and horny, sure, but not drunk. He smiles, grabs my hand, and together we sneak out of his party. Chapter 20. Kalani. The first thing I do when I walk into the house is kick off my shoes, press play on my iPod, and make my way into the kitchen for a bottle of water. "You want one?" "Yeah, please." He takes off his boots and joins me. "Are you hungry?" I ask him, after I down half my bottle. A devilish grin comes across his face, and suddenly he starts walking right for me. With those dark eyes locked on mine, he outlines my top with his fingertips, then runs them down my side, gripping my hips, lifting me as if I weigh nothing. He gently sets me on the countertop. His right hand comes up to trace over my lips. "Red's never looked as sexy as it does spread across your lips." He leans forward and gently bites down on my bottom lip, pulling away until it releases. "Or over your thighs." His gaze drops to my red skirt, and he pushes it up some so he can fit better between my legs. I say nothing. I'm dying to see what the hype's all about. He leans in close, bringing his soft lips to my neck, and kisses his way up my throat until he reaches my ear. "I want you, Kalani," he whispers, biting down gently. Pulling back, he looks into my eyes. I leave them open for him to read my desire. I want him just as badly. When his one-sided smile appears, I wrap my legs around his waist and my arms around his neck. "Show me what you got, handsome." He scoops me up by my ass and carries me to my room. I'm attacking his mouth before we make it to the bed. He fumbles and we drop onto the comforter, laughing, which quickly morphs into moans and groans as we undress each other. In nothing but a black thong, I scoot back on the bed. Nate's eyes are dark and dangerous and sexy. He drops his boxers and his dick salutes me. My mouth waters thinking about what's coming next. "Condom?" I pant, my eyes still trained on his manhood. "Got it." He tosses the foil package near my head. I lay back as he crawls on top of me, kissing my stomach and ribs all the way up. I wrap my legs around his back as he does, sliding along his skin the closer he comes. The feeling sends tingles up my thighs. His right hand skates up my ribs, cupping my breast, while his mouth comes down to show some love to the other. When my back lifts, he growls into my skin, switching it up on each nibble. My fingertips zigzag through his abs. When I reach his pelvis, I flatten my right palm and slide my hand down, gripping him hard. His mouth flies to mine, and he pushes his body into me, forcing my hand out. I reach up in search of the package. Not wanting to break our kiss, I blindly tear the wrapper open above our heads. Pulling the condom out, I push on his stomach so he lifts, place the condom over the head of his dick, and start rolling. "Honey, I'm home!" "You've got to be fucking kidding me." "Bitch!" we say in unison.
"Get rid of her,"
he huffs. I nod and he rolls off me. I throw on his shirt, quickly buttoning it enough to cover the important stuff, and walk out my bedroom door, freezing as a thought occurs. Biting my nail, I turn back to Nate. "But what if she is cookie dough again?" He pins me with a stern look, and I watch, salivating, as his hand starts to stroke himself. My eyes fly back to his and he tilts his head. "Right," I croak. "I'm gone quicker than a running back on a blitz." As I come around the corner, I find Mia standing in the entryway. "Hey, you didn't tell—" "Oh!" She smirks when she looks down at what I'm wearing. "Yeah, bitch." I widen my eyes. "Oh." I lay my hand out, palm up. "Key. But I'll give it back to you tomorrow after I buy a do not disturb sign or something. But tonight," I point to the door. "Go." She laughs and slaps the key in my hand. I walk to the door and swing it open, shocked when I hear a bunch of different laughs coming from outside. I look out to see a truck full of her friends. She kisses my cheek. "I was planning on going home with Austin anyway. His parents are out of town." She runs out the door, heels in hand, screaming, "Pay up, bitches! Told you they were together!" I can't help but laugh and wave as they drive off. As I head back to my room, I'm not sure what I'll find or if the mood is dead. But when I walk in, finding Nate lying on my bed in the same exact position he was in when I walked out, his hand still holding onto the base of himself, I'm hot and ready all over again. With a smirk on my face, I wave the key in the air. He smiles back, his eyes roaming my body, covered in his dress shirt. When they lift, connecting with mine again, his arm extends, reaching for me. The key falls to the ground, and in no time, I'm under him. He's sleeved and at my entrance, but hold still. My legs lay open against the comforter, his strong thighs pressed against mine. I run my nails up his arms, grinning when he shudders. His right hand comes up, and he runs the tip of his pointer finger down my throat until he reaches the buttons of his shirt I'm still wearing. He doesn't remove it, but slowly undoes each one until it lies open at my sides. My body is trembling, my heart's racing, and I'm hot everywhere. So when Somo's Ride begins to flow through the speakers in the background, I take matters into my own hands and wrap my legs around his waist. I lock them tight, forcing his pelvis down, his thickness inside of me. His moan swallows mine as our lips and teeth clash together. When he's pushed to the hilt, my back arches off the bed, and his warm mouth comes down onto my erect nipples, sucking and biting. He fucks me to the rhythm of the song, and when my thighs clench around him, his forehead creases and drops to mine. It doesn't take long for his body to go stiff as mine quivers against him. He moves his forehead to my shoulder, kissing my collarbone lightly as he pushes in impossibly deeper, rolling off and onto his back when my limp legs drop from around him. Once I can hear more than my erratic heartbeat, I turn to him with a grin. But when I find him staring at me, a stoic expression on his face, my breathing halts altogether. His right hand lifts between us, grabbing one of my curls off the pillow. He runs it through his fingers, watching as it falls from his hand. Brows drawn in, he lifts his eyes to look at me. And now my heart's beating faster for a completely different reason. His eyes are weightless, as if he just figured it all out. Problem is, I have no idea what it is. When he lifts onto his right elbow to peer down at me, I have to look away. His eyes are too bright and honest, too strong and sure. Too much. Before he can speak, because I know he's about to, I stand. Without looking at him, I tell him, "You can let yourself out. I'm going to take a shower and go to bed." He doesn't speak while I grab my pajamas from the drawer, or even when I take my towel from the hanger by my door, but I feel his eyes on me. As I exit my room, I chance a glance at him. Pinched at the edges, his eyes search mine discreetly, and when his head hangs on a nod, I turn and hurry into the bathroom. After taking long enough to ensure he's gone, I rush into my room, ignoring the fact that it's well after 1 in the morning, my hair's soaked, and it's cold as shit outside, and throw on my tennies and rush out the door. It takes longer for my mind to clear this time, more miles to pass before all I can think about is the ache in my calves and the burn in my lungs. My mind shuts down, but I don't stop. I keep running. I wake up in my bed hours later, not knowing how or when I got there. But that's not what has me on the verge of a panic attack. What bothers me is the first thing that comes to my mind when I open my eyes is how much life might suck here in Ulrich, now that Nate won't be around anymore. And for the life of me, I can't figure out why I care.
Nate. I wake up the next morning with a newfound understanding of the fucked up reality of last night. I fucked Kalani. She kicked my ass out after. That upset me. Took a night of shitty sleep to realize that I'm a dumbass and she's stubborn as hell. That's probably what drew me to her in the first place. Her no-bullshit fire-and-ice soul with a bangin' body to match. She's the perfect mixture of sugar and spice. I know she's telling herself we're friends, that we're just fucking around, literally as of last night. I grin, thinking about the way her body felt under me, around me. Yeah, she thinks it's over. She thinks last night was a one-time thing. It wasn't. I saw it in her eyes. She tried damn hard to feign indifference, to look at me with empty eyes, but she needs to realize I can see right through her, right into her clear blues, and somewhere in that caged-up, closed-off heart of hers, she knows. There's more going on here than either of us has admitted. She wants me. She wasn't looking for bragging rights, or to say she had sex with Nate Monroe, football protege. Nah, she just wanted me. The hot-headed, hot-blooded guy with a soft spot for the little blue-eyed, black-haired piece of perfection. I can't wait to have her again. And again. That should freak me out, wanting a girl even more than I did before. Shit, me wanting a girl again, period, should have me running. But it doesn't. It feels damn good. Refreshing. For the first time, I know what I want, and it's her. Plain and simple. I figured it out a while ago, but last night confirmed it. It'll be a challenge, breaking through to her, but I perform best under pressure. It's my job as a quarterback. Read, revise, analyze, and execute. I can't help but laugh. Austin was right. She's mine. She just doesn't know it yet. Whistling, I throw on my A's hat, grab my keys, and head out the door. She's about to find out.
Chapter 21. Kalani. As I make my way around the corner, I freeze mid-stride when I spot Nate carrying groceries into Mia's house. She's always putting the boys to work. Once they've stepped through the door, I sprint past, glancing back quickly to make sure they didn't see me. The moment I face forward, I slam into something, or someone, rather, and I'm knocked backward. Whoa! Mia catches me from behind, laughing. Clumsy lolly. Oh my gosh, Kalani! Her voice stuns me. Honey, are you all right? My eyes fly forward, landing right on my Aunt Kara. She freezes, as do I. My body starts to shake. The voices around me are no longer clear. There's a fog over my eyes, a lump in my throat, and I can't feel my legs. Kalani! Move! I'm spinning so fast my lungs can't grasp any air. Oh my God! Why won't she stop talking? Ma'am, I'm sorry, but you need to move. Now. Right when I start to fall into oblivion, two warm hands make their way to my face, keeping me here a moment longer. The textured hands push past my cheeks, coming to rest right beneath my ears, in his spot. Nate's spot. It's okay, Kalani, he whispers. I'm here. He's here.
Nate.
Nate, what are you...
Mia starts before I cut her off. Shh! Cutting my eyes from Mia to her mom, I give her a warning with my eyes. She needs to stay the fuck back. I quickly turn to Kalani, who is standing lifelessly in front of me, her face a blank slate and ghostly white. Hey! I drop my forehead to hers, keeping my hands rested against the nape of her neck on both sides, my thumbs brushing over her jawline. Breathe. Her vacant eyes squeeze shut as she takes in a strangled breath.
Nate,
She breathes my name like a prayer, and my heart starts hammering against my chest. My right hand slides further into her hair, and I shift my body closer to hers. It's me. Her beautiful blue eyes open, focusing on me, and my breath catches in my throat. When the corner of her lips twitch slightly, a grateful chuckle escapes me.
"Hi, handsome,"
she whispers dismally. I smile and kiss her forehead gently. "Hi, gorgeous."
"Why are you here?"
"I came to see you. To get you," I answer honestly. She scowls at me, some fire coming back into her desolate eyes. I nod when she challenges me with her gaze.
"But—"
"Yeah, I know," I interrupt, knowing what she was about to say. "Don't care." She eyes me for a moment before lightly shaking her head, attempting to hide a grin. When her gaze shifts left, her body tenses, but only slightly. With my palms, I apply more pressure to her face, effectively gaining her attention again. I'm hoping we have some kind of telepathic connection or some weird shit, because I really need her to understand what I'm trying to convey. We must, because she gives me a stiff nod. Her hands come up and case over mine, gripping them tight. As we lower them together, we both take a step back, straighten our spines, and inhale deeply. Then, having no fucking idea how this shit's about to go down, I let go of her left hand and step next to her. She looks at Mia first, who has tears in her eyes and her hand on her chest. Kalani gives her nothing but a shrug, and that seems to be enough for her, because she smiles then, nodding. Guess they have telepathic shit too. Her eyes shift to Mrs. Edwards, her aunt, who looks back and forth between the three of us, completely unsure of what to do. Kalani's face tightens slightly, so I discreetly squeeze her hand, smiling on the inside when her shoulders instantly drop in a fully visible sign of relief. Her gaze falls to our intertwined fingers before she focuses back on her aunt.
"Hi, Aunt Kara."
Her voice is steady, strong. Fuck. I want a fist bump right now, or kiss her. I'm so fucking proud. Nose red, jaw trembling, Mrs. Edwards whispers,
"Hi, Kalani."
Hope shining through her voice. Kalani turns to me.
"I'm going to shower, then we can leave."
She says it like a statement, but she's asking me to take her somewhere, take her mind off things. I was going to, whether she liked it or not. Lifting my free hand, I tuck the loose strands of hair behind her ear and nod. She turns, offering a tight smile, then walks into her house.
"How the fu—"
Mrs. Edwards silences her daughter with a raised palm, her gaze trained on me. Her eyes are soft, knowing.
"She told you."
Her tone is a mixture of relief and wonder. There's a hint of mom tone in there too, the kind you can't decipher, that means something but you have no fucking clue what. She did. I can't help but puff my chest out a bit. Mia catches my attention when her eyes shoot wide open.
"She what?"
Mrs. Edwards steps up to me, gently placing her hands on my shoulders.
"She talked to you?"
My throat grows tight at her tender, sincere voice, so I nod.
"Oh my God."
Her hand flies to her mouth when a whimper escapes, but she quickly recovers and rights herself.
"Remember something for me?"
I don't think she's looking for an answer, so I remain silent.
"If she's let you in?"
She catches the pinch in my brows instantly, the uncertainty.
"Don't doubt it. If she told you, she already did. She has let you in."
Her voice is confident, leaving no room for argument.
"Kalani is a free-spirited girl. She picks and chooses who to trust. Once you're in, you stay there, always, no matter what."
She drops her hand and steps back.
"Remember that."
I can't help but heed her words as a warning, but nod in acceptance and make my way into Kalani's house. The second my ass hits her mattress, she storms into her room, that body wrapped in a towel. A little one.
"Why the hell did you show up today, Nate?"
She snaps, making her way to the dresser. She's all wet, dripping, and half naked, and now my jeans are getting uncomfortably tighter.
"And why the hell don't you ever call first?"
Her hair looks longer, impossibly darker when it's wet like that. There's a piece sticking to her neck, in my spot. My fingers are twitching to brush it to the side, lean in, and suck off the water left behind.
Hello?
She shrieks. My eyes fly to hers the second she turns around, and she smirks instantly. I know it's all over my face. I want her in a bad way. She grabs her hair in one hand, lays it across her shoulder, and slowly runs her fingers through it. Now my hands aren't the only thing twitching. She keeps her eyes on mine as she walks my way. Damn if it don't look like she's putting on a show. I lick my lips as she leans in. She's inches from me when she reaches out, snatching a t-shirt from behind me, and returns to her dresser, laughing her sexy little ass off.
God, Nate, you're such a guy.
She pulls her shirt over her head and drops the towel. It's not quite long enough, the ultimate tease, and I'm on my feet, taking a step closer to her.
Careful, handsome.
I freeze. She slips her feet into a tiny-ass scrap of fabric, a thong, a little pink one.
You just might put a hole in that poor bottom lip of yours.
The tiny piece of cloth makes it up and over her soft thighs and hips. My eyes fly to hers and she winks.
Off limits now, remember?
She smirks, looking like she's on board for what she just said. I'm about to call her bluff. Moving deliberately slow, I let my gaze roam over her until her chest rises and falls quicker, more erratic. Then I lock my eyes on hers, stepping directly in front of her. You okay with that, gorgeous? I whisper, skimming my fingers down her arms, eyebrow raised.
It is what it is, Nate.
She licks her lips, voice dripping with desire. The left side of my mouth lifts. But you want me. I wrap her wet hair around my fist.
Me and every other girl in a 20-mile radius.
She looks to my mouth. 50, but who's counting? She rolls her eyes and goes to step away, but her back hits the dresser. Guess what, Kalani? I bring my hand, holding her hair around to her back, pulling her gently so she looks up at me. I want you too, I whisper over her lips. Her pupils dilate, her little tongue poking out to wet those plump-ass lips of hers.
Yeah?
I nod. Yeah. Her hands slide under my shirt and she smirks up at me.
What are you gonna do about it, handsome?
I grin into her neck, squeeze her ass, and bring her body flush against mine, letting her feel how hard she makes me, how much I want her. What am I gonna do? I whisper, running my nose up her neck to her ear. I'm gonna feed you, then fuck you. When her breath hitches, I turn and walk out of her room. 10 minutes, Kalani. I bite my knuckles on my way out to keep from either running back in there or laughing at the sexually frustrated grunts she's throwing around me right now. Walking into Wicker with Kalani beside me feels different today. By the looks we're getting from the others around, it's different to them too. I've never brought a girl in here. I've left with a fair share, but never showed up with one. And the fact that it's the same one I left the party with the night before, well, that's bound to stir up some shit. She leans in to ask,
Is it just me, or is the entire party here right now?
Tradition. Taking advantage of her closeness, I slide my arm across her back and grip her hip.
Tradition,
she says flatly. I shrug, pull her a little closer, and kiss her hair. The night after a player's party, everyone comes to Wicker for breakfast, or lunch, depending on how hard they went the night before.
The players, as in the team, or...
She teases, a perfect brow raised. Funny, I quirk, kissing her hair again. I don't miss the side glance she gives me after, but I also don't acknowledge it either. She felt it. Everyone saw it. Mission accomplished. You cool to grab a seat, man? Ryan asks, juggling dishes in each hand. Yeah, bro, we're good. He nods in appreciation. Hi, Lolly, he calls out as he rushes off. She smiles and waves. After a quick look around, I see a table of my teammates and head in their direction, choosing a vacant booth that's still in the mix, and not at all because Jared has a damn good view of us. I usher her in first, then take the seat next to her. She picks up her menu and looks it over while I take a few minutes to look her over. She's wearing a pair of tight, light blue jeans with some pink Chuck Taylors and a long-sleeved black top that dips down a bit in the middle. She threw her hair up in a cute, messy ball on top of her head, and her face is perfect, not a trace of makeup, and she still looks amazing, beautiful. She turns, catching me looking at her, and sets her menu down. Unashamed I've been caught, I smile and grab her hand. Lacing our fingers together, I lay our hands in my lap and relax into the booth. She gives me a one-sided grin, and I swear to God her cheeks turn a single shade brighter. Using my free hand, I run my knuckles over the soft pink that's taken over. When her breath locks in her throat, my heart beats faster. She feels it. She must. Her lips are parted, and she has a dazed look in her eyes, but it's gone when a cup is set onto the table. "Sorry, guys," Ryan apologizes, setting 2 waters in front of us. "It's a madhouse in here."
"I'll take a coffee today, Ryan,"
Kalani tells him, covering her yawn with her sleeve. He grins at her, his hands planted in fists on the sides of his black apron. "Long night, Lolly?" I clear my throat to keep from laughing while Kalani narrows her eyes at him playfully.
"You were in the damn truck last night, weren't you?"
He laughs, taking a step back. "I was, but even if I wasn't, it's all I've heard about this morning."
"Oh, I don't doubt it. Go get my coffee."
She rolls her eyes and pulls her hand from mine. He smiles and turns to me. "Coffee?" I nod, then snatch her hand back in mine, earning a half-hearted eye roll from her. She lets me run my fingers over hers a few times before pulling them back again, opening her straw as an excuse for something to do. She smiles her thanks to the girl who sets our coffee and a bowl of creamers in front of us. We give her our order, then sit back, relax, and enjoy our warm drinks. When she leans her body into mine, I wrap my arm around her and pull her closer.
"Thanks for earlier,"
she says into her cup. Turning my head, I run my nose over the lobe of her ear. "Thanks for last night," I whisper. She flicks her wrist to smack my shoulder, but I catch her hand and bring it to my lips. She shifts so her body's facing mine and watches me run her knuckles along my lips before kissing them gently. As I lower her hand, her head tilts and she stares at me. "Okay." Ryan shows up with our dishes, and she quickly cuts her gaze out the window. "2 pancake platters." He's gone as quickly as he arrived. I push her plate in front of her, laughing when she lets out a whimsical sigh just looking at it.
"I'm so hungry right now."
Stabbing a piece of scrambled eggs, she dips into her syrup, then takes a slow, savoring bite.
Mmm.
Her eyes close and her head falls against the seat.
"So good,"
she moans. My body comes to life, watching her. Eyes closed, head still tilted, she licks her lips, moaning again when her tongue slides innocently over her now sugar-coated mouth, and all I can see is her under me, doing the exact damn thing. "Keep moaning like that," I whisper, "and I may just take you out to my truck right quick." Her wide eyes cut to me. I wink and take a bite off my own plate.
"Promise?"
she purrs, laughing her sexy little ass off when I choke on my bacon. You're such a brat." I shake my head, leaning over to kiss her hair again, loving that she tries to hide a smile in her coffee mug. Once Kalani's done, she sits back and gazes at me. "What?" I smile, letting my hand rub across her jeans.
"Tell me something, handsome."
I nod, not missing how her crystal blue eyes have turned a shade darker. Never breaking eye contact, she reaches up and pulls my hat off my head.
"You done?"
"Not by a long shot."
"Good answer."
She smiles, lifting my hat to block our faces as she gently places her sweet, soft lips against mine in a kiss that leaves me desperate for more. She pulls back, laughing, placing my hat back on my head.
"So, what are we doing today?"
she asks as we stand. "I want to show you something on my parents' property." I reach over and grab her hand, tossing some cash on the table.
"Okay."
The entire drive to my house, I keep her soft little hand in mine. Glancing at the dark-haired beauty in my passenger seat, with her eyes closed, a small smile playing on her swollen lips, I know. Something happened last night, or today. Shit, maybe even a month ago, when she first invited me over for a movie. I guess it doesn't really matter when it happened. All I know is, this girl next to me, I want to keep her here. Now, to convince her that's where she wants to be.
Chapter 22. Kalani. With a smile on my face, I run up the side of the hill only to slip in the mud when Nate wraps his arm around my waist. Shit! He talks quickly, so he's the one that hits the ground, and I land on top of him. Laughing hysterically, I drop my head to his stomach. You okay? He narrows his eyes at me and I laugh even harder, rolling onto my back next to him. That was your fault. He nudges me with his elbow, his voice light. Oh, I roll onto my stomach, propping myself upon my elbow. I made it rain? You jinxed us. He laughs, reaching up to brush dirt off my face. I roll my eyes. Uh-huh. He pulls my hair tie out, and my wet hair falls down my back. Did you have fun today? He asks, playing with a few strands. I did. I can't help but smile down at him. Nate brought me to his house to show me the stream that runs along the back side of his property. The water stretches out about 5 feet and runs as far as you can see in both directions. Thick, tall trees stretch from beginning to end on the side that meets his family's land. Some are raised higher as the hillsides lift into small mounds of fresh, feathery green grass. First, we tried to fish in the pond, but after a good 2 hours, didn't catch jack shit. So we decided to take a hike instead, and it started pouring on us. So here we lay, underneath a giant tree, attempting to stay out of the downpour. I always liked the rain, I tell him, looking out over the hillside. The wind's blowing slightly, just enough for the limbs of the trees, some leafless, others full, to bounce around. Yeah? Yeah. It's a random escape, the rain. How so? His fingers reach out and he pushes my wet hair over my shoulder, leaving his warm hand to rest there. It comes and goes as it pleases, taking with it the remains of the days or hours before, washing away all traces of attendance, all the memories. Nothing is as powerful as the rain. Kinda like you, he asks a few moments later. My eyes slide back to his. He must see my confusion because he gives me a small smile before explaining. I can see it, Kalani, he says quietly, running his fingertips down my arm. You battling with yourself. Sometimes you allow yourself to smile, a real one that makes your eyes shine, only to wash it away seconds later, leaving behind a blank space. He gazes at me. Like the rain. I'm not sure how to react, so I just stare at him. My instincts tell me to get up and run. Let the rain wash away the memory of today, like we just talked about. But something's keeping me rooted on this hillside, and I have a sneaky suspicion it's this mystery of a man-boy laying next to me. When I finally react to his words with a laugh, he releases a breath I didn't realize he was holding, and reaches up to brush my hair behind my ear tenderly, sending an involuntary shiver down my spine. Nate's eyes pinch slightly, a small grimace on his lips. You're cold. He misreads my body's reaction for the first time. Want me to call my dad? Have him come back here on the ATV and get us out of this mess? I smile at him, reaching down to smooth out the worry lines that have taken over his forehead. Shifting so I'm sitting on my knees, I shake my head, and his brows knit further. My hands grab the hem of my rain-soaked shirt, and I pull it over my head, dropping it down next to me. Nate sits up instantly and gently runs his hands up my ribs, across my back, until he has the clasps of my bra in his hand. His eyes find mine, his hand frozen in place. What are you waiting for, handsome? He maneuvers us so his back is against the tree. Then he grips me under my thighs, positioning me so I'm straddling him. His right hand comes up to case in my neck, while his left splays across my back, pulling me into him. Our mouths sealed together in a heated kiss, making me desperate to be closer to him. I let my knees spread as far into the grass as my jeans will allow, bringing my center against his stomach. Right as my hands find the hem of his wet shirt, a throat clears from the other side of the tree. Nate's head drops back, and he squeezes his eyes shut. Hey, Dad. Oh, fucking lovely. How did I not hear him coming? I swear it's like as soon as Nate's around, all jaw-dropping and irresistible, all Nate-like. Something in my head blocks out everything else. I'm not sure that's normal.
Thought you and your friend might need some help getting out of here.
He says the word friend as if there should be a question mark after it. Nate's eyes widen when I wink at him, and he watches in horror as I round the tree, in my bra and jeans. At least it's a cute bra, though. Matches my chucks. With my head held high, I reach out to shake Nate's dad's hand. Mr. Monroe? A smile twitches his lips as he holds a hand out to me.
Ms. Embers.
When my head pulls back, he laughs.
Oh, yes. I've heard all about you.
My scowl flies to Nate, who quickly shakes his head. His dad's chuckle draws my attention back to him.
I've been married a very long time, so I know what that look means.
He grins and, holy shit, he looks like an old, hot version of his son.
Rest assured, pretty one.
Oh, and he's smooth like him, too.
He hasn't shared anything you'd be upset about. He's at least that smart.
He winks.
Okay, Dad,
Nate grumbles, stepping around to stand directly in front of me. This only makes his dad's smile grow into a full-blown grin that makes his dark eyes shine as they shift from me to Nate, and back again. They stand there staring at each other for a good minute, Nate with his eyes narrowed, Mr. Monroe with a grin. The scowl and grin turn on me. This whole silent brain-to-brawn thing is super cool and all. Both their brows jump. But I'd much rather not be standing here in my bra. Then I think about what I just said. Well, not with Mr. Monroe here anyway. Nate's head drops to his chest, while his dad does his best to cover his laugh with a fake cough. His dad walks over to the neon green ATV, and Nate grabs at the hem of his shirt. My eyes watch the show. His shirt is wet, soaked, really, so I'm not surprised to see the remnants of water left behind when he peels it from his skin, giving me a nice and slow look at his no need to flex, I'm that damn good abs. As he pulls it over his head, a tiny drop of water makes its way down the center of his chest. I hadn't realized I moved until his hand closes over my wrist. My eyes fly to his, finding them dark and dilated, with a hint of laughter. His dad does nothing to hold in his laugh this time. Nate releases my hand and pulls his freezing shirt over my head. Instantly, it works like a cold shower would. He sees the defiance in my eyes and narrows his. Leave that on. He scowls, bending down to grab mine off the ground. I'll leave it on. I step out from under the semi-safety of the tree, and am instantly drenched with more rain. Not because you told me to, so don't get excited, but because I'm riding in the middle and it'd be weird if I didn't.
I can't wait to get her to the house.
His dad grins, his arm crossed over his chest. Nate grumbles something under his breath, then walks to the ATV. When his dad fires up the toy, Nate's hand splays across my stomach, and his thighs press more firmly into my backside. No funny business, Monroe, I snap. Never, they say in unison, both letting out deep, rich laughs before we're on the move. Men. It only takes a minute or two, then we're pulling in front of the offside garage, where his dad kills the engine. Nate steps off, offering a hand to me as he does, grumbling when I smack it away and hop off myself.
Ready?
His dad rubs his hands together in what appears to be excitement.
Might as well get it over with,
Nate mumbles, ushering me forward. As I make my way up the front steps, I watch my fingers run across the worn white wood, allowing them to travel up the post a few inches. Once I hit the top step, my eyes lock onto the swing. The blanket Nate had laid across the bottom is still there, spread out across the seat. I can't help but wonder if we were the last two to sit there. If the blanket's imperfect placement with lumps and creases are from our bodies, from us simply sitting, living. Despite the sodden clothes I'm wearing, Warmth radiates through me in a way I'm not familiar with. Hey. Nate's coarse hand skims across my cheek soothingly. Reluctantly, my eyes pull from the swing to his. He tucks my wet hair behind my ear, earning a grin from me. I answer the question his eyes are asking. I'm good, handsome. He nods but makes no move to release me. Nate? His dad says quietly, almost hesitant, like he's interrupting something he shouldn't. Nate tilts his head toward the doorway where his dad stands. Ready? I nod, unable to take my eyes off Nate. He drops his hand from my face, and we walk through the front door. Honey, his dad calls out. Oh, a sweet voice responds. Did you get to see her? Was she as pretty as he said? I turn to Nate with an eyebrow raised. He smirks. Well? She yells out when no one answers. Did you? Then a beautiful woman in her late 40s comes around the corner, wearing a hot pink apron that reads, Property of Ian Monroe, proudly. Her hair is dark like Nate's and lays at her shoulders, but her eyes are lighter than his, more caramel. Oh, shit, she says, then her hand flies to her mouth. Sorry. I laugh and walk further into the house, waving a hand at her. Hi. Wow. She looks me over from head to toe. I can't even imagine what you look like normally. Here we go, I hear Nate say from behind me, while his dad steps up next to his wife, laughing. Suddenly, her shoulders slump, and her husband laughs even harder, placing a kiss to her hair as if reading her mind. I want to be young and perfect and in love. My eyes grow wide and my body freezes. Ma? No. Nate grabs my hand and forces me to move toward the stairs. Talk to your wife, Pops, he yells as his foot hits the first stair. We'll be down in a bit. Wait, what? I start to protest. I may not care about others' opinions of me, but I'm not a disrespectful bitch. Go on, his mom calls out, and my eyes fly to her. She winks at me. Winks. At me. Halfway up the stairs, his mother's voice rings out again. We're going to have a cup of coffee out back, she tells us, adding in a rush, out way before you play. Once inside Nate's room, he shuts the door behind us. What the hell did she just say? I whisper yell. He laughs and walks past me, stopping at his dresser. Exactly what you think. He pulls out a few t-shirts and sweats. Weigh out the consequences versus the actions. He turns with a grin, a.k.a. no grandbabies allowed. My brows jump. So, she just gave us the clear to get down and dirty? Pretty much, yeah. He chuckles, walking toward what appears to be a bathroom in his room. When he disappears through the door, I allow myself to look around. Surprisingly, his room is clean and neat. His walls are tan, thank God, with posters of random football players scattered sporadically.